Good morning, Chatty House.
Good morning, everybody. Congratulations, Russ Dog. He gets the belt. Yeah, Adam, we're going to talk about this. It's their fundamental flaw as a team. They just don't. They're relying on a 36-year-old to be their number one dude, and then they don't have a number two. And so in spots like that, and they have too many lineups where nobody wants to shoot. They run too many. They run too many rotations where it's just a bunch of dudes passing it around the perimeter. They had 5 shot clock violations last night.
Ooh.
Yeah, man. They just it's like somebody throw a shot at the rim.
Yeah, that's tough.
You get the catch and the pump fake and drive and kick it out and kick it around and swing, drive. Oh my God, somebody shoot it. And Houston's defense is really good too. That doesn't help, but that's been a problem all year. It's why they keep smoking all these leads. It was a problem last year. It's a problem this year.
I also shared with Kyle a clip of So I Married an Axe Murderer, and Head, the younger brother from So I Married an Axe Murderer, which the father makes him fun of all the time, looks just like Brandon Pajemski.
Yeah, it does. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, Kenneth, what's up? Good morning. Insane that it's taken so long for the Kings to play again. Michigan Muse, what's good? What's up, Michigan? Good morning, bro. Johnny, what's up? Steven, what's up? What's up, Matt? Hey, what's up, David? What's up, Westsack? Jason, good morning, everybody. If I missed anybody, what's up, John Poles? It does. It super does.
Like an orange on a toothpick.
Man, this is another thing that's annoying me today is the chargers outside our office aren't working.
Oh, no. That's not good.
Such a pain, bro. Woosa. Let's do a good show. Here we go. All right. Let's have a Thursday. A lot going on today.
There's a lot going on.
Best day of the week. Niners, Rams tonight. The Kings play for the first time in a month. That'll be great.
Yeah.
Their only game this week.
It's wild. So strange.
Sunday, Thursday, Monday. Sure, man.
Okay.
Whatever.
Thanks, NBA.
Like that. I just listened to the Ringer NBA show podcast. It's Justin Verrier and Rob Mahoney and Wosny Lambre. And they did this. It was a really interesting discussion on why NBA TV ratings are down.
Oh.
And they started kind of getting into some of the different angles of it. It was, they're cord cutting, but it's the league does this and there's this thing. And one of the things they kept coming back to was there needs to be fewer games. It needs to be more of a special thing.
Oh.
But then I see the Kings schedule this week. I'm like, maybe fewer games is a bad idea.
This doesn't feel special. It just feels like a game is way out there.
Within the context of the 82 game season, it does. But if the season was 60 games long, every game would just mean a little bit more. That's all. If the Kings were 12-13 and had 35 games left to right the ship instead of 57, it's it's just the tenor of the season's a little different. That's all.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I need them to spread the schedule out. I do not like all the games in the first month of the season to be crammed in.
I don't understand why. I'm sure there's some reason for it, but you could just own the month of July. If you spread, you don't even have to push the schedule back. You don't have to push your start date. Just spread the schedule out so your playoffs go into July.
Or at least later June.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
There's nothing
Or-
going on in July.
or
There's
not just-
mid-season baseball.
Why does it matter if you bump it up like a week into October?
Yeah,
Like,
do what you got to do. Like, just
whatever they're doing, it like it does. If you're gonna create a week in the middle of the season where there's no games, like 10 days where there's 2 games, you have to steal those dates from somewhere that's not just the regular season and taking away off days.
Yeah,
just doesn't make any sense. That's why we have all these injuries. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Especially when Baxter Holmes wrote this thing in ESPN, and I can't believe that it's not a thing that people talk about all the time. He wrote this 2-part, in-depth. What's the piece? I guess I don't know the formal name for it, but like expose on player injuries. And the one of the things in it was, kids are playing so much more hoop now that you have 19-year-olds coming into the league with ligaments and tendons of 35-year-olds.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like that. How is that not something that everybody is? When I read it, I was like, oh, this is going to be a major thing. We're going to see major changes because of this. No.
I'll tell you, man, helping out coaching soccer, it's crazy that the one sport athlete now, whatever it is, my son's played soccer. But you get out there and hey, we need a goalkeeper who can catch. And they all just look at each other like, well, that's not me. I don't know.
I use my feet.
And you have to sit there and work with them. And they literally don't know how to catch a ball. You're trying to teach, they've never caught a football. You can tell they don't feel the ball on the ground like a shortstop does. There's no crossover.
That's wild.
And that's what you don't understand. There's so much crossover to sports, right?
Yeah.
So even you put a tennis player in net. A tennis player in net covers so much ground as a goalie. They can cover ground in a crazy way.
Quickness, yeah.
But if they've never played any other sport, they can't catch. They can't feel the ball on the ground.
Forehanding the ball out.
Yeah, you're like, what is happening? It's very, very strange.
Yeah, man. Don't. I mean, do what you want, parent how you want. But Dr. Nirav Pandya, a friend of the show who's been on a couple of times, he always talks about the dangers of sports specialization in young people and the repetitive motions, and how there's so much benefit to, if you're a basketball player, to also using the muscles and ligaments and tendons that you need to play baseball or football or soccer, and doing as many things as you can to diversify the motions that your body makes.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Anyways, I want to talk about the insane Warriors-Rockets NBA Cup game last night. But before we do that, I watched the new Lindsay Lohan Christmas movie on Netflix.
I have yet to watch it, but
I don't want to do a full breakdown. I'm not going to. There's one thing I'm going to complain about. I want you to watch it, and then we can do a bigger breakdown later, because you and I are both a fan of the cheesy Christmas movie.
Yeah, I'll watch the cheesy Christmas movie. I don't even tell anyone in the house I'm watching it. I'm up here watching something.
Yeah, man. It's just it's comforting. It's nice. I can walk out of the room for a few minutes because I know what's going to happen. Rich person goes back to small town. The attractive person is the person they're going to fall in love with. There's going to be some Christmas shenanigans.
Ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever it might be.
Right. Just the unlikely love is going to be it's not, but you're not watching it to be like, wow, what a piece of cinema. Right. It's comforting. It's a holiday movie. Anyways, it's about the vibes. One of the things that happens in this movie involves weed.
Oh,
like THC.
Marijuana is bad and good.
The way they talk about weed in this movie makes it seem like a movie from the 1940s, dude. They're like the package. It's gummies that are involved in this movie, and the package says infused with THC. That's not what. That's a weird thing to say. And then one of the characters says to one of the other characters, "Hey, those gummies the gummies you ate were laced with THC." Who says that? You go, "Hey, bro, those were weed gummies." You just, and here's the other thing, and the portrayal of the weed consumption in it. First of all, let's conservatively say she ate 6 gummies, because spoiler alert, it's Lindsay Lohan's character. let's conservatively say she ate 6 gummies because she's like, oh, I'm hungry. This is all that's there. She's borrowing someone's jacket. She takes them out of the jacket, doesn't see that there's weed in the gummies. And she's like, I'm just going to eat these. Let's conservatively say she ate 6.
Okay.
And let's conservatively say those are 5 milligram gummies.
Okay.
Given the character that they belong to, I'm guessing they were at minimum 5. So conservatively, we're saying she's ingesting 30 milligrams of THC.
Okay.
A person who, according to how the movie goes, doesn't usually do this. She wouldn't be like, dude, she would know. She's like, she had to have a person tell her like, hey, those were THC laced gummies. You're high right now. Like, you would know. You'd be on Jupiter, dude.
Yeah, that's
You'd
a
be like,
lot.
what's happening to my body?
Yeah.
You would know. And then she goes up and she's like hallucinating. I don't know how that stuff affects other people. I have never once been hallucinating. Not one time have I been like, oh, that statue's talking to me.
THC viewed through the lens of cheesy holiday movie.
Dude, it's insane. I can't wait for you to watch it. It's a pretty small plot point in the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, the larger thing, her being high is a pretty small plot point in the movie. The actual act of her. But man, it's like, dude, if I had to public speak, that's what she has to do. She has to public speak while I would be rambling. It's like she's frozen. She doesn't know what to say. I would be rambling for 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
But like I said, I know it affects everybody differently, but man, I can't wait for you to watch it. And I can't wait to do a full breakdown of what I thought was a really good movie.
Okay.
I really enjoyed it.
Oh, no.
I might watch it again. It's called Our Little Secret. It's on Netflix.
Oh,
Lindsay
I'm sure
Lohan,
I'll
Kristen Chenoweth. Kristen Chenoweth, by the way, Broadway legend.
Yes.
Just an icon. She is the type of character who everything I've ever seen her in, she sucks. And I just viscerally, if she walked in the room right now, I'd be like, ugh.
She was in something that was fun years ago, and I'm drawing a blank on what it was. That's gonna kill me. Something in the Pie Maker. I think. Yeah, there was a TV show that she was sort of like her first time she was on TV after her Broadway stuff.
Hey, Mackie Cheese, which A, great name. B, love the cat profile pic. These shout out to the Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you think I have not already watched Hot Frosty, you've got another thing coming.
Isn't it like 2 of the characters from Party of 5 though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've looked this up. Yes,
yeah,
I believe so. It's at least one.
It's Lacey and then
Lacey Shabert.
Yeah, something like that. And then Scott Wolf,
something like that.
Okay, they're not romantically involved, right? Because you can't play brothers and sisters on one television series, even if it was 25 years ago.
I mean, they might be,
and then do a romantic comedy together.
Yeah, they might be. I don't know. Anyways, we got other stuff to get to. We got a lot to get to. We got 49ers Rams to get to. Kings-Pelicans tonight. We'll dive into that for you. But last night, the NBA Cup happened. The quarterfinals. The Golden State Warriors lost 91-90 to the Houston Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't score over the final 3 minutes of the game. They led by 6 with 1:20 left. I would like to know, though, what was more wild? Steph Curry's 3 with... Okay, so Golden State's up 1. Let me paint the picture. Golden State's up 1. They're in the process of smoking the 6-point lead with 1:20 left. Golden State's up 1. Steph comes down with 9 seconds on the shot clock and 11 seconds left in the game. And about 12 seconds left in the game. Takes a step back 3 and misses it.
Mm-hmm.
And then a scramble ensues, and they call a loose ball foul on Jonathan Kuminga while everybody's fighting for this loose ball after Gary Payton II had grabbed a rebound, and he threw it to the middle of the floor. Bad pass, scramble, foul call, Jalen Green. It puts the Rockets in the bonus. They hit 2 free throws. Rockets win. An insane sequence.
The entire sequence is wild.
It was the epitome. It's the perfect example of why I have a hard time blaming officials. because Steve Kerr after the game was apoplectic. Called it unconscionable. You wouldn't see that called in middle school.
Mhm.
I've never seen that called in my life. You can't make that loose ball foul call 80 feet from the basket. Da-da-da-da-da. We're trying to win this cup. And he said something about they robbed us or whatever he said. And I understand. I thought it was a wild ass call. You see the dudes turn into a boxing match when there's a loose ball on the floor. But on the other hand, you didn't score for 3 minutes.
Oh.
And the pass by Gary Payton II into the middle of the floor was terrible. And the Steph shot, I mean, it's Steph Curry taking an open step back three. Like, you kind of live with that. But the shot, not great. Didn't love the shot selection. They had, I think it was 5 shot clock violations in the game and 3 in the final 4 or 5 minutes. It just, they played horribly down the stretch.
Yeah, they do feel like a team that when it's rolling, this whole using 12 guys and everybody switching in and out, like that's fine. But they're also in certain moments, you have to have leadership. You have to have somebody who is willing to take all of, and they have that with Steph, but you need more. It can't just be one guy the whole time, because if it's just Steph, the other team knows it's just Steph.
You get a lot easier to defend. Yes.
Yeah. You become very, very simple to defend.
And it's not that if you're the Rockets, and this is why Golden State had a problem holding on to leads last year, and they're having trouble now. Because at the end of games, teams know, all right, yeah, we'll live with Draymond shooting it. We'll live with Brandon Pajemski shooting it. We'll live with Gary Payton II shooting it. Yeah, Jonathan Kuminga wants to huck a 3, go for it. Like that's their issue right now. They just don't have that kind of go-to consistent number 2 scorer that defenses have to like respect. And they smoke leads because of it. And that's why, I thought the call wasn't good, but it to be like, oh, they didn't give us a chance to win because of that call. But you did. You had a chance. And you blew it.
It feels like this season there has been a couple of those, though, where typically they let them play out like the last 5 or 6 seconds of a game.
Yeah.
And hey, whatever happens.
It's like pass interference on a Hail Mary. Hey, you're just not going to call it.
Yeah, you're not going to call it. Although I do know the Kings lost. Didn't they lose one game very specifically because somebody did not call? I mean, they called something with 1.6 seconds left. And everyone's just like seriously? You call a touch foul with that much time? And then they had another game that they lost where Colby Jones got fully fouled and they didn't call the foul.
That's Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got hammered at the end of the game.
That was last year, at the end of last season.
Yeah, it was the end of last season. That was crazy.
Yeah.
I was on, I believe I was on my way to England when that happened. I was watching it on my phone on the Airbus thing to SFO.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Humble brag.
Yeah. No, full brag. I got to go to England. So, yeah, Rockets, Warriors out of the NBA Cup. They now host Dallas on Sunday.
Okay.
Joe Lacob's loving that. Yeah, Clay coming back again. Let's sell some tickets. So silly.
Wild.
The 49ers play tonight. So if you missed it on ABC 10, which is where I was last night, the 49ers need to win tonight.
Do they, Kyle?
Yes. It's not actually no, if they lose, I haven't looked at the wild card, but given the log jam in the NFC, I believe, if my math is correct, if they lose, they're out.
Completely. Okay.
They
that
don't
makes
have
sense
a
to me.
Because the way they have to do this, the position they've put themselves in going into tonight's game against the Rams, the position they've put themselves in is one where they have to now rely on tiebreakers. Or they likely will have to rely on tiebreakers, because there's a path where they win out and they go 10-7 and nobody else in the NFC West gets to 10-7 and they win the division. That's not happening. The rest of the division isn't going to lose out and the Niners aren't going to win out. So to get realistic, they basically need to shoot for a 4-way tie in the division, because any 3-way tie, they lose the tiebreakers. But when you tack on a 4th team in the tiebreaker, I don't know exactly why. I haven't dove that deep. If there's a 4-way tie at 9-8, the Niners win the division.
Well, that's weird.
Super odd. It has to do because it goes head-to-head record, but then it goes to division record, and then record in common games, and then conference record.
It's got to be the common games.
Yeah,
record.
It must be.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, so...
Oh, that's wild.
I didn't dig that deep. I just know they need to win tonight.
I'm here for like a four-way tie of like ineptitude.
But then again, but then again, I don't know that I want to watch the 49ers go get smoked in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Win the 4th seed and get housed at home by the Vikings? No, thanks. I was talking to Biederman about this. Chris Biederman in the Sacramento Bee, host of the Candlestick Chronicles podcast with him. We were talking about that, and he's like, I wouldn't mind facing Sam Darnold at home in the playoffs. Like, this team kicked your ass.
Yeah, dominated you.
They're awesome.
This season.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, comparatively. Yeah, that's
whatever version of the 49ers going into the playoffs. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. It's not their year. It's okay. And frankly, just looking at tonight's game, I don't think they're going to win tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, man. The Rams are playing really well. The Rams just hung 44 points on the Bills.
That's crazy.
Granted, they got 42 hung on them, but
yeah.
I don't. I can't undo the first 13 weeks from my mind because they played well against the Bears. I can't get there where I look at their first 13 weeks and I'm like, man, even a couple of their wins were dicey. Like, yeah, you can talk yourself into they should have been, 4 games better than they were. There were 3 games they lost they should have had or whatever, but there were also some games they won that they could have punted or choked. So I think they're pretty mid. They're 6-7. And I think a better indicator of what they are this year is what they were through the first 13 weeks. And then last week to me was an outlier. It was the Bears having a new head coach, and it was the 49ers just being more talented of 2 teams that didn't really have a ton to play for. And the 49ers played with urgency, the Bears didn't, and the Niners kicked the hell out of them.
So you don't buy into the Brock Purdy locker room speech being like...
No, I don't. I don't buy into that.
I'm here for it because, not for the speech itself. I'm here for, to see if they can run the table here and make it fun and interesting.
Sure,
because they haven't been fun and interesting all season long. And it's like sometimes a team does click in weird times, and sometimes they click when it's too far gone. Wasn't it like, I know it was way before your time, Kyle.
Okay.
But I remember a season when Steve Bono took over and just rambled, and they were bad, and they made it all the way to the last game of the season. They win, and I believe they were like one of the best teams in football at that point, but they missed out on the playoffs in tiebreakers, but at like 10-6. And they had rallied all the way back in a season. And so there are times where a team can find itself, and again, you're going to have some players coming back. You're going to have some intrigue to this game at least. And I don't think the Rams are that good. I know coming into the season, a lot of people thought the Rams were like a very good team, but to be honest with you, they have the same exact record or a game better than the San Francisco 49ers. And that tells me that they're not very good either. And sure, they've had a couple of good games here and there, but they've also had some games where you're just like, oh my gosh.
So that's interesting because the Rams had all of their injury stuff was early in the year. They had no Puka Nacua early. They had no Cooper Kupp early. They were dealing with a bunch of injury stuff. They're also figuring out their defense. It's a bunch of young players. They're in the midst of the Rams this year are what I think the Niners might be next year.
Okay.
Where it's a lot of question marks on the roster. And when the stars are stars, they're a tough team, but kind of game in and game out, you don't love their chances to go win a title. But I can't. Week 14, that win over the Bears, to me, felt like look, we've still got this in our bag. We're good. We just needed to prove to ourselves that we can do that. Okay, we're good now. Okay. That's what it came across to me. But maybe they're looking at the Rams and they go, all right, now's our real chance to get back into this thing. And I don't.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams are 6-2 over their last 4 games, right? Over their last 8 games, they're 6-2. They did start, the season 1-4, and that's Puka missed all 5 of those games, and Cooper Kupp missed 4 of them. But everyone's dealing with injuries. I mean, you could look at those games right there. In the first 5 weeks of the season, the Niners ended up losing. They had Debo miss a game. They had Kittle miss a game. They had Ayuk go down with the season-ending injury, and Christian McCaffrey didn't play any of them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everybody has to play through it, and they didn't do a good job of playing through it earlier. They are rolling now at this point, but I still look. I think this is a beatable team, and I think the 49ers are still have the pieces of a very good team. It depends on 1 week to the next whether they're going to step up.
Yeah, if they play with the urgency they played with last week, great. Awesome. Love to see it. Adam Schefter reported this morning it looks like Isaac Guerrero is going to play. He had a foot sprain. He was a limited practice participant yesterday and was questionable. Sounds like Dre Greenlaw is going to come back, although I don't know how much he's going to play. I imagine he'll be... So with their linebackers, there's the Mike, which is Fred Warner. Then there's the Will that's on the field all the time. And then there's the Sam, who's only on the field in their base defense. So when they go to nickel, which is the primary defense they play in, the Sam comes off the field. My guess is that's a role Greenlaw will play.
Okay.
Where he's on the field for 12 or 14 snaps or whatever they wind up being.
Okay.
But maybe there's that emotional lift. Maybe they feel the sense of urgency. Maybe the reminder against the Bears that they can still go be a dominant team is enough to go out and get a division game against the Rams.
Do we have any word on Bosa?
Not that I've seen. He returned to practice. He was limited yesterday and is questionable. I kind of wonder if they're seeing how far they can get without bringing him back, or they have hey, if we get to this point, then we'll bring him back. And if we get to that point, we're shutting him down.
Okay.
And maybe it's this week. Maybe this is the one where they go, hey, we want to push it. He's ready. We don't think he's going to damage himself where he can't participate throughout the offseason. Because they have to weigh that too.
No, totally.
We'll go through the playoff scenarios here in a bit, but I think it's there's a push-pull with the coaching staff and the organization wants to win every game this year. Their goal as they prepare for each week and these players go put their bodies and lives on the line to win every single game. And I think they're going to try and do that.
Okay.
But on the other hand, you have to at least a little bit have an eye toward 2025 here. And you go, all right, if this guy plays, is he going to damage himself where he's also going to be impacted next year? And that's a tough spot. I kind of wonder if Bosa maybe doesn't play this week. And if the Niners get a win this week, where they then get the mini bye, they get the extra days off, they get to 7-7, and they have that huge game coming up in Miami, and then they come home to face the Lions. I kind of wonder if the extra days off is where they go, okay, let's see if we can really get this right and see if they can get Bosa back in. And Trent Williams too, maybe.
Yeah.
But none of it matters if you lose tonight.
No. And that's where it's okay, if these guys are playing, this would be a game that they'd play in. That's what it feels like.
And if they do, if those guys suit up. So the fact Guerrero is suiting up, the fact that Greenlaw is suiting up, I think there's something for Greenlaw too that goes a little bit beyond the urgency of trying to make the playoffs. He's a free agent.
Yeah, he needs to reestablish that he can play.
Yeah, he needs to put tape out that he's good to go.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of the motivation to get him out there. But if Bosa's playing, to me, that's where the collective urgency in the locker room is where it needs to be. And maybe you just go lose. But interested to see how they respond.
Yeah, me too. And I also like watching their defensive line last week play really well and really get to the quarterback, 7 sacks total. Look, okay, add Bosa to that mix and maybe Stafford's running for his life half the night.
Yeah, maybe it's interesting then.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Can't wait. We'll dive further into that game. We'll have playoff scenarios for you and NFL draft scenarios. Why not? If we're going to keep an eye toward 2025, we'll sprinkle that in as well. We'll talk, speaking of the draft, we'll talk some Raiders too.
Oh.
a chance it's the number 1 overall pick.
Oh,
Could be a big year.
yeah.
Could be a big year for our guys out in Vegas. But before we do that, we got to get into this Kings-Pelicans game tonight. If you're familiar with the Kings at all, you know that the Pelicans were the boogeyman last year. But I don't think that's going to be the case again this year. And we'll talk about it next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Tons to get into before noon here on The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and it's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Yeah, Brian, I would say the problem that you have with this idea is that Greenlaw might not be back. There's a good chance he won't be back.
I think who was that, Brian?
Yeah, Brian, the
Brian,
garden guy.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Shout out. I think if Dre Greenlaw was not a free agent, I think that's what they would do.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would have opened his 21-day practice window in the final 3 weeks so he could get out there, practice, and then they have him for next year. And he might resign, but I think if you're him, you want to put some tape out. It's like, yeah, I can still play. Obviously, his market's going to be depressed, but
yeah,
fingers crossed for him, man. He's been an awesome player.
I did see a little bit of I see people mentioning LeBron to the Kings. I don't know who wrote the initial thing on that, but that's just really, really complicated. And I can't imagine that LeBron James would want to finish his NBA career playing for the Sacramento Kings. And that's not being disrespectful to the Kings. I'm just you're LeBron James.
Dr. Harry Edwards named San Francisco 49ers 2024 Inspire Change Maker. Shout out to Dr. Harry Edwards, man. I went to go get him on the radio one time, and I sent him a text. And, just the normal producer text.
Yep.
Hey, Dr. Edwards, Kyle at 95.7 the game. Da-da-da. No response. This dude calls me 45 minutes later. That's so intimidating. When this dude calls and is like, what do you want? So what he said. He said, I got your text. What time? He was a really nice guy.
Oh, nice.
It was so intimidating. Oh, God.
He's calling. Did I do something wrong?
If this guy doesn't like me, I'm done. Don't
text me anymore.
Yeah, right. That's what I was kind of worried about.
I thought he had, I thought he was ill. No?
He might be.
We did not get into the Randy Moss stuff yesterday. That got weird.
Yeah, I don't. I think I've told the Pete Rose story too. That's what Pete Rose did.
Oh, that's right. You did.
Text him twice and then he calls.
Yeah.
RIP.
Look at my phone and it says Pete Rose calling.
Dude, just
wild.
Sure, man.
Had a couple of those where you're with people and you're like, oh, shoot, I got to take this. And they're like, who is it? And you just flash your phone. They're like, are you serious? Yeah, I got to go. I'll be right back.
Shout out to Dutch Bros, dude. The Dutch Bros cold brew.
I haven't, it's usually super sweet. Everything they make is sweet. So I don't.
That's why I like their cold brew.
Okay. That's why I avoid it, kind of.
What's what I used to? It used to be if I want a milkshake, I'll run to Dutch.
Yeah.
But then I learned they have cold brew that's fantastic.
Okay.
Well, cold brew, little oat milk.
I was making espresso martinis this weekend. Good stuff, using a cold brew.
Get out of town. What? This true?
Yeah.
No way.
Actually, I have a buddy who was in the original commercial and got cut.
Oof.
He was under the floor, like fixing pipes, and looks up like, "Hey, the game stopped," and then they cut that part. So he would have been in the iconic commercial.
Oh, hey, we're back. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program, and your Sacramento Kings are back in action tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. The Kings enter the game at 12-13. The Pelicans, well, they started 3-3 this season.
Ooh.
They're now 5-20.
Ooh.
It's so funny. The juxtaposition could fade. The juxtaposition between the way we talk about the Kings struggling.
Yeah.
And the way the Pelicans are struggling.
They're like 2 for their last.
It's 2-17 in their last 19.
Oh.
We're like, oh no, the Kings lost 3 in a row. And you got the Pelicans who have started 3-3.
Oh.
And are now 5-20. Like, we think the Kings injury stuff was bad.
Yeah. I mean, that's anytime you want to talk injuries when it comes to the Kings and like, they lost Malik Monk for 2 games? No. It was more than that. 5, 6, 7 games with the ankle injury. You lost DeMar DeRozan for 3 games, and then he missed another 2 right afterwards. You lost Domantas Sabonis for 2 games with the back stuff. And then you have the Pelicans, who already have lost 87 games to injury. I don't even know what the number is, but it's extreme. I just,
it's a lot, and it's all of their good players.
Yeah,
it's not a bunch of randos. It's DeJounte Murray's finally back. But let's just jump into the injury report because that's a key aspect of talking about the Pelicans. Jose Alvarado out, Jordan Hawkins out, Brandon Ingram out, Carlo Matkovic out, Zion Williamson out, Javonte Green questionable.
Oh, well, at least they have Javonte Green.
But DeJounte Murray's missed time.
He missed most of the season with a broken hand.
Yeah, missed a lot of time. Herb Jones was out for a while. Trey Murphy was out for a while.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. DeJounte Murray's played 8 games. Herb Jones has played 7 games. All of their players. McCollum has played 12. Trey Murphy's played 12. And this is out of 25 games. Everyone on their team has missed so many games. They have players already who are ineligible for postseason awards. Zion Williamson, nope, ineligible already. He's played 6 games. Herb Jones, ineligible. DeJounte Murray, I think DeJounte Murray is right. If he played every game the rest of the season, that would be 17. He could still make an All-NBA team or whatever.
This is why I think those rules suck.
Yeah.
Herb Jones was diving for a loose ball and got landed on, and his shoulder got hurt. He was playing hard and got injured. And now let's say, I don't know how many he's on pace for, but let's say he plays 64 games.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say he's the best defender in the league. He just lights out, is incredible the rest of the way. And they go, nope, not all defense, 64 games.
Yeah, he is, as of right now, he is ineligible for all defensive team this season.
That's so dumb. That's so dumb.
Yeah.
I hate that rule. I thought I liked that rule. I don't like that rule anymore. There's got to be some give and take. If you got hurt because you were diving for a loose ball, all right.
There has to be some sort of review process, it feels like.
Yeah, or if yeah.
Hey, can we appeal? He played 62 games, or as long as it's within some window or something. But I get the sentiment. The idea is that you're tired of players missing games.
Yes.
If you're the league.
Yeah.
And you're tired of teams sitting out really good players on a Tuesday night TNT game.
Sure.
And
I get it.
Yeah, you've had enough of it, right? Mm-hmm. And so you have to put some sort of, and first you tried to find the teams, and you're still finding the teams, but then you got to a point where it's like, okay, well, that doesn't really work. Because the teams aren't, they don't really have a say all the time in whether a player plays or not. So let's put it on the players. And so I get that. Mm-hmm. And I do think it is forcing players to play more. But here we are in a situation where an entire team is decimated and they're already, like, most of them are out of the running for any postseason award.
The NBA is not going to change its 65 game rule, so let's just talk about the Pelicans.
All right, let's do it.
They are a mess.
They are.
In fact, I kind of like their starting five.
Yes.
I don't hate what their starting five has become. Is interesting. It's what comes after that with all their injury stuff that becomes a little bit of a problem. But their starting five tonight, this is my guess. DeJounte Murray, CJ McCollum, Herb Jones, Trey Murphy, and Yves Missi, who is super fun.
I like Yves.
Big Yves Missi guy.
He's out of Brussels. He's a Belgian big man.
Love it.
6'11", 235. And if you can go watch videos of him like trying to dunk when he's young, like on an old wooden hoop outside, and then him like he would do like reels where he was dribbling drills and stuff as like a young kid, and it's just a good story. I mean, he's good.
I hate that players are the age where they were making reels when they were young.
Oh, yeah.
They're flying around. TikTok to me has been around for 8 months. I know that's not true. But the fact that this 20-year-old grew up making TikToks, like, oh no.
He was born in 2004. Yeah. Oh. But he's fun. He's going to give the Kings some fits tonight.
Another play. We talked about the Rockets a lot yesterday. Yves Missi, 21st pick.
Oh, yeah.
God, go find one of these guys. Monty, go find a dude like this.
Yeah.
6'11", 235. He's averaging 9 points, 8 boards, almost a block and a half. Shooting 54% from the field. Doesn't shoot threes, but that's fine. He can block shots. Grab some rebounds.
Oh, he's fun. When he's rolling to the hoop, it's a lot of Neemias Queta rolling to the hoop.
Yeah.
It's just a big body. And you're like, oh, that broad shoulders, big wingspan.
Good athlete, too.
Yeah, he's super fun. I'm here for it.
The problem with the Pelicans is, well, Daniel Tice, we didn't mention him on the injury report. He's not with the team. He hasn't been with the team.
Yeah, they're a mess.
Brandon Boston Jr., Jeremiah Robinson Earl, Jamal Cain, Antonio Reeves, and Trae Jemison. Those were the players that came off the bench for them in their last game against the Spurs.
At least two of those names you made up.
It feels like it. Brandon Boston Jr. I've heard of.
Oh, no, yeah.
Clippers legend.
Yeah, he got waived right before the season and was picked up.
Those other 4 dudes, literally never heard of them.
Let's see.
Jeremiah Robinson Earl? Got anything for me there?
Yeah, he was a OKC legend, right?
Sure.
Robinson Earl?
Sure. Jamal Cain?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Antonio Reeves?
No, you're just making up names.
No relation to Austin.
No, you're just making up names.
Trae Jemison. Trae Jemison sounds like the name of a person in a cheesy Christmas movie.
Yes. Yeah. It's Lindsay Lohan's love interest.
I'm Trae Jemison from Elkhorn, Montana. We do a Christmas celebration every year in this here town. Just glad you're here to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Kane.
This is pretty incredible. Jemison is 6'11", 260-pound center.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. He's played 3.5 minutes against the Spurs.
25 years old. He's bounced around. This is his third NBA team.
All of this is to say the Pelicans have way less teeth than they did last year.
Yeah.
This is not, I don't go into this game, and I know that there's going to be some PTSD or some fear that, like, oh man, New Orleans, they beat the Kings 6 times last year. These are not your Pelicans of yesteryear. This is a beat up, bad basketball team, with all due respect to their starting 5.
No, they are. They are not good, and they are not the team. Like the key to their success over the Kings last season was their length, athleticism, and physicality. All of that is gone. Like there's Jonas Valanciunas is not in the middle anymore. Zion Williamson, Zion Williamson is once again missing half the season or more. Like all of that physicality that they had, and then the length and athleticism of Brandon Ingram, gone. Now,
Mhm.
Trey Murphy's a very good player.
Great
and
player.
You're going to have to figure out how to defend him. You'll throw Keegan Murray on him, I'm assuming. But the rest of it, like, okay, it's not something that you should. I mean, you should fear them because you've lost to bad teams all season.
Mhm.
But this is your chance to get back to 500. It's
Yeah.
your chance to climb up in the standings, to get right there where you can actually start seeing the play-in tournament.
Mhm.
I mean, it's right there for you. So if you can't win this game with what happened last year, where you went 0-6 against this team, then like, okay, break it up.
If you can't beat the Pelicans now,
I give up.
that'd be tough.
It would be tough.
That'd be a bad. No, their starting five is good, and De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, DeMar DeRozan, and Domantas Sabonis are gonna. That's a good starting five.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a rare game where you look at the Kings bench and you look at their opponent's bench. And you go, yeah, the Kings should outplay these dudes. Kings should outplay these dudes for 48 minutes.
Somewhere in New Orleans, someone's saying, "Man, who's this Isaac Jones guy? I've never even heard of that guy."
Oh, you're making up names.
Now you're just making up names.
Kevin Herter, he looks like a guy from a Christmas movie.
That's right. He does look like a guy from a Christmas movie.
He's Trey Jemison.
He is.
From Elkhorn, Montana. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. I'll have some keys to a Kings victory coming up for you in a bit. Got to snap that losing skid to the Pelicans. Can't go over against New Orleans again this year. In fact, sweeping them back would be some nice little payback. And we'll have some keys to victory for you coming up right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Speaking of injuries, the fact that Isaac Arendo's playing tonight for the 49ers is great.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Dre Greenlaw appears to be making his return, that's great. Nick Bosa is questionable. Okay. Like, there's optimism on the injury front for the first time in what feels like all year. In fact, for the first time all year. Because the Niners injury problems go back to freaking training camp. They canceled joint practices with the Saints because they didn't have enough players to do a joint practice. But while the injury optimism is nice from a just players being healthy standpoint, just on the human level, like they want to play football and you hope they get to do that. Isaac Arendo playing and Nick Bosa potentially playing, Dre Greenlaw potentially playing. None of that factors in a lot to whether I think the 49ers can win or will win. I like their chances a little better, but everything with the 49ers comes down to, and you and I have talked about this before, but to me, the 49ers problems stem more from penalties, bad special teams plays, turnovers. Their problems run so much deeper than like, oh, well, that player was out. Like, of course it doesn't help. Mm-hmm. Like it makes the game harder for sure. But you see how they looked against the Bears with no Trent Williams, no Nick Bosa, no Christian McCaffrey. Isaac Arendo got hurt early in that one. It's like, oh, like it can be done. Mm-hmm. They can play well under these circumstances. So that's the bigger deal to me. Can you go out and have another turnover-free game? Can you go out and have another game where your special teams aren't a disaster? Can you go out and have another game where you're not committing back-breaking penalties and getting into second and third and long all game? That matters to me so much more than whether Dre Greenlaw plays or whether Isaac Arendo plays.
I totally agree. The discipline of the 49ers has been one of the most glaring issues this entire season. How many long pass plays, run plays have they had called back because of a stupid penalty?
So it's not 50, but it feels like 50.
Yeah, it also feels like every single time that you're fielding a punt, you should just fair catch it because you're going to back up 10 yards no matter what. One dude is going to hold every single time. And so it really feels like this team, the lack of discipline is as big of an issue as anything else they have going on this entire season. And sometimes that's, again, that can be a coaching issue. It can just be guys like losing their mind in the middle of a game and making a mistake, but it's everybody. I mean, Kyle Juszczyk has been called for like horrendous calls. Yeah. And like so many of these guys have been called for just like, man, you can't do that to your team. They're such back-breaking plays. You have momentum, and they take away your momentum so many times. So I would like a clean game. Like if you can have a clean game where you don't make a bunch of mistakes, where you're locked in 100%, and it's just like, this is who we are, this is how we play. And if you're going to beat us, you're going to beat us because you have more talent than us. That's fine. I just don't feel like so many of the games this year, even early in the season when they blew those fourth quarter leads, it was always hinging on one horrific bad play, a penalty, a fumble on special teams. It was always one moment that turned the tide in a game, and they weren't able to recapture the momentum of the game and lost.
It was the Vikings outplayed them. They got outplayed by the Vikings.
Of course.
But when you go to the Rams game, you look at the end of that game and you go, man, the Niners shot themselves in the foot a bunch. Cardinals game, same deal. Seahawks lost, same deal. Like I didn't walk out of any of those games going, wow, those teams were just better. The Vikings game, I felt that way. The Chiefs game, I felt that way. Obviously, the Packers and the Bills. But those 3 division games, man, it was like, dude, if you cut down the mistakes, you're 2 games up in the division right now with 4 to go. And that's even with all the injury stuff. And that's why like I people reach out for editors from the Wire sites will reach out or I'll do a radio hit in a different market and they go, God, these injuries, like no wonder they're 6 and 7. Like, yeah, but it's not just that. It's not just that, man. Like, no. They just kind of stunk all around, like having nothing to do with. It's not poor performance from their backups.
Yeah.
Because they just, like you said, Kyle Juszczyk, Ricky Pearsall had a holding call last week. They called back a touchdown.
Yeah.
Deebo Samuel's had multiple plays this year where a holding call on him is taking away a touchdown or a big play.
Yeah.
You mentioned all the special teams ones.
Really, really tough.
So
just
bad.
These little mistakes. And like, look, if you compare the Kings early part of the season to the 49ers season, it's very similar. There is just no momentum. Like you win one, you lose one. You lose 2, you win 2. Like there is no full-fledged momentum where you get a 3 or 4 game win streak and you start to feel like, okay, we're on the right path. Go ahead.
And you get yourself clear of one loss doesn't feel like the end of the world.
Yes.
If the Kings were to win 5 in a row and then lose one to Toronto, it's like, all right, don't love that. But it's when you start, okay, you win one, but then, man, you lose to the Hawks and then you lose to the Nets. It's like, dudes, figure it out. But the Kings, again, have 57 more games. In the NFL, you don't get that luxury.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference. Your quarter of the season is 4 games. It's not 20.
Yeah.
So, you have an opportunity to have really good stretches. But saying that, the 49ers have never been able to capture that moment still.
Yeah.
There isn't a 4-game win streak that you can like hang your hat on and say, okay, that's where we got right. So we're still waiting from the Kings, and they have so much time to do it. Even right now, they won 3 out of 4. You win tonight, which you should win tonight.
You have to win.
That's 3 in a row. Now you're starting to feel the momentum again.
You're back to 500.
You're back to 500. Now, you don't want to lose that Denver game. That Denver game is a coin flip game, but you put yourself in a situation where you have to win coin flip games. And then you get the Lakers twice. You got to beat the Lakers twice in a row.
Yep.
Then you get the Pacers. Pacers aren't very good.
Pacers not a good team.
You need to run over that Pacers team. And then you get the Pistons, and then you get the Lakers again. Next thing you know, we could be looking at a stretch where the Kings go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They could win 9 in a row, or they could win 8 out of 9. But man, I ain't gonna Lucy Kings fans here. Like, I'm not gonna put the ball out there and say, hey, this is gonna happen. And then you get all excited, and next thing you know,
it's impossible to go, oh, this is gonna happen, because we looked at this stretch where it was Clippers, Nets, Thunder, Timberwolves, Blazers, Spurs, Rockets, Grizzlies, Spurs, Jazz. And man, you can stack a ton of wins in there. And then you lose to the Hawks, and you lose to the Clippers, and you lose to the Nets, and you get smoked by the Thunder. Okay, you beat the Timberwolves. Oh, nope, lost to the Blazers, lost again to the Spurs. Oh, hey, you beat the Rockets.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, lose to the Grizzlies. Like, dude, this is, I think you're right. When with the 49ers, they have 4 games left. There's not a lot of,
They win all 4, and you have some momentum going into the offseason still,
Right.
probably.
You win all 4, you still might not make the playoffs.
Yep.
Like that's where they're at. With Sacramento, though, when you look at tonight's game, that is I'm calling it a must-win from a continue this dominance over bad teams.
From a culture, from a momentum standpoint, it's a must-win.
Yes.
I would agree with you.
Absolutely.
And just for like what they did to you last year.
Yeah. And frankly, maybe this is too soon for this, but I would like to see the Kings steamroll them. You go win 106-105, it's going to feel a little lackluster to me.
Oh no, totally.
And maybe I'm nitpicking too early. And maybe it's just, it's about stacking wins, but no, you beat the hell out of a shorthanded Spurs team. That was great. That's what you want to see. You beat the hell out of the Jazz. That's great. That's what you want to see. Now go beat the hell out of the Pelicans.
Yeah,
let's start making this a consistent thing.
Go put up 140 again. Like that's what you should be doing against a team like this,
or at least approaching it.
Yeah, you should at least like in the 130s. Like this is a game where if you're that team, you need to like just put your foot down and hit the gas. Like this is they're
not asking for a lot.
No, I mean, at this point though, like you've lost all of that, like any, I don't know, leeway that you have. You still, I mean, there's still a ton of games, but whatever it is that you want fans to like give you a break a little bit. No, you already lost that. There's already too many games. I mean, there's 6 games this season they should have won that they didn't
minimum
against bad teams. Like, come on.
Yeah.
We're at a point where it's like, are you a good team or are you not? Can you get to 500? You see 500 sitting there. Can you get there? And once you get there, can you build some momentum and climb up the standings? Again, you have an opportunity, but by the end of December, you easily could be a 4 or 5 seed in the Western Conference.
I don't even mind. Yeah, I don't even mind losing the Nuggets game. Go ahead and split these next 2. But then it's the Lakers twice. Lakers are not playing well.
No.
LeBron James is starting to look 40. Like it is becoming a problem for Los Angeles.
Yes.
You got to win both of those. Then it's the Pacers, which you mentioned, bad team. Detroit, bad team. You get the Lakers again, bad team. That's the stretch. I don't even mind the Denver game. I don't even need the Denver game. But all of these not good teams are playing. I need all those.
Okay.
I
point out Denver is 12-10 on the season. They're not good either. But
if you lose, I'm not holding a loss to Denver against them the way I would hold against them a loss to,
the Pelicans.
New Orleans.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Even Indiana is
Denver,
10-15 on the season. Oof. Yeah.
Are they behind my Pistons?
They are not. The Pistons no, they're tied 10-15. Yeah, Chicago. Boy, look at this Murder's Road. The Nets are 10-14. We got the Pacers at 10-15, the Bulls at 10-15, the Pistons at 10-15.
Yuck.
Oh yeah. It's not the Eastern Conference is ugly.
Gross.
But in the West, man, again, 14-10 is the Warriors and the 5th seed. Like the Kings are right there. If they can build some momentum, run through some of these teams, they have an opportunity to get right back in the chase.
Absolutely. Speaking of the Pistons, I kind of wonder if they're going to have a fire sale the way the Nets do.
Well,
or if they're too like into the whatever culture they're building, which is fine. I don't blame them.
I think the Pistons are a team that went out and selected specific people in free agency that they could try to pump up their value and then trade them at the deadline.
I know.
So I would be surprised if we don't see like Tobias Harris, shopped hard. I would be surprised if Malik Beasley.
Tobias Harris got a bag again though.
Man, Tobias Harris made so much money in his
career. Is someone going to trade for Tobias Harris?
Well, I mean,
would you take Tobias Harris on the Kings?
Not at $25 million and $26 million next year. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I would prefer him to John Collins or to, even at this point, I would prefer him over Kyle Kuzma at this point, because at least I know the guy has won some games and, knows what it's like to be in the playoffs. And I don't know.
That's an interesting one.
Tobias is he is who he is, and if you're okay with that, there are going to be nights where he's really good. He's really, really similar to Harrison Barnes. And his career earnings
he's a little more aggressive.
Very, very similar to Harrison Barnes.
No, he's got to make way more money than Harrison Barnes. We gotta step aside. We'll dive into this. Tobias Harris, future Sacramento King. We'll talk about it next on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Tobias Harris will, when this 2 years is up, he will crest the 300 million mark.
Yeah,
in career earnings. He's closer than you think.
Really?
Yeah. Remember, he came in the league as like a 19-year-old. Okay, so Harrison Barnes will break 200 million this year. You're right. So he'll be at 220 at the end of his contract. Harrison will. That's still a lot of money.
I feel like Tobias Harris has gotten like 3 insane contracts.
Yeah.
Where the collective response is, what?
What's happening, everybody? Hey, I wish the Kings could get Herb Jones. I just don't see a reason why they would trade Herb Jones. If I'm the Kings and Herb Jones is available, and let's say the price of Dorian Finney-Smith is matching contracts and, like 2 seconds. And Herb Jones is like matching contracts, a first, lottery protected first, and a future second as well. I'm taking the Herb Jones deal. He's so much younger and like really does do a lot of the same stuff. But I don't think that that's going to be a possibility. I would be knocking though. Oh man, yeah. Sorry, Philip A. You don't know if you should play Purdy or Darnold, and you need Faraz. Send Faraz a DM. Yeah, Shoeless 99. Herb might be 2 firsts in contract filler, but I don't know. Well, what did the Bulls get for Caruso? Oh, they gave up Giddey.
And that's it.
It was, Giddey straight up. And Herb Jones is younger.
I can't believe that they got Alex Caruso for Josh Giddey. Like, the story of their playoffs last year was that Josh Giddey couldn't contribute.
Mm-hmm.
And then they trade him for Alex freaking Caruso.
I get it, though, because, I mean, Giddey, we can dislike Giddey, but he's a 6'8" point guard.
Sure.
And he's 22. So if you can work with Giddey and develop some of his other skills, he's a guy who averages 6.9 assists, 6.2 rebounds. I don't hate Giddey the player. I'm leery on Giddey the person, but if you could clean up his 3-point shooting, he's got good court vision. I don't know. He played 80 and 76 games in back-to-back seasons. He's played every game this season. Yeah, Giddey's not a great shooter. I get that, but like that's something you can develop with a player. And Giddey shot, like, before this season, 47.5% from the field and 48.2%. He's just not a good 3-point shooter. And in today's NBA, that's kind of a problem. Oh, no. Josh Giddey's nicknames?
Yeah, no.
Timothy Chalamet.
Chalamet.
Chalamet, that's what I meant. Oh my gosh, that's funny. His positions are listed as shooting guard, point guard, power forward, and small forward. Oh, shoeless. I would take Giddey over Pods any day of the week.
Ooh.
That's, to me, that is not even close.
That's my inclination. Oh, hey, we're coming back. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Yeah, we were just talking at the break. If you want to hang out with us during the breaks, you can at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We appreciate everybody driving around Sacramento and the greater Sacramento area listening to us on ESPN 1320 AM. Maybe you're listening on the free Odyssey app, or maybe you're a podcast listener.
And Kyle, while you're driving around, go to Jiffy Lube.
Stop at Jiffy Lube.
Stop at Jiffy Lube. Get your tires rotated. Have them check your headlights and your battery and all that stuff. Windshield wipers. Download your $33 off coupon.
Oh yeah.
JiffyLube.com.
Do that.
There it is.
All right. Party on. Somebody asked at the break, would you rather have I forget how we got on the Josh Giddey topic.
We got there because we were talking about Herb Jones. And
why they wouldn't trade Herb Jones.
That made us think of what they got for Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso, of course, was traded for Josh Giddey.
Right.
Josh Giddey is now a small forward, power forward, point guard, and shooting guard for the Chicago Bulls with ridiculous nicknames.
So somebody asked if you'd rather have Josh Giddey or Brandon Podziemski.
Yeah.
And Podziemski was a good player last year. He's on the all-rookie team and all that jazz. But the ceiling with Giddey is just so much higher. Like, I think Pods is just kind of the player he's going to be. Like, he just I think we've seen it for the most part.
Yeah.
He'll get better just by virtue of being in the NBA, but I don't know that he doesn't play above the rim. He's not a great shooter. He's just like a solid player. I think he's going to have a long career, but Josh Giddey has a chance to be like an all-star.
Yeah, I totally agree. Josh Giddey, I mean, I don't know if he will ever reach all-star status because of his shooting issues.
Yeah.
But we're talking about a 6'8" point guard that rebounds really well.
Yeah, the ceiling is super high.
6.9 assists, 6.2 rebounds per game. Like, this is a very capable player. The problem he has is he shoots like 31% from three. If you can clean that up, like I think he could be a very, very good, solid NBA player at a starter for a decade in the league.
Yeah,
I don't feel the same about Podziemski, and again, Podziemski right now, he's shooting 24.7% from three. He's shooting 38% from the field.
Yeah, it's been a problem.
Yeah, there's not,
dude. He's not here. Here's the deal: if he's not shooting, he's not an NBA player. That's the bottom line.
Yeah,
he's not. He doesn't. His go-to skill is like hustle. And he has a really good like basketball IQ, but if you're not shooting it and you're not being elite at something, I don't.
Yeah, not to be like horribly disrespectful to Podziemski, because I think he does have the ability. The player he is right now, like if Colby Jones was getting 24.9 minutes per game, I don't think the stats would look all that different between him and what we're seeing from Podziemski right now.
He's regressed a lot.
Yeah, he was
a better player last year for sure.
He was.
We were talking about Tobias Harris before the break. I'm so fascinated by Tobias Harris because he's an all, like we had the all theory team, right? Who are the players? Like, yeah, in theory that's a good. Zion Williamson in theory is a really good player, but he just can't stay on the court. Tobias Harris fits that for me. Where in theory, Tobias Harris he's big. He's like 6'8", good defender, can score it. But then you go watch Tobias Harris over the course of a playoff series, and you just walk away underwhelmed.
Yeah,
He's
they're
just insanely underwhelming. And so when you talk about him in the context of the Kings, because we got there, we're talking about the Nets and doing a fire sale. With the Pistons, do the same thing. It looked like they strategically signed some vets that they could trade for assets this at this year's deadline. You go, all right, well, Tim Hardaway Jr., not that dude. I don't know that they want to trade Isaiah Stewart. I don't think they're trading Jalen Duren. So, who's the other guy? Paul Reed is on their roster.
Oh,
Paul
Malik Beasley.
Malik Beasley's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But for the Kings, it's like, man, Tobias Harris would fit. Like they need another wing.
Yeah, I mean,
at 20, what is he at? 25 million this year?
25 and a half and 26 and a half, something like that over the next 2 years. Yeah, I would say no.
I think I'd take him over Kyle Kuzma though.
Probably like the shorter term deal. And because what, like Tobias Harris is like, he's carved out a really good career. He's a very consistent player.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be underwhelmed by what he, basically by his.
Yeah, he's not bad.
Overall.
The ceiling, it feels like he fell short of his ceiling as a player.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good rebounder. He's a player that's just below all-star level for most of his career, though. I mean, we're talking about a guy who, for his career, he averages 16.2 points and 6.2 rebounds. Like, he's not a passer. Like, there are things that he doesn't do that, like, can annoy you. But, like, if you need a bucket, like, this, especially mid-range.
I also watched him play really good defense against Jalen Brunson in the playoffs last year. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just not going out there and chasing Tobias Harris really all that hard. I'm not giving up major assets.
No.
Salary matching is fine, but I'm not giving up assets for him, especially at 32 years old.
And we also don't know if the Pistons are interested in trading any of these dudes.
No, it's very possible they aren't. Now, Isaiah Stewart is not playing a ton for them.
Dude,
I would take some beef stew.
So happy with beef stew.
Yeah. That's one of those players that we talked about early, coming into this season. Go get one of these guys. Talking about a guy, last year shot 38.3% from three and 11.6 rebounds,
And he's a dog.
31 minutes a game. Yeah, I like.
You can play him next to Domantas Sabonis. You can play him as your backup five.
Yeah.
That's what. I have a question that you might know the answer to. Monty McNair wakes up one day and goes, I need Isaiah Stewart on this roster.
Okay.
Does he just pick up the phone and call the Pistons and go, hey, is Isaiah Stewart available? Or is it, hey, we'll give you X, Y, and Z for Isaiah Stewart? Or do you call around to agents and say, like, hey, is this guy available?
No, you don't go to agents. You go to the teams.
Got it. Okay.
You go to the teams. Like, you're not allowed to call somebody's agent and have that conversation. But the problem that you have at the NBA levels, there's so much overlap. So Zach LaVine is a clutch guy. And who's the other one that we were just talking about that Brandon Ingram is a clutch guy. Well, De'Aaron Fox and Trey Lyles are also clutch guys. So
sure, you don't want that getting back.
You can have a conversation about De'Aaron Fox, and in that conversation, someone could say, hey, just FYI, where are you guys at with Brandon Ingram? Like, the Kings aren't allowed to initiate those conversations, but it's not like those conversations aren't had. Like, teams know who's available, and they know because there are more than one way to figure out without just calling a team and saying, hey, is so-and-so available?
I see.
Yeah, when you go to make a trade, then it becomes like a one-on-one conversation or, 2v2. Like, there can be an assistant GM who does a lot of the groundwork, and then it goes up to the next level, and then, the general manager sort of puts finishing touches, says yes or no, then brings it to an ownership group and say, okay, what are we going to do here? And
that's what I was shocked to learn. You and I were talking to somebody pregame before a Kings game.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was this year or last year. We were talking to somebody. And they were telling us a story about a trade that had happened.
Okay.
And the amount of people involved in this story, in my brain, and it makes sense that it's not like this, but in my brain, here's how it goes. Monty McNair gets on the horn and he calls, who's the Pistons GM?
Oh, man.
They just hired the dude from Washington. Doesn't matter. Anyways, while you look that up,
Trajan Langdon.
thank you. Monty McNair calls him and goes, "Hey, is Isaiah Stewart available? Or pick a player?" And he goes, "Sure." And Monty McNair goes, "Okay, we'll give you X, Y, and Z." And that guy goes, okay, I'm gonna have to think about it. Let me call you back." Okay, great. Guy calls back and says, "How about X, Y, Z, and A?" Monty McNair says, "Well, we can't do X, Y, Z, and A. What about X, Y, Z, and C?" I goes, "Okay." And that goes back and forth, and it's just the two guys.
Okay.
That's how it goes in my head. But actually, that's not how it goes at all.
Sometimes it can go that way. But then the problem is that the agent is always informed that something is about to happen, which is how we got to like the conversation about DeMarcus Cousins the other day.
Yeah.
Where, you made the call and then finally you called the agent and said, "Hey, we're about to trade DeMarcus to New Orleans." And his agent's like, "No, you're not." And you're like, "Yes, we are." He's like, "No, you're not. I'm going to block that." And you're like, "What?" So he called the Pelicans and said, "You're not trading for DeMarcus." And they're like, "We are." It's like, "Well, we're not signing there." And it's like, okay. So then the Pelicans call the Kings back and say, "Hey, he's not going to sign here." They're his agent saying he won't sign an extension. So we're not going to give up as much for him. So that's how it goes from 2 first-round picks and Buddy Hield to 1 first-round pick and 1 second-round pick and Buddy Hield for DeMarcus Cousins. And I think Tyreek Evans was like, there was other players involved in that to match salary. Yeah, I mean, it is complex.
Fascinating.
Hey, it's just like when we talk about like injury stuff. Like when a team sends out an injury report, that thing can go through like 15 different sets of hands. Like that goes to the GM, the assistant GM.
That's
it goes
so crazy to me.
It goes to the business side. Well, like not the business side, but upper management, and then it gets into the agent for language, and the agent can say, "I want it to say procedure and not surgery." And you're like, "But it is a surgery." "I don't care. I want it to say procedure." And so it goes back and it gets reworked. Like these are all things that happen. Like 7, 8 people can touch like an injury report, like update before it goes out.
Real quick, speaking of the injury report, I have an updated injury report for Kings-Pelicans. No Kings news, nothing new.
Okay.
Devin Carter out, Isaiah Crawford and Mason Jones are both at the G League, and Trey Lyles is still out. Our guy Jeremiah Robinson Earl is out tonight.
Oh no,
with a non-COVID illness. But I do think it's interesting. You talk about like the injury report and it touching all these hands before it. The Pelicans specifically, Karlo Matkovic is listed as a low back spasm. If you go up to Jordan Hawkins, it's lumbar spine annular fissure. What?
We're not going
there.
The
specificity is crazy.
We're not going there.
Oh man. That's wild. I don't think I've ever seen something that specific before. It's usually like right heel inflammation, right knee bone bruise. These are some of the other things on there. Left rib contusion, right patella tendinopathy. That doesn't sound good.
No,
that's Jason Tatum.
Yeah, the NBA definitely like they get more into injuries. Like their injury reports are more they should be. For the most part, they're more concise.
Yeah.
Where like you go to like European soccer, it's like lower leg injury.
Yeah.
Muscle injury. You're like, what muscle? We're not telling you. It's a muscle injury. It's like, is it hamstring? Well, it could be.
Yeah, like, that's one of the muscles for sure.
We're not telling you. You're like,
that's like in the NFL. It's Nick Bosa is parentheses hip, oblique. What? Those are just what? Are they torn?
Oh,
are they bruised?
Yeah.
Are they a little torn? Did he sprain something in there? I don't.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Very odd.
Yeah.
Anyways, Trent Williams ankle. What about it?
Grade 1, grade 2, grade 3.
Is it fractured? Is it sprained?
Did it fall off?
I don't know.
Like I'm confused.
Speaking of the 49ers, Here's some playoff scenarios for you. There's the one where they win out and the rest of the division doesn't get to 10-7 and they make the playoffs.
Okay.
I don't think that's realistic. Frankly, I don't think it's realistic that they go 9-8, but here we go. So the Niners need to beat the Rams. We've established that. The Niners play the Rams tonight at Levi Stadium. Isaac Orendo looks like he's going to play. Nick Bosa is questionable. It looks like Dre Greenlaw is going to return, although his role is TBD. My guess is he is the Sam linebacker. He's on the field for 14 or so plays. Then you have the Cardinals playing the Patriots. Because of the way all these tiebreakers go, the Niners need the Cardinals to win that game. That sounds reasonable, right?
Uh-huh.
Just need the Cardinals to beat the Patriots at home, by the way.
Okay.
And then what's the last one? The Packers need to beat the Seahawks in Seattle.
That should happen.
I like their chances to do that. Although Seattle's playing a little better lately. I'm really interested in that game. That's a fun Sunday night game.
Mm-hmm.
Packers, Seahawks at 9-4 against 8-5. Seattle trying to prove themselves as like a legit threat in the NFC and not just a product of being in a terrible division or a very mid division. That'll be a fun one. Also, we got Bills Lions this weekend. I did not realize that until yesterday.
Oh.
Salute to I don't know if Fox or CBS has that game. Salute to whoever has that game and keeping it
fun.
Yeah,
and it's not an evening game.
Mm-mm.
Oh man, that's good.
The
good
125 start. Yeah, Bucks Chargers a good game this weekend. Steelers Eagles a good game this weekend. Packers, a lot of good games this weekend.
Yeah, I'm here for it, Kyle.
Dolphins Texans might be fun.
Dolphins are still hanging in there.
Yeah, just sticking around. So that's what the Niners need this weekend. A Packers win, a Cardinals win, and a 49ers win. That keeps them in it. We go to next week. The Cardinals can beat the Panthers. In fact, you need the Cardinals to beat the Panthers.
Okay.
The Rams to beat the Jets. And the 49ers to beat the Dolphins. And the Vikings to beat the Seahawks.
Well, all that's possible.
All that sounds possible, right?
Okay, so wait, here's a question. Do they have to do the four-way tie? Is that the only way for the 49ers to get in?
Yeah. At least all the ways I've done the three-way tie, they don't.
Oh.
Or two-way tie.
Yeah, they don't. Well, could they get two-way tiebreakers over anyone?
I don't think so.
Even if they beat the Cardinals and even if they beat the Rams?
they split their head-to-heads.
Okay.
So it goes to a different tiebreaker.
Oh, okay.
Which they're not going to.
They're going to lose all those tiebreakers.
That Rams win over the Bills killed the Niners.
Yeah.
Then you go to week 17. You need the Cardinals to beat the Rams.
Okay.
I believe. You need the Cardinals to beat the Rams. The Niners can lose to the Lions. Niners lose the Lions.
Okay.
On Monday night. That's fine. And then you need the Seahawks to beat the Bears.
Beat the Bears, not lose to the Bears?
Maybe it's lose to the Bears.
Oh,
Maybe the Bears need to win that one.
This is too complex.
It's a lot.
It's too many things.
So this is it. But this is the point. I'm glad we got here. Because I'm not even going to go to week 18. Because this is the position the 49ers have put themselves in.
Yeah. I mean,
we can go week by week and we can look each week. But I don't even trust them to beat the Rams this week. And if they lose to the Rams this week, they're out.
Okay.
So they not only need to beat LA this weekend, tonight.
Yeah.
They need a million other things to go their way.
Okay. And the only other way that this could work out where they actually just outright win the division straight up, the only way that works out is if they beat the Lions. If they went out all of their games, their 4 games, they could conceivably win the division still.
Yeah,
there's
everybody
4
else
games left and they're 2
8.
games back, right? Or are they 3 games back?
2. 6 and 7 in the Seahawks are 8 and 5.
Okay. 6 and 7, 8 and 5.
I kind of don't like. The good news is, all of this is just like fun. It's just hey, it'd be kind of funny if this happened. But I think this season has been such a mess that whatever wholesale changes they need to make are going to be made, regardless of how the season goes. Even if they back in at 9-8 and then they win a playoff game, let's say they win on Wild Card Weekend, they host the Vikings, and oh wow, look, they upset the Vikings. The Niners probably be favored actually, which would be weird, but They upset the Vikings. I still don't think anybody's looking at this year going, wow, what a success. Like, it's just a failure. It was a bad year.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how this thing, if they go on to win the Super Bowl, okay, we'll talk then. I wouldn't bet a nickel on that happening.
No.
So, however this season goes, in let's exist in the real world, however this season realistically ends, is a failure. It's been a mess, and that's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But there are changes that need to be made, and I think it's pretty clear. And I think those changes are coming regardless of what happens down the stretch here, whether they lose out or win out or split their Final Four or whatever it is.
Okay.
And that's going to be the important thing, because to me, this is now more about 2025 than 2024. You can get Nick Bosa back. Nick Bosa feels good enough to play. Okay, yeah, try and make a run, whatever. You owe it to Trent Williams and Kyle Juszczyk and all those dudes. But I'm not betting on it.
No.
Yeah. Also, here's the other thing I'm fascinated to watch tonight. I can't wait to see what happens with Deebo Samuel. After Deebo comes out this week and tweets, not struggling, I'm just not getting the ball, which, like, wrong, but okay. He is struggling in every conceivable facet. Pick a way that Deebo Samuel can be struggling, and he is. Mm-hmm. Drops, broken tackles, yards after catch, rushing yards, receiving yards, whatever it is, he's struggling. That's fine. I'm just really interested to see if it's a spam Deebo game where Shanahan's going, all right, you need more opportunities? Fine. Here's 8 carries and 7 targets. Go get it. Go have a Deebo game then. Or is it, hey, Shanahan saw that, Purdy saw that, and went, well, yeah, you're not getting opportunities. He's not very good at talk.
Yeah. Well, I think it's on Purdy, it's on Shanahan to do what's best for the team, not what's best for Deebo.
Yeah, especially since he might not be around next year.
Yeah, just straight up. It's on them. Like, if Juwan Jennings gives you a better opportunity down the seam, then hit Juwan Jennings. If Deebo Samuel is open and you can find him on a route that can score a touchdown, then give him the ball.
Yeah.
But I also don't think you need to do anything special here. Again, Kittle has been amazing.
Been incredible.
Feed him.
Yep.
Like, as many passes you can throw to Kittle, hit him.
Juwan Jennings.
Hit him.
Cooking.
Hit him.
Isaac Orendo.
Yeah.
Cooking.
Especially out of the backfield, get him the ball.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
What the hell?
So I'm not worried about it. Even, Ricky Pearsall hasn't had a bunch of catches in the last 4 or 5 weeks, right? So,
and he had targets.
Yeah, he hasn't had any targets at all. So, I mean, if that's if someone that gets open, just whatever it is that makes your team win. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about somebody's, if he wants to cry about it, he can cry about it on some other team next season. That's it.
Bottom line,
just go try to win the game.
I think we'll see maybe a couple of screens for Deebo, designed touches for him. You might see a screen, maybe 2 if the first one works, and maybe something creative with the run game.
Mm-hmm.
But he just hasn't been good enough to warrant, man, you need to manufacture Deebo touches.
Not at all.
He had 22 receiving yards as his highest output in his last 3 weeks.
Oof.
He's not getting targets because he's not open. When he's open, okay, great. Yeah, he can still run a little bit. It's not like he lost his speed. He just doesn't break tackles anymore.
Mm.
And I'm with you, man. You have other players who are playing way too well to go, hey, we need to placate Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Nah, man. You can't get with the program. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
That's where we're at, man.
So interested to watch that tonight because historically, Deebo's had some good games against the Rams. Also, speaking of wide receivers going up against each other, did you know? I did not know this until I read it at theramswire.com. Salute to my guy, Cam DeSilva. He does a great job. I did not realize that Cooper Kupp has not played in a game where the Rams have beat the 49ers since 2017.
Well, that's a long time. 7 years.
Yeah. And it was a while. There was a while there where the Rams just couldn't beat the 49ers.
Uh-huh.
But last year, week 17, week 18, Cooper Kupp didn't play. This year, week 3, Cooper Kupp was out.
Mm.
And then a bunch of years before that, the 49ers hadn't, I should say, a regular season game. Cooper Kupp most definitely played in the NFC title game.
Yeah.
He killed the 49ers in that one. Yeah, hasn't won a regular season game against San Francisco since 2017.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Anyways, I didn't even realize that. It makes sense when you think about it, but just seeing it written down was nuts. All right. Keys to a Kings victory. How do they knock off the dreadful New Orleans Pelicans tonight? We'll talk about that. And we will have Mad Props. Jesse Tapia will be in the building. We have a Kings game tonight and a 49ers game tonight, which makes Mad Props nice and easy. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. You can play along on Mad Props as well. It's coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
I should probably fire up this computer over here.
Hey, chatty ass. Whoa. Relax. Oh, man. I don't know, man. Somebody asked about Darnold or Purdy. I texted Faraz. I haven't gotten a text back. Sorry. I thought me and Faraz were tight like that. We're not. It's fine. Man, Stroud or Purdy? I think that I don't know. It's really tough. Yeah.
Hello, friends. Oh.
Ooh. Yeah, man.
Oh, luncheon's getting delivered.
Yep. Who does Kansas City play?
Let's see, what do we got?
The Browns? Probably Pacheco.
Yeah, Walker's been beat up. Be a little leery on that.
Yeah, it's probably the move.
And not only has Walker been beat up, but Charbonnet's been sniping his touchdowns. But Kenneth is he's one of those guys that can bust out for a huge week and then you're going to regret it. Zach Charbonnet. They both have 7 rushing touchdowns. Impressive. But he hasn't had a very good season at all.
All right. I need to rant.
Uh-oh.
I have. All right.
Yeah, I would probably go Pacheco because but their carries have been really split. That's what Faraz talked to us about last week.
All right.
I will check this out.
By the way, people asking fantasy questions right now. We'll have Faraz tomorrow. Yes. I won't be here. But Faraz will be here. Got to get an Elk Grove Honda.
Wow.
Mm.
What are we talking about up in here?
Here we go. All right, Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. He's James. I'm Kyle. The Kings play the Pelicans tonight. We'll have keys to victory here for you in a second, but I need to rant very quickly before we get into our Kings keys to victory, and it has nothing to do with tonight's game, but that's fine. This whole LeBron to Sacramento thing, can we stop?
Well, I never started, Kyle.
So here's, if you missed it, an anonymous NBA executive who could be anyone. That could be literally any person who works in a front office. In an interview with Steve Bulpett, who's a person I just learned about right now, on something called Heavy Sports, the anonymous NBA executive said, quote, "The one place that I don't hear a lot of talk about with LeBron is Sacramento. He could change them, and they might have the kind of assets to make a trade work. They have a lot of young talent, and because they're a small market, they haven't spent like drunken sailors. They have some draft picks and young talent. If they could get to the salary, LeBron would take Fox and Sabonis and elevate the hell out of them, particularly Fox. With that threesome, those guys would be a force." Breaking news, NBA executive thinks LeBron James would make team better.
Wow.
Thank you, anonymous NBA executive. You've changed my life.
I don't even want to get into any of the salary cap issues or anything else. I don't.
It's
not worth my time.
And this anonymous exec going, yeah, they got young talent, they got assets. They haven't spent like, dude, what? If they can get to the dollars, you're going to say this and you haven't figured out how to get to the dollars? You haven't taken that into account?
I mean,
anytime you can turn a team into the Lakers, you do it.
Yeah. I mean, he has a player option for next year.
Man.
At 52, but 48.7. Okay. You get there after January 15th. DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Kevin Huerter.
And then they're going to want picks.
And 2 picks.
But that they're going to want more than that.
Well, probably.
Like it.
No, I mean, like, okay.
I haven't heard a lot about that. Yeah, on purpose.
Yeah, like, that's just not going to happen. Like, that's not going to happen. And if it does happen, okay. Like, I'll be there game 1 going,
sure.
I can't believe it happened.
Never say never, but come on.
Yeah.
It's not, I just want to be clear. If somebody just hears like, oh, LeBron in Sacramento, this is an anonymous NBA exec doing fantasy basketball.
No, that's what it sounds like.
If our guy Sam Amick or Shams Charania or somebody comes out and goes, yeah, hey, LeBron wants to play in Sacramento. Okay, great. Let's have a conversation. But anonymous NBA exec saying, man, he'd be really nice alongside Fox and Sabonis. Yeah, he would. No doubt. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But come on.
We're not going to play in that sort of like fan fiction stuff.
Like if there was a substantial report about it, then let's dive in. But anonymous exec thinking that Fox and Sabonis would benefit from playing alongside LeBron James. Okay, yeah. I agree. I totally agree.
I'm not doing the fake Luka trades to the Kings. I'm not doing Giannis Antetokounmpo fake trades to the Kings. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like we
won't even do Herb Jones fake trades.
Like even the Herb Jones is like, okay, like why do they trade Herb Jones? You tell me why they're going to trade Herb Jones. And like Herb Jones is cheap enough and young enough that he can go through an entire switch out here and still be a very, very good player on a very good contract at a perfect age to continue to build a team.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me why they would give him up.
If reports come out that they're shopping Herb Jones, then let's dive all the way in.
Yep, let's go.
Down with fantasy basketball in the fantasy basketball context.
That's right.
All right. Want to do Kings do a Keys victory against Herb Jones and the Pelicans?
That's right. Let's do it.
All right. Key number 1, James Ham.
Payback. This team went 6-0 against you last season.
Boy.
If you don't have a chip on your shoulder walking into this game, then I need to question your competitive spirit.
Yep.
Straight up.
That's it.
Competitive spirit. Who are you as a player? If you don't I don't play board games to lose. If you're not walking into this game ready to run this team over after what happened, this is a team that put you out of the play-in tournament and did not let you into the playoffs.
Yep.
It's the team that beat you that put you into a situation where you had to be in the play-in. This is a team that mollywopped you 6 times. Crushed you.
Yep.
They're beat up. Go out there and show them what it feels like to lose a game.
Mike Brown said De'Aaron Fox needs to find a thing every game that makes him angry.
Yep.
The Pelicans should. All of the Kings players.
You just look across, you see Pelicans or you see New Orleans, you should be angry.
Or Crescent City.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
I don't know. While you're sitting there eating gumbo in New Orleans, you should be angry the whole time. I am angry right now. I'm going to go get a beignet, but I am angry.
I'm not happy about this beignet.
Angry eat this beignet.
It's delicious. All right. Number 1 for me. Along those same lines, you got to get out to a fast start tonight. Just put them away early, man. And it goes to what you're saying. Come in pissed off and show it from the opening tip.
I agree 100%. This is a team that is teetering, and you just need to put them away early. And if you do that, it should be easy sailing.
Leads us to number 2.
Drop another 140.
Yeah.
This team can't defend and they can't score.
Makes it tough to win games.
They're like 28th in offense, 29th in defensive rating. They're getting outscored by their opponents by like ridiculous numbers. There's a team out there that's worse. They're called the Washington Wizards. But outside of that, no, this is the worst team in the league, and it's a lot because of injury. But those injuries are still there, and they are not going to be able to just magically become a good team. There is not going to be like a Willie Green moment where, he's crying and getting this team right back in the playoffs. This is a bad team this season.
Yep. I have nothing to add.
Punish them.
Except for this. Here's how you get to 140. It's my second key. Move the ball.
Oh.
When the Kings, under Mike Brown, when the Kings have 30-plus assists, they are 52-11. And that's a lot of teams. When you get to 30 assists, you're going to win a lot of your games.
Yep.
But when they have 29 or fewer assists under Mike Brown, they are 54-72. 29 or less, they are 54-72. 30 or more, 52-11. The Pelicans are the kind of team that you can start stacking up assists. Move the ball, run them out of the gym.
Yeah, that they don't even have a real bench to work with. So, like, when they go to their bench, just crush them.
Yes.
Like, get them in rotations. Just crush them. There's no reason to let this team hang around.
Nope. Number 3.
Kick a team when they're down. Like, straight up, like,
beat a dead horse.
Have that instinct in you that says, they're not good. I am going to run them over, and let's play. Like, starters should be looking at this going, I want to play 28 minutes tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play 28 minutes because I want to leave the game at the end of the third quarter with us up 35.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
Let's get there. Last one for me. Don't trade 2 for 3 in this game. Here's some notes about the Pelicans. They are 30th in the league in made threes. They are 28th in three-point attempt rate. So the percentage of their shots that are three-pointers, they are 28th.
Okay.
They're 26th in three-point percentage. I know some of those numbers are probably depressed a little bit because Herb Jones and Trey Murphy were out for so long. But they even still, they're not a team that puts up a ton of threes. And you shouldn't be losing the 3-point line in this one.
No, if you lose the 3-point line, it's because you let CJ McCollum turn into prime CJ and just made a mistake.
Do whatever you can. If somebody gets hot from 3, shift everything you're doing defensively to shut that player down.
Shut off the faucet.
That's it.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't care if they get a couple of layups because of it.
Yeah, they're not good at 3-point percentage. They're also
26th.
They take they're number 5 in 2-point attempts on the season.
Mm-hmm.
They're number 28 in 2-point field goal percentage. They're not
Oh
good
my
at.
God.
They shoot
They
a
don't
lot
even-
of 2-pointers,
and don't make many of them.
and they shoot 50.3%, and they give up 57.3%.
Oh
They
my
allow
God.
7% better. You go to the Kings on that same exact stat. Same stat for the Kings. The Kings are right now so much better. The Kings 2-point field goal percentage, 57.7% 2-point field goals. They're third in the league in 2-point field goal percentage.
My God.
And they're 10th in attempts. They're 10th in attempts. They're third in 3-point and 2-point field goal makes. Yeah, just run this team off like out of the gym.
Sass in the chatty house asked, how many are the Kings losing by tonight?
Yeah.
I don't think they're losing tonight. I think they win 127-101.
Yeah, I'm going to go 134-95.
I like it.
I'm
run
literally
'em out of the gym.
predicting
That's
a
all.
41-point blowout again.
I don't need. I don't. If you get there, awesome. I don't even need that. Just blow them out a little. And don't let it be close.
What I want to see,
be
Kyle,
on the same,
plant a Sacramento Kings flag at half court.
yeah, hell yeah. Do that.
Do that. It might be a felony in some states, but it's not in New Orleans.
There are no laws in
Louisiana.
Louisiana. All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Kings play the Pelicans tonight. Want to remind you that we will be back tomorrow from 10 a.m. to noon on ESPN 1320, where the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we'll be breaking down that Kings-Pelicans game right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports. Later. Oh, nope. There we go. All right. It's hard to push buttons and do this show all at one time.
I got it.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We got mad props to Jesse Tapia coming up. But first, we've got our guy, Don, on the line. Don, you're live on the Insiders. What's up? Don, hello.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Kyle, hey, my bad, man. Y'all, what's up with it?
Hey, what's up? TC.
Hey, look, hey, yeah, what's up, bro? Hey, so look, that whole LeBron talk, bro, is crazy. I'm not even going to get into that. I was going to try to talk about that, bro, but as soon as you started talking Kyle and him, I said, you know what? I'm not even finna go down that route, bro.
My man, appreciate you.
That's right.
Appreciate you. The Niners winning tonight?
Talk about them, Kyle, him. But the Kings win tonight, bro. They need to get that big win tonight for sure. We need to steamroll these dudes and show them really just for our mental and our psyche. And then we can think about last year smashing them and all that. But we got to beat this team, blow them out for our psyche. You get me?
Yeah.
So
No
that's
doubt.
all I got. Go ahead. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Have a good day.
Appreciate the call, TC. Thanks, man. Yeah, man, the LeBron thing's silly. That's all.
I'm not going there, Kyle.
I won't either.
I don't want to know.
Jesse, you want to go there? Jesse
Tapia
Tapia
is
is
here
here for the handoff. You're up. What's up?
Yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm good off LeBron. Let the Lakers deal with that.
This guy gets it.
Yeah, we don't need that.
No.
All right.
You know what we do need?
Mad props.
Yeah, we sure do.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will he hire? That's for Kyle and James to decide.
And
Here's
Jesse.
Mad Props.
All right, I don't like doing mad props when there's all the injury questions, but at least it sounds like Isaac Garendo is going to play, so I'm going to change one of these on the fly, if that's okay with you guys.
I'm here for it.
Yes.
Is it?
It's not like I really have a choice here, so.
I mean, I guess that's true.
Kyle's cheating, Jesse.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating.
It's the end of the
Come on.
season, damn near, and you're pulling this still.
All right. All right. Doing this on the fly. This may be a bad one, but let's see. All right. I feel good about this. I feel good about this one. All right. Number 1. We finally have a number 6, but we'll start with number 1, and we'll start with our guest, Jesse Tapia, who produces D-Lo and KC, which is the show that is coming up at noon, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Jesse Tapia, number 1. We're going with George Kittle receptions tonight against the Rams, or Keegan Murray 3-point attempts tonight against the Pelicans.
George Kittle receptions. I'm going to go George Kittle receptions on that one.
All right, James.
I'm with Jesse here. I'm going to go Kittle.
Not going to let Keegan Murray burn me again. No chance.
That's, I think, where I'm at. I really think that this is a game where you might see Keegan Murray, because the Kings are up a bunch and they're running, balls moving, and you see Keegan just have one of those games where he puts up like 10 threes.
Oh,
But I've been waiting for that
Mm-hmm.
for 6 weeks.
Keegan could put up like 8 threes tonight, but he also could put up 5 shots total.
Right. And that's what I am more inclined to believe, that we're going to get a game where Fox and Sabonis and everyone else cooks. And then you look at man, the Kings scored 138 points. What'd Keegan do? 2 of 8,
5 points.
1 of 4 from 3. Like, all right, that's fine.
I would like to see them feature him and let him get going against a bad team.
I would too.
But the
I don't
only
know.
thing I care about if I'm the Kings is winning the game.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what I was going to say
Yep.
right now.
Straight up.
And I can't, you just can't rely on Keegan to have that breakout game at this point. If he does, awesome. I'm not banking on it. James, number 2. Brock Purdy pass attempts or De'Aaron Fox points, rebounds, and assists.
Oh, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. De'Aaron Fox points, rebounds, assists. This is where De'Aaron Fox was born. He does have a lot of family in New Orleans. He does not buy those family members tickets because he doesn't do that. But
That's so funny.
this is like one of those places where he does like to perform well, and he looks at it sort of a home crowd. But yeah,
That's the move, man. Just like, hey, nobody's getting tickets.
And
You
you know
want to
what?
come? You want to come watch? You can pay.
hey,
Exactly. And nobody can be mad because they didn't
Because-
get tickets or whatever.
Players don't get free tickets. I don't know if people know that. It comes out of their paycheck.
yeah. I
You
mean,
can go, I want 50 tickets,
yeah.
and all right, you're paying for 50 tickets.
They do get an allotment, but it's something like two tickets or 4 tickets, and then they can ask their friends in the locker room,
Right.
"Can I get a couple of tickets?"
Yeah.
But overall, it's not. Yeah.
And it's the Pelicans. What? You don't have $3 under the couch?
Great point. Brock Purdy pass attempts or De'Aaron Fox points, rebounds, assists.
I'm going to go Fox. I feel like that total number's going to be around like 38, 39.
Yeah, I think Purdy's going to throw it a lot tonight, because even if Garendo plays, I don't know how healthy he is, and I don't think they want to lean on Patrick Taylor that much. So we might see Purdy put it in the air 34, 35 times, but De'Aaron might have 35 points by himself.
Yeah.
All right. Jesse, 49ers total points or DeMar DeRozan total points?
This one's the 49ers. I think they're gonna.
Wow.
I think they're gonna fight. Season's on the line today. They're gonna fight. I think they'll put up a decent amount of points today. I'm feeling 25 to 30. I think.
Okay.
I
James?
too am going. I think it'll be a shootout with the Rams, and I think we're looking at 35.
I feel like the
30
Rams
plus.
are definitely putting up points. If the 49ers are gonna want to keep pace, like you're just gonna have to just go toe to toe with them.
Plus, I'm leading in Mad Prop, so I'm just going to match every one of Jesse's answers. Just to burn him.
Okay, we'll just do James first the rest of the way. I'm going DeMar. I think the Pelicans have some good defenders. I don't think they have the type of defender that can really hang with DeMar DeRozan in the mid post.
Makes sense.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going DeRozan points. James Ham, Debo Samuel touches or Kevin Huerter field goal attempts?
Oh man, I'm gonna say Kevin Huerter field goal attempts. I think he's probably gonna have 12, and I don't think Debo can get there.
All right, this is not a bit, but I'm going Kevin Huerter too. I don't like Debo Samuel doing the whole tweeting thing while the team's fighting for their season life and all that. It doesn't work that way where Debo's gonna get force fed now. Like, no, we just Debo, I'm sorry, just deal with it. We're trying to win, keep our season alive. So I don't think anything's gonna change.
What if I said Kevin Huerter field goal makes?
Oh, I still have a tough time.
Give me Debo Samuel touches, 5 touches, 6 touches right there, I guess.
I had 6 in my head. That's his average for
Yeah.
the season.
I'd go Debo Samuel on that.
Yeah, I could see Kevin still getting like 7 makes.
Yeah.
So
All right.
that's a good question.
All right. James Ham, Ricky Pearsall targets or Domantas Sabonis 3-point attempts?
Dang, I know how Pearsall's way down. He had a good week of practice last week, but that didn't equate to a bunch of targets. You know what? I'm gonna go Sabonis. Sabonis threes.
Jesse,
I will go Ricky Pearsall.
that's where I'm leaning.
Yeah, I think Sabonis maybe get 2 threes at most, maybe 1.
We both like Yves Missi a lot.
Yeah, I don't
The
think he
Pelican
wants.
center.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants smoke with Sabonis. I don't think Sabonis is going to have to do a ton of hanging around the 3-point line.
I think drawing him away from the basket though might be a thing.
Might
don't know.
it might be a 0-0 thing. No, they got to give Ricky Pearsall another target.
Okay.
You got to get him involved a little.
Make sure you get Juwan Jennings involved, though.
Yeah, that's big
Oh,
time.
yeah.
That's big time for sure.
Just for the sake of my fantasy team. It's week 1 of the playoffs.
Last one, James. Isaac Guerrero rushing yards or Kings first half total points?
Oh, I'm going Kings because I'm not sure Guarendo's going to be able to hold up, and I think the Kings are going to put up 65 in the first half.
Okay.
We're going Grendo total rushing yards and Kings first half points.
Yes.
Let me go. I'll go Guerrero. I mean, just the fact that he's playing makes me feel like he's feeling all right. And you throw me, Kyle Madsen, or even James Ham back there, and you can probably rush for 80 yards.
That's where I'm leaning. Like it's about the ceiling for me on these. And 80 was actually about kind of the like, because I think the Kings are going to score a lot tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Like 70 to 80, I think 80 is a lot. 70 is like on the table for the Kings in this first half.
Yep.
And Guerrero, though, could go for 120.
Yeah, because I don't think Guerrero's the top player where it's like, yeah, we're gonna decoy you or whatever. It's like, no, he's playing or he's not. Just get someone else in there.
If he breaks one long one,
I'm with you.
that's mad props.
All right.
Yeah, but if he's banged up and he only has 8 carries in the first half, or 8 carries in the game or whatever, all right, that's mad props. I'll send you guys a screenshot so you can go over them tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I'm out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not to brag. I'm going to Arizona.
There you go.
We did not spend a lot of time on the LeBron thing because I just don't.
It's not a thing.
It's
not a thing. And
if you want to, because if you want to, we don't have the time to, frankly, but if you want to logistically go, okay, what does it look like basketball wise? Let's just talk about it. Okay, well, first you got to remove all the dudes who are going in that trade.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get into what does the basketball look like with LeBron and Domas and De'Aaron Fox.
Well, it's a lot of dudes that have to leave.
Yeah.
A lot of dudes.
Yeah.
Just to get up, I mean, his salary's $49 million.
And they're going to want, and if he asks out, they're going to want good players.
Yeah, and you're going to have to get to 41, 42 million just because of the hard cap. So you don't have that much room to play with here.
So you're not even factoring in luxury tax here. You're just doing the hard cap.
Oh, no, you definitely would go on a luxury tax, most likely. But if not, you're going to have to give up, you're going to have to get to that number or close to it. I mean, probably 42, 43 million to avoid, it's probably 43.
Yikes, man.
Just to stay under the hard cap. And the other problem you have there is you're probably going to have to give up more because you're going to need to sign players afterwards.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yikes. All right. Are you guys talking about that on D-Lo and KC today?
No, I'm actually looking at the rundown. That's not in there. Are you guys starting the show? Damien's out Christmas caroling. I don't know if KC's here.
I saw Damien.
Oh, you saw him?
Yeah, Damien pulled
up.
up.
Okay.
All right.
We're good.
Very good.
I was looking. Billing's pretty empty. Yeah, everyone out Christmas caroling this
I saw
morning.
Damien sauntering along.
All right, we're good then.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be lunch coming soon.
Yeah, coming.
These guys tomorrow, Jesse and James, you guys are here. I'm gone. I'll be back Tuesday, but the Insiders are back tomorrow, 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water and be nice people. Woo! Appreciate you, Chatty. I'll see you Tuesday.
We will have Faraz here tomorrow.
Yep.
Oh, wait, hang on. Somebody asked Darnold or Purdy. Faraz just got back to me. He said Purdy.
Oh.
But again, we'll have Faraz tomorrow, 10:30, Fantasy Friday.
There it is.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. It's game day. One more time for game day.
The Brodies are back.
What's that?
The Brodies are back.
I know it's been so long. It's been so long.
Too long.
How long ago was that Utah game?
Sunday?
Was it really Sunday?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Feels like an eternity ago. I guess it was Sunday.
Sunday was a damn near a week ago.
I was going to say, well, not really, but yeah, kind of.
There's more weeks that have more days that have passed in a week than are left.
That's a shoot. My man knows his weeks and he knows his math. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, December 12th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of
I said we are live.
from the worst slums of Sacramento.
The hell was that?
So how was Christmas caroling?
Well, obviously I didn't go.
Oh, you didn't go at all?
No.
I thought maybe you came back early or something.
They're out right now.
No, the truth is that's probably an L on your boy's part. I should have, and I thought about it. I just thought it would have put you guys in a tough spot. One of us should have gone with them. Like we have there's a Kings and 49ers game tonight, so our 2 insiders can't go. Jesse can't go. Charlie is in bloody old England or something like that.
Bloody old.
And that just leaves us. And I was thinking as I was like walking this morning, like, God damn it. Like if I hurry, I can get home. Ken can do the first hour. And I think they're on their way back now. But
Do we know if Joe was there? That counts.
Joe, I saw something on Joe landed in San Francisco or something. Joe was kicking it. So we didn't have any representation. Now I talked to both Aaron. So the story behind this is the sales staff and members of the on-air staff, they went Christmas caroling they went to Sky River. They landed at a couple of spots and they were singing Christmas carols. And if you look at the Instagram stories, it's like the episode of The Office when they go to the beach and everybody's singing songs on the bus. You don't get it. No, you don't. Everybody else gets it.
That's a good one.
I get that reference.
Yes, it's like that. But we couldn't be there because they're going in the morning and in the afternoon. And for those that aren't familiar with D-Lo and KC, we have a show that starts at 12 and then we have another show that starts right after this one.
Yeah.
So there was really no convenient place for us to go. And the only thing I came up with, and I came up with it way too late, was I'll do it. You start the show. And then hopefully I'm back by 1. It looks like they're probably going to be back by 12:30, 12:40, because I think they're coming from your neck of the woods.
We had a show.
Sometimes you got to be Toby.
And I told everyone involved, I was like, look, man, the 49ers play the Kings. This is just not. If we had done it today, we could have pulled it off. If you had done it the day before, we could have pulled it off Thursday or Friday. It would have been really tough.
It happens.
However, we might be handing out roses on Valentine's Day.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
That's a little bit more up the alley of D-Lo and KC than singing fa la 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 la.
Maybe you can do that one slow jam show you always wanted to do.
I've been begging for it. Complex has 2 stations in which this show could air, and he won't let me do it.
I don't get why not. It's like we control the radio. It's like
I think people hate on me. That's what it is.
You want me to go beat him up?
I don't want you to beat anybody.
No, tell him that KC wants to do a slow jam show and then trick him and then take over after.
That won't work.
You know what I should do is I could have KC ask for me.
Yeah, kind of like, hey, like in the old days.
That's
like,
how
when you were a
stuff
kid,
gets
like, hey,
done.
go ask my mom if I could spend the night or whatever, because she won't say yes to me. She'll say yes to you.
That was the hack. That was the hack.
Exactly.
For sure. Hey, man. We can make it happen. Yeah.
One day, old D-Lo will get his.
You just need to go rogue, to be honest. What are they going to do? Fire you? No.
Well,
that's how you got to live life.
just come in here on Sunday and just go live. Just go live on the air.
Complex, like, why is Tony? It doesn't rain in never rains in Southern California. Tracking. What is going on?
Let me ask you a question. Just serious. Would your slow jam show, would it be considered an oldie slow jam show now?
Probably. Like
Still
I'd get some Chris Brown for sure. Janae Aiko, her, they'd all be on the playlist. But yeah, there'd be a lot of troop in there. There'd be some new additions, some Johnny Gill, some Rock Witcher, Tenderoni, or something like that.
I'm at that age, man, where I like my oldies. I like my old.
It's
I
like
even like the
turning in-
oldies too.
It's
I
like
my oldies.
listening to New Edition now is like when I used to tune into V101 and hear the Ohio players or the Shy Lights.
It was KSMJ. That was the one, 1380.
Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes.
That's what my Uncle Mel used to always listen to. And I don't know who sings the song, but it go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years of love. That was my song. I don't know who sings it.
But you don't know who sings it.
Oh, I just know that. I was 9.
You was about to say 7. That's hilarious. You was about to say 7.
I was a little older than 7. I was 9. I didn't know who was saying that song, but I like the song. I like the song.
Hashtag let D-Lo play oldies.
Roddy, what you know about Magic 1380? What you know about KSMJ? You don't know about that. And the only reason I knew that, well, my uncle would listen to it and the Giants would play on that station out here.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. The Delphonics. Yeah,
that's who that was. No, he's just saying Delphonics.
He's talking about that old version of V101.1. Oh man, Kings basketball tonight. Finally, they'll take on the New Orleans Pelicans for the first time this year. The Pelicans right now 5-20 on the season, and
they got the second worst record in the game.
They've got the worst record in the Western Conference, and I think second only to your Wizards.
Yeah, the Wizards are 3-something.
Wow.
They beat the Hawks twice and Denver once. Those are
the Wizards beat the Hawks twice?
Yes, beat the Hawks twice and Denver once.
I think it was in a back-to-back situation. It was like a home and
crazy.
Home. 3-19 are the Wizards.
The Jazz are 5-18 also. In terms of wins, they're also 5-18. So
this is kind of bizarre as I look at the standings. The Wizards are 3-19. But the Raptors are 7-18. Was that 4 more games they played than the Wizards? If my math is correct, maybe 3.
Yeah. It's a handful of more games, if nothing else. 25, 22.
Yeah, but New Orleans is down there with those guys.
Well, I think the Kings have played like 25 already, and a lot of teams like around them only play like 22, 23.
Didn't the Wizards just end a 16-game losing streak?
Yeah, 15 or 16. They ended it and then lost the next.
And then lost again. Tonight's a weird night, I guess, because it's Thursday. There's only 3 games. The Kings just happen to have one of them. They all start at 5 or before. You got the Pistons and the Celtics. You got the Raptors and the Heat. Those both start at 4:30. Then you got the Kings at 5. And my dumbass realized on the way in, I know the 49ers are playing tonight. It didn't register. The 49ers are playing on Amazon Prime, which makes for a really annoying viewing experience when you're trying to lock into both games.
Yeah, I can't multi-view that one on one screen.
Yeah, that's it. So what do you do? Because those are your squads. Who gets the TV? Who gets the iPad?
Yeah, who's your favorite kid?
All right, man. I mean,
I think I know the answer.
Just go to the loft.
All right.
What's that? No, hold on. For those new,
just call me poor again, bro.
For those that are new to the show, what's in the loft, Kenny?
I got 2 TVs hung up on the wall in the loft.
Oh, the sports bar loft. So you can actually put both of them on and watch both of them on 75-inch TV screens.
No, not 75-inch TVs. No. They're regular size TVs.
What's a regular size TV?
I think one is 32 and one is 40.
I think that is a fat ass lie.
I think one is.
I've been to the loft before. It took a cover charge, but I've been there.
I'm not gonna lie. Like KC leg drops on this show every now and then.
Wait a
That was one of those times right now. I thought he was gonna be like, yeah, I put so and so on the iPad, like one of us.
I remember
one of us.
The first time I went to his house, he wasn't home, and Jasmine showed me around. They have a bed that you have to take a ladder
No,
get to.
we don't. We took the
the Hardys.
we took the what are the things? We took it down, so now it's just the mattress.
Oh, so now you don't need a ladder.
No, it's
Okay,
just a
so
regular
I
bed.
apologize. He used to have
The
a
box
bed
springs, that's what
that
they're
you
called.
needed a ladder to get to the top of.
I heard he's got heated floors. Is that true?
That is correct.
No, that's what he has.
That's correct.
I definitely don't have.
Hey, this isn't about him right now, pal.
I'm trying to find because see, you guys are gonna stop misleading the public right now. I'm going.
No, it's cool. Me and Jesse, look, I'll watch. I'll answer for the normal people. Here's what I do. I'll have the Kings on the TV. The 49ers will be on the iPad for me.
Bro, you can go to Walmart right now and get a 43-inch Roku for $178, bro. It's not rich to have two TVs. They got another one, a Philips joint, a 40-inch joint for $148. Stop.
One, you are awfully defensive right now. Two, you don't have two TVs. You have two TVs in one spot. You have like 10 TVs in your house. The rat was probably just watching TV in the garage.
Oh, we do have an update to that, too. We'll do that after the break.
Oh, it sounds... we'll just let you tell that story.
Yeah, we'll do that after the break. There's an update.
Oh.
There's an update. But...
Yep.
Yeah, TVs are just TV. TVs are like, like batteries nowadays, man. People get TVs all over the place.
All right, Ric Flair.
What were TVs last time?
A stick of gum.
Stick of gum.
Meanwhile, I'm over here just at Christmas party hoping we can win the raffle, the TV at the raffle or whatever.
Oh, you always want to win the TV. That's even better. Look, JT Lowe says, I'm broke AF, but I have two TVs. Yeah.
I have two TVs as well, but I can't just walk in at Best Buy and be like, hey, boss, let me get a TV and go home.
I remember when Kyle Matson won a TV at the old company Christmas party.
He won a what?
He won a TV.
Like,
it was, I think.
What size was it?
I don't know, 50 something.
That's a good look.
Yeah.
Why do he runs deep there?
Well, it wasn't because he was like, hey, congrats on the TV. I was like, hey, can you get my man some health insurance? He's worked here for like 2 years and he's the second on a morning show. He didn't appreciate that, but Kyle did get health insurance like 2 days later. So that was a big moment for all of us.
And see, now people believe you that I have 10 TVs.
I'm sorry.
I have 10
I'm
TVs.
sorry.
I don't.
I'm sorry. How many is it? What's the exact
7 or 8?
All right, bro.
Just go to
like,
commercial.
stop.
This show is so stupid. This show is ridiculous. It's D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Do people have TVs in their bathrooms? Is that a thing?
It shouldn't be.
That's where I feel like you got to draw the line.
It shouldn't be. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8. Now, one of those TVs has been around for about 15 years. Another one about 12. No, Michigan, I haven't seen that. Where's it at? Must be on the 99 side.
If you got a 15-year TV, you better be careful. That thing might explode one day.
Man, it's still doing its job, too. Shout out to that TV. It's doing its job. I don't use it that much. But
what is this? Oh.
TV from 2009 might as well be like the old box TVs with the wires sticking out or something.
Hey, it's a flat screen plasma and everything, but it's hella heavy.
Yeah, it's probably it's not like a flat screen how it is today. There's probably like a little back to it or whatever.
Yeah, a little bit. Like it was like it's lighter than a TV, obviously, but compared to
yeah.
like the ones that the Roku joints, get that, put them up there, whatever. It's no big deal. This one, I need to put some oomph in it.
You can find the right TVs for hella cheap though.
Yeah, especially this time of year. Elk Grove and Bruceville next to Costco. They got a TV. They got a gym over there. That's crazy. They got a lot of stuff over there. They got Olive Garden. They got Nordstrom Rack. They got Amazon groceries. They got Buffalo Wild Wings. Obviously Costco. In-N-Out.
Oh yeah, speaking of TVs and all, I'm getting pretty far into Lost. It's getting good.
Okay.
We're getting close to meeting the real others.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
We met the people from the back of the plane.
I was thinking of doing a rewatch with that, but
it's a pretty good show. Now I'm watching it every day.
That's good stuff.
You guys will be proud to know. I don't know when it's going to happen, but
The disrespect us again right now.
I'm at the final episode of season 2 of Snowfall.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were going to watch The Office in like 2 weeks.
No.
So what do you think of Snowfall now so far?
It's a really good show. It's they have some moments that like when you see them, you can't unsee it.
Has the lady you're not a fan of, is she's still around, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But it's like and maybe they had I don't think they had these moments in The Wire because The Wire was like really, really intricate and slow moving. But Franklin, I'm already like at the end of season 2. Franklin probably should have been shot or in jail at least 7 times.
Give it time.
It's like, all right, man. How you escape this one?
You got to build up the superstar before you bring him down.
Oh, yeah, they are getting a yard house. Yeah. Now, wait a minute. I was about to ask a question. I just noticed something.
Yeah, I think you noticed the same
Wait a
thing I
minute.
noticed. Yeah.
So what the split personalities is going on here?
What is this?
Got a classic 2 Undertaker situation going on.
What is going on here?
2 Undertakers. Wait, this is hilarious because in the chat,
Yep.
we have Michigan Wolverine and we have Michigan Muse.
Mm-hmm.
They're the same person in the chat, but he's jumping in conversations, answering questions in 2 totally different ways. Like a completely, like Michigan Wolverines is like really nice. Michigan Muse is a little bit of a smartass.
Well, something leads me to believe that we all know who it is.
Yeah, it's the McFoley of the Chatty House. Dude Love from time to
How'd he get
time.
that
Cactus
picture?
Jack.
We're gonna have to take away Manny's ability to do some of the stuff.
I believe there's a Drew Down extra one too.
Yeah,
A Drew Down burner.
I believe he is also
That one's one of my favorites because that one just
on,
types in all caps.
types in all caps. Yep. And Ramsey's not around to yell at him anymore.
We won't let TC talk. That happens.
Poor TC. TC ain't never getting on 1140 again. Man.
Oh,
Tough.
man. Come on. Don't do that to my boy TC, man.
It's tough.
Come on, man.
It's tough. You still feel the same that you did yesterday? Not Kings lose tonight to the 5-20 Pelicans. Not a big deal.
I'm being very literal, maybe too literal when I say this, but I don't agree with the thought that it's some type of must win.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's not. Like if it wouldn't make anybody feel good. Like completely understand that. I feel the same way. Like they lose to the Pelicans tonight. I feel terrible. Like I don't want nothing to do with these playoff thoughts and all this other stuff. Like, nah, like we can't have that talk because you just lost to the 5-20 Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd feel the same way as everybody else, but I also understand, that can be erased.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they lost tonight and then won their next 5 games at home, it's no different than if they won tonight, lost to Denver,
Mm-hmm.
and then won another 4 games at home. Like I'm looking at this more as the totality of what's in front of them, specifically with December.
It's not literally a must win, but it's also like if you do lose a game like this, and I can't really expect you to take care of Denver. Like I can't really count on you going forward. It's more if you lose tonight, then all right, this is kind of who you are.
When does that go away though?
When I guess you do actually start winning.
I think that's
Like what do you mean? Like when
I think I know what you mean. When the 3 of 4 has to be like a 12 of 15 or a 12 of 14. Like it's kind of it's like we were talking about yesterday. It's a reset, and we're talking from a fan perspective, not from a player's perspective. From a fan perspective, it's a complete reset where you feel like, all right, feel good. We said it. Give me 3 or 4. They got it. They didn't get the Memphis one. Maybe they should have. It doesn't matter. 3 or 4. Got it. All right. You get into this break, build a little momentum. We got the 5-20 Pelicans coming out of this. Okay. You get that one. You're 500. You got Denver coming up. Now I don't think Denver is you lose. You beat New Orleans. You lose to Denver. Oh God. It's not that. It's. I think you pull yourself back even. It's like, all right. Let's go. Season starts now, or whatever you want to do to hype yourself up. Denver, you got the schedule coming up. You got those Laker games coming up. But if you lose, it just resets everything to where it's like, what is this? We scored 281 points in 2 games against bad teams.
Yeah.
Now we played a team that are worse than those 2 and couldn't beat either one of them. Come on, man. We beat the Rockets.
Yeah,
we beat the Rockets a couple of days ago.
I'd be just as frustrated as everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I would. So I understand that. You know what I mean? They lose to New Orleans. Hats are being thrown in the living room. Like it'd be frustrating. So I get that. And like I said, I don't want to come off as just a contrarian or disagree just to disagree and maybe just being too literal with it. But a lot of people, is this a must win? You got to win this game. Must win. It's not a must win. It's a game that you want to win.
Do we learn anything then? Like we don't have to call it a must win, but do we learn anything new about the Kings if they do lose today? Maybe, they are a bad team, or they're just not. Just whatever conclusion you come out of. Is there anything we're learning about them if they lose?
I won't. Learn? No. Feel? Yes. I won't feel like their style of play that wins them games is sustainable. That's what I'll feel like if they lose tonight. I've never been on the floor, man. I don't know. I do not feel like they should lose to the New Orleans Pelicans. Not right now. Like if the Celtics drop to the Hornets, if Cleveland loses to New Orleans, okay, they built enough equity to go like that's not them. The Kings, you don't know yet. They don't have that equity yet. That's my issue.
Yeah,
but that would be my issue.
Right. No, I'm understandably with that. I don't. There's nothing I can learn from the Kings one way or another tonight. Just win the game. If you win the game, then you just won the game. My outlook is more so what you talked about. You gotta show me over a period of time who you are. You got to show me over the next 2 weeks when you have this game against New Orleans, and then I believe it's 4 straight at home, maybe 5 straight at home. 4 straight at home.
Do they have the Lakers twice at home?
Yeah, Lakers.
The Tribal Chief. Oh, that's for you. That's not for me. There's food. I don't know what it is, but there's food. So go ahead, excuse yourself and go get some food.
It's sandwiches.
I love
They
Aaron.
don't always get
Aaron walks over like, hey,
No, these are our sandwiches today.
are these Mendocino Farms?
No.
No. Oh, well,
That's
all
a
right.
good look. That's a good
Mendocino
look.
Farms is fire. I
I
can't judge what tone that was right there. I can't.
I didn't want to let you down.
And then, okay. No, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. I
Sorry,
appreciate
pal.
it. No, it's are both Laker games at home?
Yeah.
Oh, they are.
Thursday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Indiana on Sundays. What's after Indiana? Is it Detroit?
It's Detroit the day
You
after
got-
Christmas,
yes.
and yes,
Got 5 games at home in a row.
that is at home, and then and then they're on the road versus the Lakers.
Would we feel better if it was on the road, all of them?
No,
No,
I don't feel that way right now.
Yeah, no, you.
No.
I don't know what their issues are at home.
Yeah, they got to change that. I mean, look, so that's kind of where I where my thought is. What you do in those 5 games, and it's captain obvious. Everybody feels the same way, I'm sure. Will tell me a lot more than what happens tonight. I'll be just as upset as everybody else. But if you lose tonight and win 5 of those home games, or 4, go 4-1 in those home games, that speaks to me a little bit more, because I think that needs to change if they want to do anything. They want to have, like, you got these opportunities at home. You have to capitalize on those. You have to start winning those games. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. But once again, I'll be just as pissed off as anybody else if they lose tonight. It will not be, oh, it's okay. No, I'm not going to feel that way.
I'll just feel like things have leveled out if they can get this done. And then
Literally,
yeah, right. Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's back at it, I don't even know what it is. 13-13.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it would be?
Yep.
It's as good as 0-0. Whatever. Just all right. Let's start to build something. Like you had a fairly favorable schedule to kind of help you out here with San Antonio, I think, was out. Wemby. You had the Utah game. That was a back-to-back, but you did what you needed to do. And then you had, this one against just a decimated New Orleans team. Quality win against Houston. That was big time. Maybe you let one go there in Memphis. Now start to show us a little bit of what you're about. Again, it's not like, oh, now you got to go beat the Nuggets. Like we're not going to do that. It's like now we can start evaluating it's like, Mike does the, what is it? 10-game seasons. I think Mike does.
He does like 5 games.
5s. It's fine. I don't know that the math doesn't work on this. Just get this one done and then start the next evaluation period with Denver, Los Angeles, Indiana. Indiana is desperately trying to find their footing.
Mm-hmm.
Beat their ass at home in front of D'Lo and
let them
KC and the
up.
2
Yeah.
Aarons.
Yeah, don't
Beat
let them
their
up.
ass. And just for fun, get as many of these games against the Lakers as you can.
Please do.
LeBron James is going to the Kings.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like now it's a showcase. Those 2 games are a showcase.
There's this, I don't know. Shout out Professor Oak. I never would have seen this. I don't know how he found it. There's some article. I was like, is this Sam? Where is this from? No, it's out there on like heavy.com or something like that.
The guy who did the article was like a big Celtics guy. I don't get
Yeah,
like,
it's
the
probably
Kings thing.
it's probably the Celtics coffee boy who's telling him, hey, LeBron could go to Sacramento. He could live in LA and go to Sacramento.
This is
All
all
right,
Brian
dude.
Scalabrine again.
The funny thing is, I was
Imagine
talking
LeBron
to,
James living at the Sawyer.
I was talking to Dame about this before the show, and that line alone of like, yeah, you got live in LA and play in Sacramento. I was like, it's probably somebody in Connecticut or Boston saying something.
Wait, that was said? I didn't read the article.
Yeah, and that's the shoot. That's the shoot. That's in there.
I've done the LA drive there and back in one day. It's not possible, LeBron. Let me tell you.
Even if you have a airplane, you're not living in LA
could.
and playing in Sacramento.
He could live in LA and play in Sacramento. No doubt about it, said the exec. Bro, shut up.
LeBron just killing the environment, taking a private jet to every home game.
Here's the quote. The one place that I don't hear a lot of talk about with LeBron, no kidding, jackass, is Sacramento. He could change them. And they might have the kind of assets to make a trade work.
No, do they?
What are you talking about, too? What assets are you talking about right there?
They have a lot of young talent.
We traded like what? Keegan?
Like one young player.
And because they're a small market, they haven't spent like drunken sailors.
Just know if
This
you're out
is real
there,
life.
you can do these jobs too if you work hard enough.
You too can be an NBA insider. They have some draft picks. They have some. This is the sentence. I'm going to just read the sentence. They have some draft picks of young talent.
Well,
that's the sentence. They have some draft picks of young talent. If they could get to the salary, LeBron would take Fox and Sabonis and elevate the hell out of them, particularly Fox, because De'Aaron sucks now. With that threesome, those guys could be a force.
Pause.
I'm
What do I get a pause for? I'm reading the article.
Flag on anonymous executive.
Fine, fine. Don't put that on me.
What's he
Hey,
gonna throw it at? Hey, whoa! I need you, sir. I need you to calm down. All right. No one's throwing a flag on you. Stop trying to bait him.
Hey, I'm treating you like Draymond did the official last night.
I'm throwing a fan out. Whoever the anonymous executive is, fan is out of here.
It's thrown out.
That's an unruly parent.
Draymond, I agree with how Draymond handled that one yesterday. Did you see that?
I did see it. What? Okay, walk me through it.
So the fan says, "Hey, Draymond. Hey, Draymond.
Oh,
why
you're
are
talking
you such
about
a B, Draymond? Why are
That's
you
my
such a
bad.
B?"
No, that's my bad. Not that one. That's not what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
I was talking about Draymond after the game. Draymond
No, I didn't
went,
agree with that.
Draymond went straight for the official after the game. Like
I saw that.
straight to
He's
him.
looking crazy.
Stood over him, looked down on him, and screamed at him.
Yeah, he was wilding.
Draymond, Ime, Mike Brown, these refs got to stand up for each other at some point.
Crazy.
Well, the other
crazy.
thing about it that I do say, and we don't always know exactly what's being said or whatever, but like as bad as these refs are, you can't just talk to them any type of way. Like you're not gonna just like start cursing me out because you don't like that I called a hand check.
Yeah.
Like chill.
Yeah.
Chill. You can disagree. It could be the wrong call, but they be wilding. Draymond be wilding,
and the official's the one who has to exercise the most restraint,
right?
Because he has the ultimate power,
right? Yeah, you're not just gonna be cursing me out like
I like Steve Kerr a lot. He sounded stupid last night.
It was a foul.
It was absolutely a foul. Now, if you want to be mad that the game wasn't called a certain way, then fine. Like Draymond Green rock bottom Dylan Brooks and got a common foul for it. Like the only thing he didn't do was kick the elbow, rip off the arm pad, and drop the people's elbows. Literally the only thing he didn't do.
Yeah.
But in the end, a foul is a foul, whether you like it or not. Whether it's 80 feet from the basket, bro, will you stop? It's a foul. He committed a foul.
I can understand the argument of don't call that at that time. I can understand it.
Yeah, I never understand it. If it's a foul, it's a foul.
But the thought that it wasn't a foul, that's what
That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And at first I was like, I was looking, live, and I was like, oh man, wait, what? They're just kind of tussling. Like, how you gonna call a foul? And then you see the replay, and Kuminga just $1 million dreams him. It's like, all right, well, yeah, you got to call that. And that's the crazy thing about that, though, with them calling that is that happens a lot on those scrums, and they never call anything. And if that's the argument, I understand it. It still was a foul, but the inconsistencies of that play being called a foul and not a jump ball can be frustrating. But yeah, it was a foul. It was definitely a foul.
I was 0 for 2 yesterday. I picked the Knicks and the Warriors.
Oh no, I picked the Rockets.
You did pick the Rockets. I picked the Knicks and the Warriors. I'm saying, man, hate to have gotten that second one wrong. Gosh darn it. Just hate it when the team I pick against wins.
Damn.
Shoot.
Damn.
Really wanted to be right on that one.
Guess
Hell
the
of a game,
Knicks,
though.
too. Just got to tip their cap and call Trae Young their daddies.
Man.
Hey,
Hey,
that's great.
salute.
That is some good stuff.
That's a fun little rivalry, and I like him. I like him leaning into it.
Yeah,
I like that.
that's
At
what
the
you're
guard.
supposed to do.
The
yeah.
Knicks, was it the Knicks? Who did the Kendrick? Was that the Knicks?
No, it was
Oh, those are the Hawks.
That's what I meant. Sorry,
Yeah.
the Hawks did it. That was cold. That was cold.
That was cold, man. Then he out there shooting dice at half court. Oh man, Trae Young is.
No, I like that.
Hey,
I
look,
like that. Be a villain. I like that.
I got to take.
Okay.
Someone call it a hot take.
Okay.
Want to know what both of you guys think? Want to know what the Chatty House thinks?
Yep.
I think Trae Young is the most underrated, disrespected player in the NBA. Trae Young is a problem in a good way. Trae Young is one of the top players in the league. And the discourse around him from mainly like the basketball nerds, it's just that, like, you would think he is the biggest problem child of all time. Now, he's not perfect. He's not perfect at all. He has deficiencies in his game, you know, and just like naturally, like he's 6'1" in Balenciaga shoes. So he's you know, there's going to be some issues.
You want to explain that reference for those that don't own Balenciaga?
Well, I don't
shoes?
own ones either.
Sure,
I don't own any either.
Sure, pal.
They're kind of platform, right? Mm. So he's 6'1" in those shoes. But he's far from the problem in Atlanta and the guy that you need to move on from. This may happen with other people too, but I read something last night. Trae Young has never played with another All-Star. Not once. I mean, we're sitting up here, not us necessarily, but like people are like, hey man, Trae Young, he not the one, man, because look, he can't get it done with Bogey and Capella. Yeah, he's not the one. He's the problem because he can't get it done with Bogey and Capella. I think he's the most disrespected player in the NBA.
I think I disagree. I mean, because
well, first of all, I think that guy in Sacramento was pretty disrespected in terms of how good he is, but
true. But nobody says he's the problem.
No, nobody says anything about him.
That's true too.
The man puts up numbers just like his homie in Denver, and no one cares.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to detract from your point. Go ahead, Jesse.
Trae's getting his props now, and they're only 2 games up above 500, and they're the 7th seed. They're not doing really anything now.
Getting props.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Or maybe that's just me.
I don't think.
Maybe I refuse.
I don't see him as being disrespected. Like the Hawks just weren't worth talking about. He's gone. I get the things that have been said. Like he's played for 3 different coaches, right?
And that is Trae De'Aaron.
Yeah,
like
I could see him being a De'Aaron. I mean,
like even there was no like De'Aaron was good before 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He was very good before 2 years ago. Nobody talked about it. Trae Young got way more conversation than De'Aaron did.
And no disrespect, but Trae Young has had more success than De'Aaron Fox.
Individual. Well, I guess he's had some team success, but
he's won rounds in the playoffs. He's been to the playoffs numerous times.
Trae's not my favorite. He's very good. He's very, very good. He might even be elite. I'm having a tough time wrapping my head around the most. Did you say disrespected? Underrated?
They be talk the point. One of the reasons why I say that is they talk about Trae Young like he's the problem.
Yeah, but we know they don't watch basketball.
I can't give you underrated, maybe disrespected. I can't give you underrated because when the Hawks are good and Trae Young's good, like Trae Young's a star. Like when the Kings are good and De'Aaron Fox is good, nothing happens.
Now the things that are kind of,
I'd even to say the Sabonis and Fox are the most underrated, but yeah, I don't think Trae fits that one.
A couple of things that Trae has to wear, and we don't really know what's happening, but on the outside, it feels like he's got to wear the coach thing that you talked about. You know, him not being able to make it work with a Nate McMillan.
Yeah.
Or what's my other man's name? Perry. Was it Perry? Oh man, who was the other brother?
It wasn't Perry.
It was
that was Scott Perry.
Scott Perry.
It was I don't remember. Nate McMillan.
Nate McMillan. No,
Nate McMillan.
And there was the other dude kind of that looked like the dad in Bel Air. Lloyd Pierce. That's the P I was thinking of.
We remember you, Lloyd Pierce. We remember you.
Oh wow. He does kind of look like
Lloyd Pierce, man. I think he's on the Pacers bench right now too, by the way.
Good for him.
You know, Trae, that's the way things go in the NBA. You star player, you know, kind of gets the rap of getting those guys fired and not being able to make it work with them. So he's got to wear that a little bit. But
was Nate his first coach?
Nate was.
Lloyd Pierce was the second one?
I think so. I think that's how it went down. But yeah, man, I just, I listen to a lot of the fodder, and maybe it's the wrong people to listen to, but you listen to the hoop collectives and stuff like that.
I feel like there was a coach before Nate McMillan, was there?
It was Lloyd Pierce, then Nate McMillan. Mike Budenholzer was before Lloyd Pierce.
Oh, and he didn't play for Mike.
Yeah, he didn't have Mike.
Yeah, he didn't play. Okay. All right.
So, yeah, man. And in these moments, like he doesn't have like championship moments, but he's got moments. Like what he's done in the Garden was a moment. What he did against the Cavs in the play-in a couple years ago, that was a moment. I remember that. What he did, they didn't win the series, but the game 5 in Boston, hitting that one to keep that series going, and he hit one from Jesse, what was like 30 feet?
Yeah, thanks, dude.
Well, you won the series. There's nothing to be, sad about that one. You won the next day, matter of fact. But I mean, that was. He's had those moments. He's had some game winners against Miami in the playoffs, and then doing this again. So, I just watched him last night, and just I am a Trae Young fan. I've kind of been having his flag for a while, but I do think he's a little disrespected out here.
Not play styles, obviously, because they're completely different. But is he kind of what Melo was like here?
I see you cooking.
Superstar, but not doesn't. I don't want to say not one because he's been in the playoffs and all that, but just not up there with the others.
I wonder what the players think of Trae Young. Like,
that's
the
a good
players, the players loved Melo.
I know
they loved Melo, and they're like, no, he's the truth. Like a lot of, maybe it's the kids, but they love Paul George, right? And people look at Paul George a certain way, and they're like, nah, Paul George is the truth. I wonder what the players think of Trae Young.
And if it's not Trae, who is it? I mean, I know a lot of people are saying Domas. Like, who? If Trae Young isn't the most underrated player in the league, who is it? Domas is the obvious answer, especially here. I don't know that anyone in any other market would say it.
Look, it might be Deion. Deion is 8th in the league in scoring.
Domas was All NBA last year.
Yeah.
De'Aaron missed out.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it is De'Aaron.
De'Aaron. All right. Let's do more. This is interesting. Deep thoughts with Kenny Caraway. This is interesting. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Tyler, that's a knock. No defense. He does not play defense. That's a knock for sure. Jimmy Johns. That's a good look. I won't leave you guys. That's one of his shortcomings. That's a shortcoming of his, but like even everybody's beloved Luka is not a perfect player. Luka's fantastic. I think all these guys got shortcomings. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I always talk so highly about De'Aaron Fox being like a great two-way player and all this other stuff, because it doesn't happen often, especially with your great offensive players. You don't see them like really locking up on the defensive end, point guards especially. It's usually one or the other. You're either a great scorer and you're whatever on defense, or you're a great defender like Drew Holiday and you kind of float in and out of your offense. Oh my goodness. I wouldn't say F Luka. Jeez. Yeah, man, I like that signing. I like that signing a lot. They're talking about right now the Giants are the favorites to get Corbin Burns, so that would be a good look as well. Buster Posey doing work. Oh, look, in one damn offseason, he went and got some regular players. This guy Farhan, boy, we tongue-in-cheek with this situation, but this guy really might have been a mole, man.
Feels good when our teams try, huh?
Well, yeah, and then you just go and get a job with the Dodgers. Like, you come back here. It's all good.
Yeah, that happened a little too fast.
Wow.
Baseball's back.
What if that really happened? What if it came out?
If I'm the Giants, you know what? If I'm the Giants, and we'll be launching an investigation just because. Like, I might not even believe it, but
the problem is they're a little stupid asses. We've been saying this for 4 years. Why'd they let them hang around even longer? Who's Reggie Miller. They're doing the top villains in MSG. They got Trae Young at 3rd, Jordan at 2. I was like, who's number 1? It's Reggie Miller.
Larry O'Brien trophy.
Oh, wow. Wow. Don't be disrespectful, bro.
I'm not disrespectful. I just tell the truth.
That's not my number 1 team, but those are still my boys, man. Those are still my boys.
Talk about those guys like they're the Lakers or Celtics. Warriors got more of a call to. No,
go ahead. Say it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Warriors might be more of a legacy franchise than
Jesse
the Knicks.
Tapia with his Klay Thompson jersey on. Yeah.
My Dallas Mavericks Klay Thompson jersey.
with your Run TMC shirt. Go ahead.
The Knicks are the Jets, pretty much.
No, they've had more success than the Jets. Did you realize the Jets? I didn't realize this till they were eliminated the other day. 15 years without the playoffs.
Yeah, longest playoff drought. Oh, yeah, I keep up with that.
That's crazy.
Shout out to my Fins, though. They haven't won a playoff game since 2000.
At least you've been there. Look, we don't think that Aaron Rodgers is any good. But I'll speak for myself. I didn't think it would go like this, like the whole 2 years.
I'm not shocked, to be honest. I thought wild card at best, but
they haven't even oh man, it's a week to go in the season, 2 weeks to go, and they're D-Lo and KC back here on your airwaves on this gloomy Thursday, where I defend Trae Young to the death. That's what I do on.
This is usually Stanley's job.
Huh?
It's usually Stanley's job.
Danny Fortson is his guy. Does he defend Trae Young too?
Yeah, he'll call in time to time about Trae Young. That's his guy.
Stanley, where you at, man? I know Stanley Cowboys are eliminated. I don't know when we're going to hear from Stanley again. But, he says Trae Young is his boy. All right, call in. Let us know what you think. But I think Trae Young is the most disrespected. Maybe he's not the most underrated. He might be the most underrated because we talk about Domas and we talk about De'Aaron. Trae Young is, and these are my, those are my boys. But Trae Young has gotten to the conference finals.
We did the Luka Trae Young numbers once.
Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. Like Luka's probably really, jetted past him a little bit in the last 2 years because he's done ridiculous things. But I think a year ago or 2 years ago, it was a lot closer than people wanted to admit. The numbers between those two.
Yeah.
And because I think at the time the argument was they both got to one conference finals and now Luka's gone to the NBA finals, so it's a little different. But man, Trae Young, his numbers just in general are crazy, man.
Yeah,
his career numbers are pretty impressive. 25.2, 9.7 assists on his career.
What's his really?
Yeah. 25.2. 25.2.
I don't think I would have guessed
assists.
that. Yeah, I don't think I would have guessed that.
This year he's at 21 flat and 12.2 assists.
He peaked at 29.6 points per game his second season.
Damn.
This is actually his lowest scoring output. It's his highest assisting. I don't know if that's well, he was 19.1 his first year, but kind of wash that and go from his second year on. This is his lowest scoring output, 21, and it's 20 minutes by far because he's been at 25, 26, 28.
How much money has he made?
Now that's
this
slick.
Is a good one.
That is slick. Trae Young. Yeah, I was gonna say, anybody want to grab Kyle Madsen?
I'll go get him right now.
All right.
I don't have no paper over here.
Okay. All right. That's fine. We have time. Matter of fact, I'm gonna kill the sound. I'm gonna kill the sound.
Papers right here.
We'll flag down Kyle Madsen. Kyle's got his he's got his eraser board over there. And we will pull these numbers. I've got them in front of me. Career earnings. I don't think this will be exceptionally difficult. If we kind of understand the game a little bit. The number one thing will be where Trae was drafted. I'm looking. I see Jesse on his way back.
I lead the league, by the way, too. I'm the number 1 seed right now.
You lead the league in what, sir?
The record. I got the best record in the league. I'm 2-1.
Okay. I mean, that's not.
If the season ended today.
Yeah.
What are you doing? I just walked away for 10 seconds. He's already what?
I
if
actually.
The season ended today, I'd be 1.
You're correct, but you're actually 2-2.
How?
Because Jesse has a victory and Kyle has a victory. That's 2 losses for Kenny. So you are 2-2.
I think we should just count wins.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You just said you were 2-1, and I was correcting that.
Well, I've got 2 wins.
That is correct.
I'm the 1 seed.
You're a child, is what you are.
I'm the 1 seed. It is what it is.
Your boy's a child. The screen is covered. Yes, it's your boy.
Hey, I do want to say that when this draft process took place, a lot of people were saying you resemble Dyson Daniels. And now that we're looking at nah.
I do not look like Dyson
He
Daniels.
looks nothing like Dyson Daniels. That's
do you guys
crazy.
remember that?
I also don't look
that?
like Kessler Edwards. I don't look like Kid. I don't look like every light-skinned guy you've ever seen.
I was saying, do you remember they were trying to say that in the chat? And they were like, maybe so. Nah, you don't.
It's Ricky Starks and the ESPN guy.
Yeah, the ESPN guy.
That we don't remember his name. Sorry.
Coach JT. No, he did stop. Don't do that.
No, he doesn't. I did show the Ricky Starks video to someone who had never seen it before.
That was the iconic moment.
That got a response. All right, Kyle, here we are. We're talking about perhaps the most underrated or underappreciated player in the National Basketball Association.
Draymond Green.
The former.
Get out of here. Get out.
The former number 5 overall pick in the 2018 NBA draft out of the University of Oklahoma, 26-year-old Trae Young. Again, the former number 5 overall pick in 2018. His highest career earnings are in fact happening at this moment, where he is earning $43 million. We're going money to date. 6 completed seasons in the league. We are in his 7th right here. $43 million for Trae Young. Again, the former number 5 overall pick in the 2018 NBA draft.
You said 6th season in the league.
6 seasons
All right.
in the league. This year,
So I got wrong last time.
His $43 million year. This is his 7th.
Okay.
$43 million is the most he's earned. He is earning that right now. He has 2 years left on his deal. 2 years left on his deal. We're going money to date. Guys, contemplate the dollar figure. Take a look at the chatty house. Some solid guesses in the chatty house. Shout out to those that are keeping it honest. And now we will ask the contestants to show their numbers. Here we go. We got Kenny Caraway at 183. We got Kyle Madsen at 221. We got Jesse Tapia at 150.
That's a winner for your boy.
Trae Young. And Kenny is right. It's a winner for your boy, Jesse Tapia. $146.3 million. Jesse with another dub.
Hold on. Kenny, I think you were going to say something.
What are you going to say, Kenny?
What were you going to say, Kenny?
No, go ahead.
What were you going to say?
Look, it's the regular season. I mean, it's the regular season. If we're gonna have confetti fall from this arena.
I believe it was Kenny Caraway said if the season ended today about 5 minutes ago.
I got the tiebreaker. I got
No,
the
sir.
division wins.
You're currently 2-3.
So now we're counting losses. I said we were counting only wins. I got the tiebreaker. And I should get a win for Doug McDermott, but that's a whole nother.
You lost Doug McDermott. Doug McDermott's 3-point percentage beat your ass in front of everybody.
You guys didn't listen to what I said. I said in December 1st.
That is
Can I-
not what
hey,
you
can I-
said.
I
Bro,
feel like
Elevate.
you say you guys didn't listen to what I said a lot. You need to be a better communicator. I think.
Mm.
Or maybe they
Let's
should be
get to
better
the
listeners.
no. See, no, it's on you
That's a
as
good
the
point.
message sender to understand how your message is being received, and it's very clear that you're not doing a good job.
No,
of it.
I send the message. How they receive it is how they receive it. Pause.
No, yeah, you're having a bad day, pal. That's a flag. Wait, what happened?
See, that's a
flag.
That's a frustrated technical.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
a technical
He
right
picked
there.
up a technical because he was upset. It was like when Keon Ellis messed up and then fouled at the end
Exactly.
of the
You
quarter.
know what? Go ahead and sit the next game. Why don't you? Okay.
Wow, if Mike Brown was here, it'd be DMPs for pocket watching.
It's a nice dub right there, though. We're happy about that.
No, that's a good victory. That's good. 150 on 146.3.
Damn.
When this contract is over, Trae Young will be at $241.2 million. It's crazy to think that guys will sign these deals, make like incredible money, and within the deal, experience life-changing money.
Yeah, bro.
Right.
Like his net worth, like we're almost $100 more million in the next couple of years, and what he gets after that will change his family's existence forever.
Go ahead, Kyle.
That's what happened to Juan Soto. Juan Soto was doing great, and now he just gets $765.
Well, we're in a whole different stratosphere when we talk about those guys. I was thinking about Steph. Steph was good. And then he signs this last deal, and it's like, oh my God, Steph just signed a deal for like $300 some odd million.
Changes.
And he didn't get the massive first contract. He got the greatest deal in the history of professional sports for a team. And then, goes on to win a couple of MVPs after that.
I always trip out when I see like, like you watch the news and they're like, oh, they're going to build this new soccer complex in Folsom, and it's estimated to cost around $9 million. Like,
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook could
he's
build
got that.
7 of
He's
them
got that. Yeah.
in one season. Like, what?
Yeah, sports has warped
Crazy.
my understanding of dollars and age. Those are the two things that I see somebody's 35 years old now, and I'm like, damn, about that time for them.
Yeah, that's
Like, I'm a computer
crazy.
programmer. I got 30 years. So I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's crazy because you look at like these baseball players, like you're signing these guys for, like we were talking about Juan, so you're signing him for like 5 years.
Yeah.
You're paying him for 15,
Mm-hmm.
but you're expecting them to be one of the top players in Major League Baseball for the next 5 to 6.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Here is $750 million
And they're willing to do that.
for the next 5 years.
And they're willing to do that because it spreads out the like luxury tax. So they'll go, okay, we'll pay this dude $51 million for 7 years that he's not elite, but we don't have to pay that extra money for those 8 years that he was. And so instead of getting 8 years and $756 million or whatever the number was, he gets it for 15.
That's crazy.
Zero-
Man, it's crazy.
Just have $51 million hitting your bank account this year.
What's it like, Kenny?
I would.
That's my man right there.
Come on.
That is my
Come
man
on.
right there.
Come on.
That's my man.
Why do you
That's my man right
see how they
there.
be plotting against your boy?
Come on, man.
See how they be plotting against your boy? Y'all see it? Y'all see it? I be minding my own business.
I mean, if we're all saying the same thing,
You're all wrong. What are you
Oh.
talking about?
Once again, everybody's wrong except Kenny.
In this case, they definitely are. So how we got on this? While we have you here, I'll ask you the question.
Mm-hmm.
I think Trae Young is the most.
well, before you do, you have a long day. If you need to go, I completely understand. You can, are you?
Yeah, I do have to go now. The chargers at our car chargers in our parking lot are not working.
Okay.
So I have to stop on my
Anyway,
way home
we
to
have
charge
it.
my car.
Yeah, we do. They're all the way down there.
Yeah. It's a mission to get over here, but it's fine.
Oh,
God
okay.
forbid we put one in front of our building.
God, there's like 9 electric vehicles outside every day. Okay, go ahead, Kyle.
What, did you have a question?
No.
No, we were just talking about
We're just
Trae Young. He was just going to bring you into the
Good player.
conversation. It wasn't good call.
You guys are, I'm good. It's fine. 15 minutes isn't going to make or break my day. What's up?
Okay, I was just making sure. Kyle over on 95.7 the game later, right?
Yeah.
Because the 49ers played it.
I'm not going to the city though. I'm doing that remote.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of
Okay, my bad.
Like-
Why
It's
don't I
not a
shut-
Sunday. If it's not a Sunday, I'm not coming in. I'm sorry.
Okay, understandable. Understandable.
Anyways.
Yeah, Matt Nahegan.
Hey, salute to Matt.
Shout out to
always.
Matt. Hey, go
Always.
blue. Go blue. Matt know what time it is.
What time is it?
I'm
never
on.
mind.
I'm
It's
on. By
time
the
to
way,
beat Ohio State's ass again.
I'm on. I'm usually. I said this yesterday on air. I lean Ohio State in the Michigan Ohio State thing. I don't really have a dog in the fight though. After how Ohio State has treated this whole flag planting thing, I can't support them anymore. It's been crazy. Anyways, Trae Young.
That was crazy.
Who's Michigan playing in the playoffs?
We're not in the playoffs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We
So Ohio State was so good they could lose a game to a bad team and keep going. But please go ahead. Ask Kyle this question. Trae Young, good ball player, right?
I can't wait till Tennessee goes into the horseshoe.
Oh no! Now Michigan gets Alabama in the Cheez-It Bowl.
Oh yeah, Alabama's in some crazy ball. That's a whole nother story. But we got on the topic of Trae Young because I think he is the most underrated, possibly disrespected player in the league. I think Trae Young is the truth, and he's always talked about as the problem.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. I know he's not shooting it as well this year, but that's a testament to who he is as a player that he can go, hey, I'm not shooting it great. Here's 14 assists a night. Like that's pretty wild. So I'm with you. I think he falls in the Dame category for me, where he was awesome. Like Dame on those Portland teams was incredible, but Portland's shortcomings left Portland short, not Dame. It wasn't Dame as in playing winning basketball.
Right.
I think it's easy to point to Trae Young and go, Trae Young doesn't play winning basketball, but like, man, 3 years ago he was in the Eastern Conference Final. They've just been kind of a mess organizationally since then. The DeJounte Murray thing not working didn't help.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think any of that's on Trae.
And no disrespect to these guys, but Atlanta's no good. It's Trae Young's fault because he couldn't elevate Bogey and Capella. All right.
That's not.
Yeah, I'll point this out from our guy Shulis over on Twitch. He says, "Kenny politician, too many truths. Trae legit horrible defender, doesn't always try." That's fine. I think what Casey's point is, not to speak for you because you're here. It's D'Lo and KC, but nobody was saying that about Luka before the finals.
Exactly.
It's like people just
for us.
Well, it was like they just figured out Luka doesn't play defense when it happened during the finals. It's like, y'all watch this dude play, and I guess because Trae hasn't been in the NBA finals yet, it's a problem.
And I love when people make that argument because number one, I'm not here to say Trae Young is a perfect player. He's got deficiencies for sure. I think damn near all these players, even the great ones that you guys love, have deficiencies and aren't perfect players. And when you talk about, I love when they pick and choose when they want people to play defense. This is why I'm so adamant about what De'Aaron Fox does, because go down the list and the top 20 scorers in the league, you can make the argument 15 of them don't defend. They hide in the corner. They find the weakest person to guard, and they're on that guy.
Yeah.
Like that's just the nature of the league. So kind of for two reasons, miss me with the Trae Young don't play defense because number one, most of these other guys don't play defense. Number two, I'm not saying he's a perfect player. Yeah, he don't play defense.
Yeah, I don't. That's also not. I don't watch the Hawks and go, man, if Trae Young tried more on defense, they'd be the number 1 seed in the East right now. Like the Hawks have so many more problems. Like, yeah, I'm with you. We're not trying to make the argument that he's a perfect player, but Trae Young's lack of defense is like 50th on the list of the Hawks issues.
And there is no perfect player.
No.
Right? Even Jokic. Like Jokic hates basketball. That's probably an imperfect characteristic.
Boy.
Giannis isn't the best 3-point shooter. Like that's like you're talking about the best of the best. Joel can't play.
Yeah.
He can't actually stay on the floor. Right. But when he does, it's one of the best we've ever seen.
Yeah,
he's there is no perfect player in the league. Like LeBron James is 40 now. He's not perfect anymore. It's the game.
Yeah.
LeBron kind of starting to look 40 too.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little. Well, he's going to play for Sacramento.
I was about to say, time for the king to become a king.
He's going to live in LA.
Yeah.
playing Sacramento.
I love the anonymous exec, the way
That's
he's
my
like,
favorite.
nobody's talking about this. Like, yeah, duh. No, of course nobody's talking about
What's that tell you, jackass?
it. Yeah, he'd really elevate Fox and Sabonis. Yeah, he would.
What's
God.
what's worse / possibly better? Nobody's talking about this, but LeBron could play in Sacramento, or nobody's talking about this, but Saquon could be an MVP where literally everybody's talking about it.
Dude, that's the worst.
No.
Why doesn't anyone talk about? Oh, you mean the conversation everyone's having?
You mean the 47 think pieces that have been written in the last 3 weeks?
And all of those 47 think pieces just deleted Christian McCaffrey's name out of last year's think pieces and put Saquon Barkley in there.
Facts.
Man, that's yeah.
How you feeling about tonight, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like.
You're the wrong person to ask.
Like, here's I was talking to James about this today on the Insiders, 10 a.m. to noon, right here on
Good
ESPN
show.
1320. A lot of people in here right now that aren't here during our show, so be there during our show also.
Pull up, man. Come on.
But the injury stuff doesn't even bother me that much. Like, that's not what I'm concerned about. Isaac Rendo playing, Nick Bosa may be playing, Dre Greenlaw may be back. It's like, can you get through a game without having penalties to put you in 2nd and 20 on half your drives?
Yeah.
Can you not have special teams mistakes? Can you not turn the ball over? If you do those things, I think they have a really good chance to win tonight.
Right.
But I don't know if they flipped a switch against the Bears and it was like, oh, hey, look, they can still do it. Or if that was this is a disorganized Bears team that's working on getting to Cancun and the Niners just kind of steamrolled.
Sorry, Casey.
No, you're good.
Season's very much alive if they win tonight, right?
It's alive.
Okay.
I would say very much alive. It's alive.
Faint pulse or regular pulse or
life support.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know all the things that need to happen for the tiebreakers and stuff?
I don't. I honestly thought it was like maybe one or two things.
They can win out, go 10-7. Nobody else in the division gets to 10-7, and they win the division. That can happen.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna, but that's on the table. If they get to 9-8, they need a 4-way tie in the NFC West to win the NFC West. Everybody needs to get to 9-8.
If certain things happen, right? So, like, I seen that. It's crazy. Like, you need a 4-way. A 3-way won't even get it done. I'm just saying. That's what it said. A 3-way won't get it done.
Speak for yourself.
You're done. You're out. You're out. That's you're out. You're out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
I'm just saying what they said.
You're wild for that, dude.
That's what they said.
Yeah. Normally I have your back, but god damn, Draymond, relax.
If certain things happen, a 3-way would get it done. Oh, man.
That's how you know KC got money because
he said 4-way.
I'm just saying that's what the people say. That's all I can say. But
we're serious.
Yeah,
it's a serious
I lost my train of thought. But so
back to trains. I gotta throw you out too. You catch the second guy. Come on, man.
I've lost all control.
Come on, Bill Kennedy, get it together over there.
What do you think?
The scenarios for the 49ers is what you're talking about.
What do you think if
scenarios.
I told you there's a real possibility that the Seahawks don't win another game this year?
That's on the table for sure. Just the Bears looked so bad. I can't imagine Seattle, even if they lose these next two to Green Bay and Minnesota, I can't imagine they go into Chicago and lose. Like that's a tough ask.
Yeah.
But if you came from the future and you said, "Hey, I'm Kenny from the future," and the Seahawks didn't win another game, all right.
I think 1 and 3 is on the table. Realistic. I don't think they'll lose all 4, but I think 1 and 3 is realistically on the table for those guys.
Yeah, just the way I was messing around with the NBA playoff machine last night, and the only way I could get the Niners in at 9-8 is if there's a 4-way tie.
Is there any chance the Seahawks are good?
Yes,
I think so.
Yeah,
like
I wouldn't be stunned if they beat Green Bay.
The one I'm not there with is the Rams yet.
Yeah,
like I respect what they did on Sunday. That's big time.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't be shocked either if the 49ers beat them tonight. I think the 49ers will beat them tonight.
So I was Carlin versus Joe, which is on before our show here on 1320.
I heard them when you had to evacuate the building.
for the gas leak that was outside.
Yeah.
But no, he was
Apparently, it was
talking
in
about
the electric chargers you're trying to use.
no. But he was saying that a lot of the sharp bettors were on the Rams last week because the Bills had the Chiefs, the 49ers on Sunday night, then the Rams, and then the Lions.
Mm.
And so it was like trap game. And the Rams are good enough that if you throw your helmet on the field, they're going to go score 44 points. So I'm interested to see tonight. I don't think they're like substantially better than San Francisco. But if the Niners can't rush the passer and Stafford gets to just sit back there and cook, like he's really, really good when he gets to do that, which is my kind of big concern tonight. But I don't think the Rams are like substantially better than San Francisco.
What do you think about?
By the way, I just want to pay this off. It's Packers, Vikings, Bears, Rams. That's
Or
the
the
Seahawks. Yeah, that's the Seahawks.
And there's
remaining four.
one of those where the Niners would like need Seattle to beat the Rams, I think, in
That's
this
the four-way.
tie break. No, they would need they'd need the Rams to win because Seattle's got to lose their next two, beat the Bears, and then lose to the Rams.
Yeah,
It's something like that. It's silly.
It's a tough road.
I'm just going week by week. This
Oh,
week
you
the
can do
Niners
it.
need to win, and then they need the Cardinals to beat New England. Because I'm playing for the four-way tie.
Yeah.
And then who did the Seahawks play? The Seahawks lose to Green Bay. That's it. That's what we're looking for this week.
All right, let's get it done.
And none of it matters because they're out if they lose. So
Well, we may not be looking for anything on Sunday.
We'll be in here tomorrow like, damn it. Through all the scenarios.
What do you think of my kind of my thought was I want Dre Greenlaw to come back this year, which he's been activated. Not necessarily for like, oh, like he's gonna give them a boost to get into the playoffs. I want him to go through the process of getting back on the field this year.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have the whole summer worrying about, and then like week one, like, oh, his first game back. Like, how is his Achilles going to react? Like, especially with him, like not being really in, playoff contention. I want him to get that with these last 3 or 4 games.
That's why I think they activated him. I think they want him to put tape out because he's going to be a free agent. He's battled through so much stuff for them. He's been so good for them. It wouldn't surprise me if they're like, yeah, if we make the playoffs and he can play some games for us, great. But this is more about, hey, he's going to play like the Sam linebacker spot tonight. He'll play 10 or 15 snaps, just show like, hey, here's how he looks on the field this week. Here's how he looks with 2 games under his belt, 3 games under his belt. I think that's what they're trying to get for him. And maybe he resigns. But yeah, I think it was important to get him back on the field if he could this year.
That's good. That's my boy, Dre Green.
Yeah.
Man. Glad to see that.
Yeah, rooting for him for sure.
I got one more question for him real quick.
Yeah.
What is the Hargrave situation? What does that do for the Niners cap?
It makes him cheaper to cut next year if they want to do a post June 1 cut. You can do that with 2 players. And so they can do that with Deebo Samuel and Javon Hargrave if they want. And you don't get that money obviously during free agency and stuff, but it's less dead cap. It's more cap savings, which helps them in the future. But it also makes him cheaper to keep around if they want to keep him. It might just be a direct pay cut, but my guess is they're going to cut him.
Kyle Madsen, we won't see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, no, I'm out. I'm going to Arizona.
Good for you.
Arizona.
Good for you.
Seeing some of the homies.
Hopefully we're talking about a 49ers win tomorrow. We'll come back. Steeler win KC. Matt George in the final hour of the show here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
See you guys. Appreciate you.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you, Kyle.
Chili cheese Fritos.
Oh, it's the truth, bro. It's the truth.
Give me 10 milligrams of a bucket of those.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
See you guys Tuesday.
Oh, right on, man. There you go. Good time.
I've never been to Arizona. I gotta go.
Do you though?
Yeah.
Arizona feels like New Mexico. It's just hot. I've never been to New Mexico either, but I just assume they're just hot.
Well, Arizona seems like
It's Fresno, the
a lot
South.
more to do. Arizona popping from everything I see in here. New Mexico, not so much.
Hey, Dame, have you ever hung out in Arizona?
I've been to Arizona, yeah. I've been to Phoenix before, and Scottsdale. It's fine. Shout out to all the ladies who are buying their significant others, D'Lo and Casey gear. Love that.
Big ups.
We should probably do some sort of Christmas sale. You won't get it in time for Christmas unless you order right this second. Shout out Blue Sky. I opened you for the first time in a week.
Yeah, how is it over there?
It's good. It's all right. They need to get rid of the @DamianBarling.bsky.social. They need to fix that crap. But other than that, it's fine.
Twitter's a little weird now.
What I really need to do, what I need to do is like set the alerts on Blue Sky and just delete this. Just be gone off this app.
Casey, we're Twitter vets, so I'll just quit Twitter when you quit it, I guess.
Yeah, man, I'm rocking with Twitter. I'm Blue Sky, good idea, whatever. You know, hopefully it prospers. But they're gonna have to get to the majors before me.
Yeah, when that's more established.
Yeah. You have to get to the majors first.
We got Christmas movies playing on the loop in the kitchen right now.
Everybody's in the holiday spirit. Watching my man Ken Anthony sing Christmas carols was not a joy I was expecting to experience today. Now, watching Kevin sing Christmas carols, very predictably joyful. Very, very predictably.
Those are both my boys, man.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We got a dope crew. We got a pretty dope crew here.
Real quick. Any thoughts or, I mean, I don't think I'll be like negative, pretty predictable probably, but any thoughts on the announcement today that the X Games will be at Cal Expo for the next 3 years?
Cool.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'll get out there one of those times just to see it. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it the first year, and if I like it, I'll keep going. But
yeah, I probably won't do that. But for the people who enjoy it, like salute. I hope you know, I've accidentally had it on a time or two. It's not something like I'm excited about or into or anything like that. But anytime something comes to Sacramento,
yeah,
let's cook.
Yeah,
let's
man,
show out.
That's pretty big news.
Sometimes you just got to pop out and show them. You know.
I don't know if
Did you watch Jamie yet?
I did, man. It was good, man. It was good. Jamie.
It's not a comedy special. It's a one-man show. Keep that in mind for those who haven't watched it yet. Don't go into it thinking it's a comedy special. It's not. Yeah. It's a one-man show, and it's very good.
He did a good job, man. Shout out Jamie Foxx, man.
Yeah, it's moving. It's very. I thought it was very good.
Mm-hmm.
Thought it was very good.
I agree.
But no, I'm excited for it, man. Cool.
Yeah, man. That's I couldn't figure out what it would be, and at first I was like, oh. All right, that's what's up. And then I thought about it a little bit more. I was like, that's actually pretty cool. You know, X Games going to have Sacramento on ESPN for like 2 straight weeks. You know what I mean? So that's always a good thing. I wonder, I didn't see the press conference or the press release or anything. When is that? Isn't it like in the middle of July or something like that? I think they usually are around that time. Summer, like June or something like that. So it'll be hot, but they'll get through it.
You gonna hop on a BMX bike and hop on the ramp?
No, them ramps be going straight down too. That's
August.
crazy. Oh, jeez.
Man. But what about the fair?
Well, they moved the damn fair up, which has been the worst decision they've ever
Yeah, the
made.
fair is like in April now.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy.
Worst decision ever.
Yeah, August 22nd through 24 is when it kicks off next year.
All right.
Good stuff.
All right, man.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Man, where are we? What have we done today? We didn't really talk. We talked a little bit about the finish in Houston last night. But first of all, Rockets. Now, granted, the Rockets haven't been a part of all of these. You're doing a lot when you're talking about take your ass back to Golden State. Okay, bro.
Wait a minute. Who said that?
And let me find it.
Was it a player?
Yeah.
They're kind of the new Grizzlies. Like Dylan Brooks
Little
kind of
bit.
took that.
Dylan Brooks.
Dylan
yeah.
Brooks
bit.
took that with
Dylan
him, and I
Brooks.
feel like now
Little
the
bit.
team's kind of taking that on.
A little bit. He clearly he's an impactful player then.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Works for them.
What they say last night on Inside the NBA, that was the first game all year that didn't have either team scoring 100 points.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Some good old 90s basketball.
Yeah, that game was not going the way that I expected. I did enjoy it though. We predicted, we kind of had to side watch a lot of the Knicks Hawks game, but both of those games were really enjoyable.
They were.
Really good.
And you know what I thought about is our conversation yesterday about NBA being afraid of the NFL. And I don't think, their problem is they don't put any games damn near on Thursday. Like they put like one game, you know what I mean? And that's the failure. But NBA Cup, like that game last night, you wouldn't want that on Monday night. You would want that on a day where there's no football. That's what I understand that. Like you wouldn't want that on Monday night with football. You want that by itself.
Okay, for the NBA Cup, fine. But a regular basketball game? Like if that wasn't the NBA Cup, if those were just two games, same exact games, you think it's a big deal that it's on a Monday or a Thursday?
So regular games, no. Like,
Okay.
no, that's what I'm saying. Like, still play games. Like they've had times when they haven't had any games scheduled.
Yeah, right.
Against football, and I'm like, y'all doing too much there, or just one game. You guys are doing a little too much with that. But if you got like a quote unquote marquee game or something like that, NBA Cup or like a high profile,
okay.
Like I wouldn't want.
I'm fine with
that.
Yeah, I got you.
Next to football,
I got you. I guess it's just smart. If nothing else, I guess it's just smart programming. It just feels like the NBA like they go out of their way to acquiesce to the NFL, while the NFL is like, bro, F you, we got Christmas now. Not only do we got Christmas, bitch, we're putting Beyonce on.
Yeah,
they
can do that.
They're gonna get their ass whooped on Christmas.
Yeah, but
that's Netflix. Netflix is Christmas. Yeah, it is, because that's why they announced the Beyonce thing after the Jake Paul Mike Tyson.
But
disaster.
they were, it was gonna happen anyway. Like I think the last 2 years, and whenever they start playing on Christmas, dude, NFL ratings have been higher than the NBA. So,
for sure.
So, then that goes to your point, and what we've been saying is like, just do what you do. Like, you're not gonna win a ratings war. Like, don't play that game. Just put the best product you can out there. And like I said, our frustration is don't not have any games on a Thursday or Monday like that. Y'all doing too much with that. Like, put some games on there and have a regular schedule. Like even tonight, I guess they normally do this on Thursday. They have 2 or 3 games, but man, give us a full slate, man. Give us 8 games or something like that. But
tonight you get 3, but lucky for us, one of them is Sacramento, so we're good.
Thank God.
It's Sacramento and New Orleans, and it'll be a tough viewing experience for us here because we got to watch both of them. And I don't mean us, like me and Kim. I mean all of us. Like, there are a lot of 49er fans listening to this, and a lot of 49ers and Kings fans listening to this, man. So it'll be a good one, man, though. It'll be a good night.
And the thing that I always say is, like, people are ridiculous for some of this football stuff. Some of the stuff, like I said, they're cooking the numbers, and I'm gonna figure out one of these days how they're cooking these numbers, because you can't tell me 20 million people wanted and just actively watched Titans Jags. Like, no, I don't care if it was on Thursday. 20 million people didn't watch that game. You're lying to me. Second of all, like they got any game out there, Titans Jags or something like that. Bro, who would want to watch that? That says more about you than it does the NFL. All right, nobody wants to watch. Well, if I put Pistons Wizards on TV, you think I'm just sitting up there trying to watch that? No.
It depends on the TV you're watching it on.
Well, it might be on.
You do watch like Big West basketball.
You do.
Well, right now, Fresno State and BYU is on my.
So what are you talking about? Like seriously, like what are you talking about? This isn't working. Worst. Okay, let me change the verbiage here. Lowest viewed NFL primetime game. Let's try that. Because it's probably still in the double digits, right?
I would think so. I can't imagine the last time they got.
So here's a headline. Oh, that says ESPN Plus. Aha! You almost got me.
The Cardinals,
Here we go.
Chargers.
This was a year ago. Chargers Jaguars set record for least watched primetime game. I think I remember this.
That's awful too.
And the fourth lowest of any wild card game in the last 20 seasons.
Wait, it was a playoff game?
Oh, that was the game that the Jags came back then.
Yeah, they were down 30 or something.
Giants,
33, I believe.
Trevor Lawrence.
Giants Vikings 16. Giants Vikings 33 million. 49ers Cowboys 41 million.
Damn.
Where is it? Chargers Jaguars.
That was prime time too.
Man, you talk about operating on an entirely different platform. 20 million.
That's understandable.
So there's no way. Yeah, that's the way. There's no way that's the lowest primetime game. That's the lowest. So here's one. Saints Broncos. Thursday night.
That was this year.
So that's Prime Video.
Yeah.
9.8 million. That's probably 3 times a good NBA night.
Oh yeah, a good NBA night is like 3
million. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and that sounds
the regular
reasonable.
season, not talking about
Right. That sounds reasonable. 9 million people watching that game. I don't know why. Like I don't even know why 9 million people watch that game. Saints Broncos. Like I don't care if it's
fantasy football, baby.
I'll check the app.
Prize Picks.
I'll check the app.
I'm saying some people lock in.
I'll check that.
Thursday night football is averaging 13.3 million this year. Or I'm sorry, that was the average at that point in October this year. End of October.
Yeah, people watch football.
This is interesting. Thursday night football, the average age viewer is 47 years old. The average age viewer on a primetime broadcast game is 62.
Damn.
Fascinating.
That is fascinating.
Huh.
So this may require some more. I'll try. I was going to ask you, what's the
pal.
average age viewer of an NBA broadcast?
Okay. Jesus Christ, Kenny. Viewer. No, we're live, pal.
Because I bet you it's not 40.
I wonder. Oh, sir. Well, so this is. So this is okay. Sports Business Journal. This is 2017. Okay. The article wasn't written in 2017. This is a 2017 study from the Sports Business Journal. It's 42. The second youngest average age of any major North American sport. What's the first? I don't know. Let me find out.
So here's just a quick Google. So I don't know. It could be vetted. It's not AI. I know that. But the average fan who watched the NBA from TV is 37 years old, while the average fan who attends the games is 36 years old.
And what that's now?
Yeah, it was the article was in 2023.
Okay. Huh. Where do you watch the majority of your NBA action games or highlights? TV, streaming on League Pass, 5.6 at YouTube. Huh. Fascinating.
Did you see, while we talk about like leagues and growth and all this other stuff, did you see that story that came out the other day that I don't know if it's rumors or they're really like considering it, but the NBA talking to FIBA about creating a league to rival the Euro League?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I wonder why they wouldn't just like work with the Euro League as opposed to competing with the Euro League. I mean, the answer could be Euro League wants nothing to do with it, but I wonder if that would be the first plan of action.
I don't know how Euro League works. Like, I know how Euro League for the women used to work. There were some interesting individuals involved. The NBA may be
They
like,
don't align with the
culture.
Yeah.
The NBA may be like, nah, we're good.
Yeah.
We'll roll with FIBA or whatever. It might be, they have a governing body, whether you agree with it or not. They do it might be a little bit more easier to organize in partnership with than the Euro League, who individual owners, different things at play, I think, with Euro League.
That'd be interesting though if they were able to create that. I had another conversation. Sure. Jesse would like that. Jesse,
he quit. Yeah, I'm surprised he lasted this long, to be honest.
I was talking with our guy Paul the other day at Sky River, and he was talking about how he hates when they call the champion the world champion.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, you see all the Euros right now, they're dominating the league. If the Celtics went over there, those guys would go to work on the Celtics. I said, no, Paul, no. That's not what that means. You're not taking the all-star team in the Euro League playing the Boston Celtics. You would take the Boston Celtics going up against Olympiacos or whatever, and they beat the hell out of Olympiacos.
So here's the awesome thing about our guy, Paul Marshall, 98 Rock in the Morning.
That's our dude.
He'll tell you, I don't know S about basketball. Just talk to me about football all day. He was worried when we called him up that we were going to talk basketball with him. I actually just realized it. I was like, bro, you got to come on the show. I want to talk. He walks in, Paul's got the long hair and the leather jacket. Paul Marshall looks like a professional wrestler. And I remember Paul telling me a story once that he trained with Killer Kowalski or something, like the same guy who trained Triple H. One day, and we should have done it this week. One day we should just grab Paul. Paul, sit down. Tell us a story, because I think he's got a million of them.
Maybe he was Hacksaw Jim Duggan back then or something.
Tough guy.
He could absolutely be Hacksaw Jim.
He's got the beard.
That reminds me.
He said Killer Kowalski said he was a heel, which I see. He looks like a heel.
Paul could never be a good guy, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I gotta say this to protect the innocent, because these are our people.
Yeah.
These are our people. Okay. It was a Lucha Libre mask, and
there was a Lucha Libre mask left at Sky River. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Kenny's in possession of that. Have you worn it yet?
No, I have not. No, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Hey, who doesn't have a couple of those laying around the house?
Well, admittedly, I have one.
I got two on my dad's.
It was a gift from a friend over at WCW. Yeah.
But I thought, oh man, okay, all right, appreciate it.
Yeah. Salute. Salute.
Oh, that reminds me though, there was an update to Ratgate.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
There was an update, and the house is safe and sound now. And it was a squirrel.
Okay.
So you killed a squirrel?
So did you
or-
kill the squirrel?
No, the squirrel got out. We essentially pushed it out.
You saw the squirrel.
It was crazy. Yeah.
Okay,
that was
I'm
crazy.
sorry.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Oh,
Wait a second.
Go ahead.
We pushed it out.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jazz.
well,
come
Or
in, please.
Jasmine pushed it out.
No, I pushed it out. It was a lot of tactics that had to go on with this. We had to get the leaf blower to kind of get him to move a
So
certain way.
you knew at this point it was a squirrel.
Yeah, because so she came out at one point, and we thought that it was like the trap had been turned over. And I was like, oh man, they got him. And we go over there, and I'm looking at the trap, and then I hear some moving around. I said, oh, there's multiple. I hadn't turned over the trap yet, so I don't know what was there. But I was like, there's multiple. And then we did some investigation. Jazz came out there. We moved some stuff. And she came into the garage, and she's looking, and she's like, that's a big-ass rat. I said, oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, no. And she goes, wait, it's a squirrel.
I would have been the happiest person on the planet.
And it was like, oh, man. But, so on the show, I was like, oh, if it was a squirrel, I'd feel better about it or whatever. Until you're actually faced with the fact that it's a squirrel. And you know what I always remember? This probably isn't even really true. But remember the moment on Christmas Vacation when the squirrel's in the tree and then it jumps out and attacks his face? So that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, oh, man, I'm going to come face to face with this squirrel, and it's just going to attack my face. So, yeah, but it's gone. It's gone.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a squirrel.
Did you guys
not a
celebrate
rat.
last night? Well, so are the traps just
They're still there.
there?
Yeah, they're still there. Just in case. I mean, we ain't going to waste them.
Yeah, might as well.
Right.
So how do you feel in hindsight going toe-to-toe with a squirrel?
Good question.
Like
Daryl,
the doorbell camera exists. the
Daryl
video.
was feeding a squirrel before the fun run. If you
Oh yeah,
remember,
yeah.
I don't want to. I don't like.
Look how cute he is.
Yeah, squirrels are fine.
Nah,
I really let them chill in the garage, to be honest.
I don't like rodents. No. It's cool. They can stay outside. All of them. Stay away. Stay far away from the crib. But we have squirrels that come around all the time over there.
I
Just
believe that,
around the
yeah.
house and everything. And they walk on the catwalk.
Yeah, see him on the fence.
Yeah.
And, I see those all the time.
Shout out Zabo for the cure.
Indeed. Good call, Zay.
I remember that.
No, you don't. You're not even close. You're not even close. We have a lot of little gecko things running around the backyard. Yeah, it's always a little jarring. It's like, oh, it's harmless. All right. Just walk past it. It's not going to bother you. It's going to scurry off. Let's keep moving.
I'm not a wildlife type of guy. It's not my bag.
I'm not sure that that's exactly wildlife, but
Well,
I got you. Like coyotes, wildlife.
well, that's big wildlife.
Was Trista's De'Aaron and
Oh,
Vivica A.
Yeah,
Is it Vivica? Who's the
Vivica.
other? Yeah,
Yeah.
De'Aaron and Vivica A out
that's
there.
big
Those-
wildlife.
Those
right
that's
there.
real.
Mhm.
Yeah, East Coast wildlife is different than West Coast wildlife.
Yeah. I don't want no parts of that.
I'll never ever forget when we were
Put a
at the
fence
house.
up in my yard.
We were at the house in Glastonbury, Connecticut that we had. No fence, like open areas, and I hear like loud, like thumping. I'm like, God, what is that? I look out the backyard, and here come like 9 deer.
Oh,
Just tracking across the back of the backyard into the woods out to God knows where.
If you live close
Oh,
enough to
man.
animals, you probably shouldn't even be living there. Like that's
agree.
their territory still.
I agree.
Yeah. It wasn't my decision, dude.
Like if I'm gonna be attacked by like a crocodile in Florida or a mountain lion and wherever, I probably shouldn't be there.
No, that
Well, just-
goddamn Fisher cat that I saw on the
Come
drive.
on,
That was the
man.
scariest thing I've ever seen in my
Come on,
life.
man. Just put me in the townhome somewhere. Like, I don't need all this. I don't need all this. So, Ratgate, which wasn't a rat, looks to be over.
Congratulations. Congratulations. It's a big moment for everybody. What a saga this week has been.
It's crazy. It's Thursday. We just solved this.
It's also been the longest week ever.
Thanks
Yeah.
to Adam's Silver.
Adams poor scheduling. Complex is sick. I'm probably near death.
Oh no.
This has been a really eventful week. We don't
It's
need
Thursday.
this.
We're here. We made it.
Oh, we met. Well,
We're not done yet.
Well, in Kenny's mind,
I hate how he does that.
No,
It's
in
not
his
the
mind,
weekend tomorrow.
This is shoot. In his
Jesse,
mind,
you
we did
agreed
it.
with me.
No, I
No, we did it.
don't.
You agreed. You said, yeah, Thursday kind of is the start of the weekend.
Nah, okay, well, I retract that. I don't know what I was thinking that day.
Yeah,
Friday, we still got to go to work. Friday, I still enter on my timesheet. Like, it's like the vibes are a lot better, but
It's
like
a paid day off.
Let's not forget I dropped an F-bomb on
Oh,
there.
well, there's that.
Oh,
did
yeah,
happen.
huh?
This was all this week.
That went from being like the top thing to like the fifth best thing on like this week.
Squirrels,
Oh,
rats,
man.
ring camera footage, D'Lo's death, an F-bomb, Complex's illness, and caroling.
Caroling.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
I'm surprised they're not making a special round where just D'Lo, Casey, and Jesse have to go out and sing Christmas songs.
Can you imagine me Christmas caroling?
Nope. Of course, prior to 10 minutes ago, I couldn't picture Ken Anthony Christmas caroling, and I saw it on Instagram. So
Shout out Ken Anthony too. That's my guy too.
Ken is great.
Ken always tapping.
Ken loves he loves his Los Angeles sports, man.
He always tapping in with the sports, man. He's like, what are we watching today? Can you believe that Zion?
He does do that. Yeah, he does do that. He walked in. He was like, "Hey, man, sorry about that whole Dalton Connect thing." I was like, "All right, bro, relax, relax."
Oh man, but we had talked about it earlier. The NBA Cup is the semifinals are ready to go. Rockets, Thunder on one side, and Bucks, Hawks.
Jesse asked
other
in a
side.
different way: Is this the is the NBA Cup like the Money in the Bank, where you might see like who's next? Because I was like, oh, I don't know. So I'm missing one team. It was the Pelicans, Lakers, Pacers,
Bucks.
Oh, so the Bucks were in it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's when.
So the Bucks are going back to Vegas to avenge their.
Yeah,
their
'cause
NBA
last
Cup
time they
loss.
almost beat up their coach.
Well, that's the shoot. I remember that.
So yeah, they got unfinished business.
That's awesome.
Unfinished business, but
That's the title. That's what's on the chalkboard. That's what's on the chalkboard as they're headed to Vegas. Unfinished business.
you guys know this is a business trip. This is a business trip. You got unfinished business to take care of in Vegas. Last year, before I was there, you guys had a tough time, and you couldn't beat the Pacers. Let me tell you, now we got that. We got that. All right, Chris Middleton's back. Dame Lillard's playing great. Giannis is the MVP. KC told us. Now we got unfinished business. Let's go.
Doc, a big fan of D'Lo and KC.
Oh, my favorite show. My favorite show.
Mark Davis, as it should be. Mark Davis said some interesting things this week, and that got me thinking. We'll come back. We'll talk about it, but this whole thing might not be as cut and dry as we think it is. D'Lo and KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Man. Oh, shout out to everybody over on DLOKC.com. It's a good look. That's a good look. Yes, Scooter. If the agreement is the rule is if one of us goes, it's got to be on the air, and we're getting close. Yeah, that was an undercover moment. That was a lot of fun. That was a nice unexpected treat because I thought we had just lost TK for the day. Well, I didn't die yet, Kyle. I just announced that I'm probably closer to death than I might have been when the week started. Don't worry, you didn't miss it. That's why you got to have your alerts on. Like Jesse will send out a notification. Hey, D'Lo might be dying on the air. He'll send out the notification. Everybody will get it. Well, that's a little harsh, Roddy. Well, Carlos probably not wrong. There you go, Zay. Get it out there. Tag CBS, tag Matt, tag Kevin, tag, Jake. Let everybody know. No, Johnny G, I'm not going to do that at all. Wow, Jeremiah, I see. That's not quite possible, but, man, that'd be terrific. Dre Greenlaw activated. Okay.
Welcome back, Dre. Things literally have been all downhill since he got hurt. So many tabs. Sheesh. Rest all got to smack you up in some NCAA or Madden. Slapping everybody up. Rush Dog is my boy, so maybe I take it easy on him, but I ain't gonna lose. That's the point of it all. P-Dub, it's nothing. It's nothing. Actually, I don't play online a whole lot. I don't usually when I have time to get online and do something like that, it's like 11 o'clock or midnight. So
Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. You want to hang out? You want to talk with us? It's a pregame for two games. We got the Sacramento Kings tonight. We got the San Francisco 49ers tonight, Thursday night football against the Los Angeles Rams. Biggest game of the season to date. And then if they win, next week will be the biggest game of the season. And that's just going to be the trend here until this thing wraps up one way or another for the San Francisco 49ers. Yeah, I caught something Mark Davis said earlier this week. Okay. He acknowledged that he'll make a decision on Antonio Pierce's future this offseason. To me, that means Antonio Pierce is fired. You just hired the guy and you're making a decision this offseason.
Right.
I think the decision has been made.
That's what I took from that as well.
I think Tom Telesco's sticking around too.
However, okay. That's okay. All right. That's interesting. First thing I thought of is right now the Las Vegas Raiders are in prime position to land Shedeur Sanders. Lots of time left. Lots of bad football teams. Every win is your death moving forward for those 2 and 3 win football teams. The Raiders and Shedeur have essentially openly flirted together. Or flirted. That doesn't make sense. They've essentially flirted. And there's been, Deion talking to AP, talking to Mark, all this different stuff, and it like led me to believe, like, wait, does Deion want Shador to play for Antonio Pierce?
I think Deion wants Shador to play for the Raiders.
Okay, that leads me to my second question then, because I did think that. I was like, oh, that could be a little sticky.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, maybe it's not. Hey, Shador will come play there. You keep Antonio Pierce. All right. Second question. Okay, he wants him to play for the Raiders. Deion's staying in Colorado. He's got a hell of a recruiting class coming in. Okay. Is Deion a part of the hiring process? Informally.
Potentially.
Is Deion a part of the hiring process
For the Raiders?
for the Raiders' next head coach?
Nah, that'd be crazy because that'll leak out too.
Would it?
Yes,
Like, why is it
that would be
crazy?
insane. Why are you letting someone's dad be a part of the hiring process?
Well, he's not just a dad, though.
Why are you letting insert college football coach be a part of your hiring process?
I agree with that. I agree with what Jesse's saying, but I agree with you. I don't think it's far-fetched.
First of all, don't yell at me. I'm just asking questions.
That would just be the most Raider, Mark Davis, like that's leaking. We're all making fun of them.
So
the Raiders,
it's not
this all cash. Like they're a joke at that point.
So it's not crazy. I also don't think it's as unique as we might think it is.
I would not mess with that at all. I would tell Deion, like any working with Deion would be just a failure by Mark Davis. And I don't say that. Everybody knows I love Deion or whatever the case, but that's not how you run your franchise. You don't let dads or college coaches hold your pickup for ransom, dictate who's coming in, and all. You don't do that. You don't do that. You have a conversation with Deion if you wanted Shador. You say, this is what we're doing. We want Shador here. We love Shador. We want him to be the quarterback. And leave it at that. Not really looking for any of your input or anything else like that. Just we love Shador. And if Deion and anybody wants to get too involved, I'm gonna go get Cam Ward. I'm not dealing with all that.
Wow. KC hates Shador Sanders. Tweet that. Get that. That'll get views.
But that's what I'm gonna draft Shador Sanders because that's what I want to do, and I'm drafting him as the quarterback. I'm not counting on or looking for Deion's influence in any way. I'm drafting Shador Sanders because I love Shador Sanders. I want him to be the quarterback. If it's anything more than that, if it's like, oh, I gotta, work with Deion and Deion's got his say and all that, no, we're not doing that. Prime, respectfully.
I was just asking because I don't think it's outrageous on either front.
You think it's a good idea?
I'm not suggesting that Mark Davis or Tom Telesco or anybody involved turn the hiring process over to Deion Sanders. What I'm asking is if Tom Telesco and Mark Davis and whoever else is involved in this process go through an extensive search or whatever the line they used back here was, and you narrow it down to two. Call Deion, hey, Prime, got a couple candidates here we really like. We're down to Coach A, Coach B. I'm gonna tell you, Coach, I think we're leaning towards Coach A. Do you have any thoughts on him, experiences with him? You have any, what do you think? See what he says.
Yeah, the more we talk about it, you can't even make that phone call.
I understand, because the problem with that is if he goes, well, I actually like Coach B.
Right.
That's where the problem.
Even if he likes both.
But is the idea outrageous?
No, it's not outrageous, but I can't imagine a good franchise doing that. And the reason why I say it's not outrageous is
I'm asking about the Raiders.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say it's not outrageous.
About a good franchise.
That's why I say it's not outrageous, because that sounds like something Mark Davis, Al Davis, when he was around, would do. So no, it's not outrageous at all for the Raiders to be involved in that. But it's hard to explain because they already got a coach there. But the Chiefs wouldn't do that.
Of course not.
You know what I mean? Like, a well-run organization, that wouldn't even be an option. But we'll see what
I was reading. I'm pretty sure it was on The Athletic, and first Mark's words were just like in neon letters. It's like
that was crazy.
You already know, because you don't make decisions on guys that you're keeping around. Like, nothing's going to happen over the next 4 weeks that's going to change Mark's mind.
Right.
So that was what really stood out. And then, the Raiders are in prime position for Shedeur Sanders. They've been flirting with each other, Shedeur and the Raiders and Shedeur. And it's like, oh man, this actually might be a little deeper pause than we gave it credit for. It might be a little bit more here.
Yeah. I mean,
I hope there's not.
They've been flirting.
I hope there's not. I hope it's just an organization drafting a quarterback and you move forward. But I wonder.
Yeah, and the whole part with AP, that's crazy. No disrespect to AP, but I think that'd be the right move. I haven't seen anything this year that makes me think AP's the guy that's going to turn this around. And if you don't have that guy and you don't believe he's that guy, you got to move on and find a new guy.
All right.
Yeah, you just got to move on and find a new guy.
I'm sorry to AP. He gone and he can't go back to college.
Well, AP, Long Beach Poly.
Come hang out here. I mean, we got some great programs around here.
We do. You could,
you could be an assistant at Rockland.
Could he go to Sac State?
No, he can't. That's college football.
Yeah.
That man cannot.
But I didn't know if there was a difference between FBS and FCS.
Oh, I don't think so. I do not think so.
AP, we got an extra microphone over here. Come join 1320.
D'Lo, KC, and AP?
There it is right there.
No, it'd be D'Lo and KC with Antonio Pierce.
D'Lo and KC show with Antonio Pierce.
Invitations out there.
He's welcome.
He probably couldn't. I mean, it's the NCAA.
An 8-year show cause. God bless it. I don't know that I've ever seen. I don't know if I've ever seen a show cause it's 8 years.
Wow.
I'm looking to see if there's a distinction, and I don't think there is. In the event that Pierce is hired by an NCAA school. That's it. The Sac State is NCAA.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
There's no differentiator here.
Well, sorry, I tried to get him the job at Sac State.
That man is coaching in high school.
Catch AP coaching William Jessup next year.
No, William Jessup is a college.
It's NAIA though, not NCAA.
Oh, there you go.
There's a loophole
We
right
got
there.
him. We got him.
AP, I want 10% of your contract.
We got him. Well done, Jesse. Well done. We got him a job. So it looks like Dre Greenlaw is activated.
Dre Greenlaw is making his return tonight, man. That's good to see. Kyle kind of had me sad a little bit because he was talking about, I think they want to, get him some tape so he can, go out there. He's going to be a free agent. It's like, oh, damn, I forgot he was going to be a free agent. Yeah, maybe it is tape for him to go elsewhere and show that he can still play. And like Kyle said,
what was it again? Achilles? It was ACL. It was Achilles.
Yeah. And, he said they could re-sign him. Something could work out. But, man, Dre Greenlaw, that's tough, man.
We're being informed that William Jessup doesn't have a football program. So, Jesse, you gotta get.
Damn, I don't know what else am I supposed to do.
I think the man's in high school.
But yeah, man, it's happened twice now where, the 49ers had this unbelievable linebacker duo. And it just the lifespan got cut short due to injury. Bowman and his leg injury against Seattle stopped what him and Willis had. And then Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw had, they weren't able to see out what they could have been due to injury. And just one of those things, man. You always think back to both of those Super Bowls, man. They should have got one of those. So
where do you think they go from here? Like, Isaac Guerrero plans to play. Yeah. That's probably an important note for tonight as well.
The other thing that I meant to talked to Kyle about, talked to you about, is there's supposed to be elements out there. Supposed to be raining, and that's the big rap on Brock Purdy right now. Is in the elements. He's just a completely different quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I saw something today. Like we were talking yesterday about Matthew Stafford, right, and how good he's been this year, and Matthew Stafford's been really good. And you look at his numbers: 3,303 passing yards, 19 touchdowns, 66.7 completions percentage, 96.8 passer ratings in 13 games. And then they got Brock Purdy, 3,032 yards, 15 touchdowns, 66.8% completion percentage, 98.7 passer ratings in 12 games. And a lot of people are kind of down on Brock Purdy. And he seems to have had just like another pretty good year. Last year, I thought he was like an MVP candidate. I don't think that way about him this year. But he's been pretty good. He's been pretty good this year. And there's still some question from some people about whether they should pay him or, he's got to show more or whatever.
It's not how this works, man.
Even with
man's been playing for $750 for
even
2
with
years.
even with how this works. Like, do you think he has to show more to get top flight?
No,
quarterback
I don't.
contract?
I absolutely do not.
Should he get the highest? Should he get a deal more than Dax?
We'll deal with should he, because I think we all think he will, just because of that's how things go. But should he?
Would you give him
that? Doesn't matter. To me, should he doesn't matter.
Look, I'm trying to figure out what kind of quarterback.
Yeah,
you're not going to judge. You can't judge a quarterback by the contract they get.
Yeah,
the contract you get is the contract you get.
We are on agreement. He's gonna get it, but we're just saying, like, is he a better? Stop.
Play on.
I didn't.
Yeah, you.
Man got the giggles over here. I didn't even say anything.
It's worse than we thought.
What's this guy doing?
What is this?
The cutoff blazer to be like
that man said, "Get me my cheapest blazer and cut the sleeves off." They really took like some busted ass scissors to try to cut that blazer. North Carolina doesn't have a seamstress. Jesus,
that looked crazy.
That was ridiculous.
We'll get to Bill going to USC soon, but basically, you're saying is Brock Purdy a better quarterback than Dak Prescott?
I believe he today is.
I think he is too.
Is Brock Purdy up, or like is he? Because we were talking about Josh Allen and all that before the season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where's Brock Purdy?
So
I feel like he's
having the season like that, maybe like Joe Burrow had last year, like where the team success isn't there.
No, but like, do you think he's as good as Joe Burrow and those guys still?
I think
he's close. Like,
I do.
I think he's really close.
So if we did the tier thing, it's Mahomes 1, Lamar 1A.
We could throw Allen and Burrow on those guys. Those are the 4 best quarterbacks.
They're in the next tier to me. So there's Allen, there's Joe Burrow right there.
Mm-hmm.
Brock is, if he's not in that tier, he's probably next.
Yeah,
he's in that next group, and this is where you'll get into fights with people about Jordan Love being in that group, or who belongs in that. But I think that that places him as a top 5, probably no worse than 8 or 9 quarterback in the league.
Right. I think he's a solidified top 10 quarterback in this league.
Better than Herbert?
I think he's better than Herbert. I think he's better than.
I differ on that one.
I think he's better than Justin Herbert.
So I
think he's better than Trevor Lawrence.
He's definitely better than Trevor Lawrence. The thing that always gets people with Brock Purdy, that kind of puts him behind the 8 ball in a lot of people's minds, is physically and what he can do, like just throwing the football or something like that. He's not the same physical guy as Josh Allen, as Herbert, and all those other guys. Like, he doesn't have the same zip on his passes or whatever, but his understanding of the position and how to play the position, and some of the touch that he can use on some of these passes, some of the passes that he can fit in certain windows, it's elite. It's top flight. So I think people look at it and we're like, he doesn't have the arm strength. No, he doesn't. But he understands how to play that position as well as anybody in the league. And I grade on that. I mean, because I've seen a lot of physical guys who, oh man, watch me throw a football over those mountains over there. Like they could do that, but they didn't understand how to play the game.
If we put 3 quarterbacks in the third tier, we think Brock's one of them, behind Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, and Josh Allen.
Uh-huh.
I'll say Brock's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the other 2? If we said it has to be 3 quarterbacks in that tier, who are the other 2?
My first thought is CJ Stroud. I might put Justin Herbert there. Oh, other 2. There's only 2 slots. CJ Stroud.
No, 2 more. So
2
it's
more.
So it'd be Brock,
So
CJ, and
Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts for sure. Jalen Hurts has some limitations, but go ahead.
I'm thinking one specific quarterback. So no Jordan Love,
not for me,
and no Jared Goff.
Jared Goff is the one I thought about. I thought about Jared Goff.
I think Jared Goff is.
Yeah, Jared Goff probably
into this conversation.
He probably deserves to be there. He probably definitely deserves to be there. It's one of those things. So you also go with like sometimes you go with like how are we doing this? Are we doing it? Is it a fluid? Not us, but just when people rank, is it fluid? Like if I thought Brock Purdy was top 5 to 7,
who do you want for the next 4 years? That might take Goff out. I don't know if I'd want Goff for the next 4 years. I might want Goff for this year, next year. But like right now, if you evaluated him right now, if the tiers of quarterbacks were the quarterbacks of your team going into the Super Bowl,
Purdy, CJ, and Jaden.
Wow,
I think Jaden.
Wow,
over 4 years is going to be better than Jalen Hurts.
And Jordan Love. Hate Jordan Love.
Jordan Love is still, if we're doing the numbers, he still has the potential to be top 10. I think are we 7 or 8 in right now?
I think right now there's 6 quarterbacks that are like definitely better than Purdy. And then like 7, like around there is what it starts to make arguments.
So you'd have him in the third tier. You just have him at the bottom of it.
Yeah, I think Herbert and Stroud are better.
And I think there's a gap.
Herbert's been tearing it up this year.
Yeah, I like Herbert with
Herbert's been tearing it up.
I like Herbert with Harbaugh.
Because like for the sake of your question, like we kept it to 2, but I think there's about 5 or 6 guys.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of guys in that conversation.
Right there, on that same level before you.
I think most people would put Jordan Love at the top of that one.
Yeah, they would.
I don't know why I thought that was funny, but I did.
Yeah, they would. And Jordan Love is, once again,
Jordan Love's a very good quarterback.
He's a good quarterback. He when I watch him, he makes some great throws, and like he'll give you some opportunities too. Like he'll throw some stuff like, why would you do that? Why would? And then he'll come back down the next drive and put it on a dot. You know what I mean? Like he has talent. The talent is undeniable. Seeing the game is always kind of hit or miss with him, in my opinion. Good QB.
Mm-hmm.
Good QB though.
Mm-hmm. Who do you think's in a better position in the next 5 years? The 49ers or the Rams?
I'm going to say the 49ers.
If the Rams quarterback was 5 years younger, I'd go with
So I was going to say the 49ers have their quarterback.
That's
the
the
Rams
X-factor.
Over the next 5 years won't.
I like the Rams as a team a lot better, but they just don't. I don't know what your quarterback
position
like
is
a few years from now.
That position. Mark, the other line, we didn't talk about it, but the other line Mark Davis said that was so funny was, well, you're always looking for a quarterback. No, Mark, you're not. You are always looking for a quarterback, but not everybody.
Yeah, that's the X factor for me. Is that,
yeah, hold on, Young Sav,
come on,
that is hilarious.
Come on,
Young Sav says Herbert's tier 1. So I want to be clear, Young Sav, in your mind, because we don't watch football, and that's what he says. And I love when people do that. That's the ultimate. I know everything and you know nothing. In your mind, Young Sav, rock with me here. It's Mahomes, Lamar, and Justin Herbert. Okay, Colin Young Sav, I got to watch more games, man. I got to watch more football.
Justin Herbert, who's a fine quarterback and having a good season. 27-64 for yardage. That's 17th in the game. 14 touchdowns. That's tied for 21st in the league. Now, this is impressive. I didn't know this. He's only thrown one interception this year. That's good. And he's got a QBR of 57, which is 19th. Nothing there screams tier 1.
That's tier 1. Look, hey, man, you heard him. He's never heard me watch a Charger game. Never.
Me and Damian were literally at the pizza parlor watching the Chargers.
Nah, that didn't happen. Never watched a Charger game ever. Definitely didn't go into the year talking about how their new head coach is going to elevate Justin Herbert to a level that y'all been talking about him being at. Definitely didn't do that. But nah, man, tier 1. Mahomes, Lamar, Justin Herbert. Jesus Christ.
Young Sam, man, I don't know. That's your boy, man.
That's my man.
But Herbert, Herbert's a good quarterback. People, like, even when this happens with Brock Purdy, like, while I think he may be, a higher rated quarterback, somebody saying the guy's a good quarterback isn't a knock. Like, when does that become a diss? Like, yo, Justin Herbert's good. Jordan Love is good. Do I think he's elite of the elite? No, I don't see him that way, but he's a good quarterback.
The thing about Justin Herbert looks exactly like I hoped he would this year. I did not see what y'all saw last year. But I also recognize it's like when I talk about Carolina or New York. Like, I expected Harbaugh to make this young man great. Yeah. And I think he had all of the tools to be great, but I think Jim Harbaugh, I don't think of him the way that you do.
Well,
Jim Harbaugh is a
five coach. He's in football.
He might be. Jim Harbaugh is a fantastic football coach.
Now,
and I think he gets the most out of all of his players. Really think he gets the most out of his quarterbacks.
Yeah, he simplifies the game for him a lot of the times. And I thought there was a whole story to tell about Justin Herbert because I remembered him being hurt, but no, he's played 13 games.
He's been dealing with injuries this year, though. I think he's got a sprained ankle right now. He's just been playing through it, though.
Yeah, he's played through, but he's played 13 games, and he's not close statistically. And once again, I like Justin Herbert. I think he's good.
I'm kind of stuck on this 49ers Rams next 5 years question, but
it's close. It's real close. It's because I think
is Fred Warner on the 49ers in 5 years?
Probably not. I mean, how long has he been in the league?
I mean, is it really just like if we're being dead serious, Brock in 97?
What's left in Brandon Ayuk?
Deion or Lenore, Pooney.
What about Juwan?
Maybe not 5 years. Persall. But you look at the Rams, is Cooper Kupp going to be there in 5 years? Stafford's not going to be there in 5 years.
Stafford was the one we were stuck on.
Will be.
Why can't Cooper Kupp be?
Not 5 years.
5 years does seem like an eternity in the NFL. Seems like he might not even be in the league in 5 years.
I think Cooper Kupp has been in the league for, I'm going to say 7 years. 7 years. I don't think he'll be.
I think TC's calling, man. We better get that. It's the only station he's allowed to. It's the only station he's allowed to be on anymore. We'll come back. A couple of thoughts on Bill Belichick. Jimmy Butler's agent.
Oh, that was crazy.
I'm not even clear what happened. We'll talk about it. Plus, we're talking about the NFL, man. There's some dope games this weekend. This is a great weekend in the NFL, and then Kings basketball is back, and Domas getting a little love. We'll explain. Plus, Matt George coming up in about an hour on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I'm going to get some mini bites to follow.
Today's moving slow as hell.
Oh, yeah, man, it's only 2:15.
I feel like we've been talking for 5 hours.
Well, shout out, Ben.
What segment was that?
The TVs.
Oh, yeah.
Aldrin he pulled a Ben not too long ago too. I think he was, I don't know if I can find it, but like I think it was about at the beginning of this segment, maybe. He was like, got in here and he was like, I think Fox is more underrated. Young Sav, you know it's love, baby. You know it's love, man. You know it's love always. Hey, Rich, what's up, baby? Hey, man, it's all love, man. The pleasure is all ours, man. And congratulations to you for achieving that, being able to do something like that. That's so cool, man. That you wrote a book, man. Michigan Muse. Thank you. I don't know who I'm talking to. I'm not sure. Did we ever figure that out? Michigan Muse is Manny, and Michigan is regular Michigan.
Yeah, regular Michigan is regular Michigan. Michigan Muse might be Manny or Johnny G. Johnny G is sneaky. I see you, Johnny G. Johnny G be flying under the radar with those guys.
Joe, how does Manny answer from different accounts so quickly? Like, is it he's got multiple devices up?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
He's got the computer up. He's got the phone, maybe the iPad. They're all logged into different accounts. Maybe he's got 2 phones.
See Warren, but this new Michigan Wolverines fella is sending one message, and then Manny's like there seconds after. So it's like he's got multiple devices, or it's someone else.
That's pretty cool. Laptop and I'm ringing.
Buddy Matt George going to join us coming up about 1 hour from now. Talk Kings basketball as the Kings prepare to take the floor for the first time in a couple of days.
Yeah, man.
Tonight in New Orleans, take on the Pelicans for the first time this year. It's the non-scheduled NBA Cup game that the Kings get to play for not making the NBA Cup. They've got the Pelicans
in disguise, potentially.
What's that?
So maybe a blessing in disguise.
That's all right. Yeah.
To play the 5-win Pelicans, even though they've dominated for the last 6 matchups. Still get to play the 5-win Pelicans. Get a dub under your record real quick.
25 games into the season, the Pelicans had more wins last year against Sacramento than they have at this point of the season. 6-5. That's tough.
Man.
If it happens again, we're gonna have to go to New Orleans and sage that whole place.
At the very least.
Yeah.
At the very least.
I saw something. This can't be true. This can't be true. But I think it is. Jesse, did you see? They said that Arizona State had, before Monday, I think things changed Monday, but Arizona State had scored more touchdowns at Cowboy Stadium than the Cowboys.
Stop it.
You know what? I'm not going to fight you on that stat because those stats usually turn out to be true.
Stop it.
It was like more. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I mean, come on.
Maybe like within the last few weeks.
I don't know. It's just saying, just straight up, right? I'm seeing the meme. Maybe it's just the meme. I don't know. Touchdowns in AT&T Stadium this season. Cowboys 5, Arizona State 6.
That can't be true, is it?
I don't know, but the thought of it is hilarious.
Oh, has Arizona State? I believe it.
That would be. I mean, the Cowboys they've gotten blown out like every time at home. They played the Ravens. I don't know how many touchdowns they had there. The Saints, I don't know. Lions, oh. Eagles, oh. Texans, oh.
First article,
they might be true.
Arizona State deemed worst team to ever make college football playoff.
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, I'm not going to go through the actual touchdowns, but at home, they lost to the Saints 44-19. They lost to the Ravens 28-25. They lost to the Lions 47-9. They lost to the Eagles 34-6.
My God, wasn't this team like undefeated at home last year?
Yeah. The Texans 34-10 and the Giants 27-20. I could believe 5 touchdowns, offensive touchdowns.
That's crazy. That is hilarious. How about them Cowboys?
Arizona State played 1 game.
Well, why don't we just tear it down and build a whole new stadium then?
That's a good Jerry.
It's not. It is not.
Cowboys, the draw.
Cowboys might have got 4 of those touchdowns in the first 2 weeks too. Well, the first 3 weeks because they were on the road the first week.
Well, yeah, they got 1 against the Texans, none against the Eagles. I think maybe 3 field goals against the Lions. Damn, that might be a true stat. Wow. Now they've changed that since Monday. I think they got like 2 or 3 touchdowns.
And Jerry Jones still might keep Mike McCarthy around.
He's not.
You don't think so? Why not?
I just don't.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because everything that's going on doesn't have to be the coach's fault. Mike McCarthy, I believe in him. He's a good quarterback. He's a good man.
He's a good quarterback? Jerry,
exactly. Look at it. Man is losing his marbles.
Jerry, we're talking about your head coach here. Jeez. Jerry, take your medicine.
If Jerry's finished, I'd like to ask one more thing.
Yes, you in the back, and be careful because if you ask the wrong question, I'll find somebody else to ask.
That's all good. I don't want to talk to you, Jerry, now that you're done. Kyle Shannon sitting next to you. Would you like to address all the trade rumors about where you could end up?
Well, to be honest, trades and stuff, they happen, but I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious.
The way for us to laugh is the best part.
You know what'll be great?
Awkwardness right there was the best.
What'll be great is when I die, like Jerry can eulogize me. Like it could just be a whole bit. I could just be laying here dead on the floor and just Doc Rivers has some, Jesse, hey, what's Shaq think about D'Lo? Like it's fantastic.
I like D'Lo.
No, that's not. You misunderstood.
He's a good ball player. You
No,
know?
he wasn't. You're lying, Shaq, like you normally do. This is Shaq
played
lying
against him.
for.
I played against him. Man, he's a good ball player.
I pointed at him when I caught the alley-oop.
Oh man, but yeah, the Cowboys, Arizona State, the comparison to the Pelicans having less losses than they had last year against the Kings is crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. That sucks.
Zion's out. Ingram is out. They still have CJ. DeJounte's back. I'm trying to think. I mean, the starting lineup, they have something. I don't know if they have they got DeJounte, CJ, Trey Murphy, who's good, Herb Jones. And
Well, this is a more competent lineup than they've marched out a couple of times this year.
yeah. I mean, they don't really have a bench. They don't have a bench at all. You got Brandon Boston out there. Jordan Hawkins is out. I like Jordan Hawkins. But yeah, like the starters, you could see a situation where the starters, play well. Those are good ball players. But they once they go to the bench, I mean, the Kings, if Herder's hitting shots, Keon Ellis is playing and he's hitting shots,
Oh, that's sweet.
Keon played 20-something minutes.
That was a blowout, sir. It was a 90-point game.
He played, I think he might have played like 15.
It was a 90-point game. Sir Doug McDermott played like 15 minutes.
He went crazy.
Well,
he went crazy. Keon played a little bit before that, though. He was in the rotation.
I'm sure he did.
I think he played maybe, I don't know, 11 minutes before the fourth quarter.
I'll have to watch.
I'm just kind of guessing. Well, he played.
Well, Keon played 15 minutes,
yeah,
sir.
he might have played like 7 minutes. He might have played the whole fourth quarter.
Did he play in the other blowout? He did.
He played in San Antonio.
20 minutes.
Yeah,
he played 20 minutes in San Antonio.
The Pelicans bench is trash or whatever. Excuse me. They're missing guys and all that. Zion, Ingram are out and all that too. What does this game look like if maybe Keegan's not getting it going or Kevin?
Oof. Could be a
fight.
Yeah,
it'd be a fight.
Yeah, man.
I feel like just the fact that the Kings have no margin for error. So just kind of like I wonder how sustainable that is though.
Is that
just keep playing this way where it's like all hands on deck, but if Kevin doesn't show up today or Keegan doesn't show up, we probably don't have a chance.
Do you guys do you think, Jesse and Dame, do you think that it is if one of them doesn't show up or if both of them show up? Because I think that's don't show up. Because I think that's different.
Who?
If you can,
are you saying Keegan or Kevin?
Keegan and Kevin.
Okay.
If one of them is there balling and
Mm-hmm.
the other's not, I think that's okay. I think you can survive.
You can get by Kevin, maybe Keegan. It's a lot tougher, but both you can't survive that at all. And I think either way, it makes the game so much more
that's
tougher for you to win.
but that's the thing though. I think you can survive it against the Pelicans. You don't want to, but you can survive it against New Orleans.
And I think I think there's a difference between if both of them aren't hitting and you can't survive that, and if one isn't on and you can't survive that. If one isn't on and you can't survive that, then you've got no margin for error. That's crazy. I think they can survive if one is playing well and the other isn't. I think they can win against the Pelicans and most other teams.
I guess my thing is too, like no matter what happens, I think either way, win or lose, like they're gonna need some type of additions. Just like there's no room for error. The Kings can't survive that way. I don't think the rest of the season.
I'm not sure what's going on out there, but the pocket watching champion of the world is walking around with a guitar.
I'm sitting right here.
So I wonder if it's like the rock concert.
I'm
the
literally
famous rock concert in Sacramento.
Yeah, I'm literally sitting right here. You talk about the pocket watching champion of the world.
No, he was literally he's right there.
He's not the pocket watching champion of the world.
It's Abe and 98 Rock.
Stop.
It's Abe and 98 Rock. I know we've got a lot of King stuff to talk about. I don't know that we'll get back to this ever again. I know we definitely won't tomorrow. I read a lot on the Bill Belichick stuff. It's really interesting. Like, all right, let's get TC. I forgot TC was
sorry,
there.
T. It's his only time to talk.
I mean, he's starving in Sacramento. TC, what's up, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, man? How you doing, dog?
Oh man, I'm just vibing, man. Ready for this Pelican, to smash the Pelicans tonight, man. Pause or whatever. You gotta watch out what you say.
No, it's too late. But I didn't even think you'd be locked into that one first. I thought you'd be locked in on Amazon Prime first.
Nah. But check it out. Nah, I'm not. That game is gonna go how it's gonna go. Period. Hey, you know what, D-Lo? I got something for you though. Kenny, listen to me. Hey, I got something for you. Kenny, why you always listen? And he was your coach of your college teams. What you got against Harbaugh, bro? He's a better coach than Shanahan. You wouldn't take Harbaugh over Shanahan today, bro?
Nah, I don't think I would. But I love Jim Harbaugh. Are you crazy? I love Jim Harbaugh.
Yes.
I think I take Kyle Shanahan, but it's close. Like I love them both.
All right. Hey, you know what? Kings win by 8 tonight. D-Lo, y'all be safe, bro.
Why you get off the phone, Matt? What the hell just happened?
Now he's not going to talk on anyone's radio show.
What just happened? Yo, that was crazy. Why TC get off the phone hella mad?
HTC tomorrow on 95.7.
Oh, man.
Don't hang up, TC. Don't hang up, TC. TC, don't hang up.
What did you piss him off for?
Once again, TC saying things that I just didn't say.
That was wild.
Why are you hating on Harbaugh?
That's funny. You called that man like the greatest coach ever. He said he was hating on him.
How much of a thought would you give that?
Harbaugh coming back for Kyle Shanahan?
Let's say Harbaugh was coming back to the NFL this year, and then the Niners season went the way it did this season.
I wouldn't give much of a thought at all to it. Jim Harbaugh, here's the thing with him. He's a really, really good coach. It feels like when watching him, there's an offensive ceiling to his teams. Like they
do play a certain way.
Yeah. And I don't know if you can win big like that in the NFL nowadays. Like Jim Harbaugh going up against the Chiefs, in the Super, like, how are you going to keep up? Now he did good in the 2 games. He did a really good job, but I don't know if he's keeping up.
I feel like Harbaugh's style of play is more so if we're going to beat you, it's because you're playing our way today.
Yes. Yes. And if you're not, we don't have a chance. Like if we're allowed to do what you want to do, man, we in a bad way.
What Bill Belichick will do in North Carolina will be really interesting. I read a lot.
Does it make more sense now after you kind of like dove into it a little bit?
Well, I'm admittedly, I didn't watch the press conference. I didn't hear Bill talk about it.
I just saw the guy with the cutoff sleeve.
Well, we did. I wish I hadn't, but we did. The number one takeaway I have from what I read this morning, and I recall this last year, but didn't really think anything of it, and figured it's the cycle of last year. It's not really that big of a deal. There apparently was no traction for him to return to the NFL this year. And 2 things really, really stood out to me about that. The amount of jobs that we believe are going to be available. There's at least 3 right now, right? In New Orleans,
we think Jackson,
Chicago.
Oh, they're already open.
That are already open. Yeah. I'm missing one. New Orleans, Chicago. Who else?
I don't know.
New York is open.
Jets. The Jets. Yeah, they got to answer.
No, I feel like there's another one that I'm missing.
I think the other ones are just the.
We're all waiting for those shoes to drop.
New Orleans, New York, and Chicago. Yeah, those are all open. We think New York will be open, and we think Jacksonville will be open.
Vegas too.
Vegas.
Well, Vegas is the one you're thinking about.
Well, that might be right. Yeah, you might be right. We're looking at potentially 6, 7.
I keep my eye on the Patriots too. If they just completely just are hot dog water, I feel like
wow.
the way they've been talking about Gerard Mayo, like it's kind of like if they kind of just blow the rest of the season, they're not looking good at all. He doesn't have the safest job, I don't think.
I'm rooting for Gerard Mayo. I don't know.
That'd be kind of crazy. Whoa. That'd be kind of crazy.
I'm not saying he is going to be gone, but I wouldn't be shocked if he was gone after this season.
Ooh, that's tough. Either way, there's going to be a lot of jobs available, and Bill ain't getting an interview for any of them.
That is kind of crazy.
Now, this to me, the very first thing this screamed to me is what an ego-driven business the NFL is. And Jerry stands out because Jerry doesn't really hide it. Jerry is the owner, he is the general manager, and his coach is his subordinate. He is not his partner, he is not his teammate, he is his employee.
Well, Jerry makes it known he runs the radio stations too.
And so the thing about that is, though, I think there's a lot of other people in the league that operate the exact same way that Jerry Jones does. They just don't do it publicly like he does.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And the consensus is Bill is going to want control. He is going to want like a certain level of control. No one wants to give him that. And at 72 and his partnership with Brady, that's a deterrent now. Because now you're asking the question, well, was it Bill or was it Brady? Like, what really was that about? Are we going to seize all control of our operations to him? He's got a 400-page manual on how I have to operate my business. The idea, Todd Bowles is a good coach. He's gotten, and I think he's doing a fine job, especially after what happened to them earlier this year to continue to fight for a playoff spot. Raheem Morris, another one, especially those brothers. It's hard for them to get a second shot, but they've gotten them. You're telling me Bill Belichick isn't going to get another shot in the NFL?
I think you called it. Just too much power.
Too much, yeah. Those guys you talk about, I don't want to say
they'll be employees
for a job, but they'll whatever's asked.
North Carolina is probably the only job outside of the only job that probably gave him everything he wanted.
I don't know why he didn't call Mark Orr.
I was going to. Well, I think he could have gotten that at any university he wanted.
Yeah. I mean, there's middling universities like UNC that would do that. You know what I mean? Like Purdue
right.
would give them that type of control. But it is interesting, the whole NFL aspect of it, like you said, that just nobody's willing to do that. You know,
it's amazing to me. Like no traction whatsoever.
Like I wonder why the Raiders wouldn't do that. I know you got Telesco or whatever, but like why not? What do you have to lose? You've tried it your way for a long time. Yeah, having somebody that didn't have all the control hasn't gotten you anywhere. Why don't you give control to one of the greatest coaches in the history of sports and see what he can do?
There is an interesting, component to this. Should it, and I don't know that this is real. I saw that. I mean, it was reported. It was a reporter. It wasn't a Twitter user. It was a reporter. One of the guys, I think he was the first guy who said, yeah, North Carolina and Bill Belichick, they're really close to an agreement. Bill Belichick has this like 400-page manifesto. 1 million people confirmed that's real. Like he does that. And the one that I don't know if it was addressed today at the press conference or not, but the one about his son. There's a report that his son is the next head coach of North Carolina when Bill is done. Now, if I'm North Carolina, this is, if I remember correctly, a 5-year deal. If I'm North Carolina, I would absolutely put in the provision. If that is in fact in there, sure. I think his name is Stephen. Sure, Stephen Belichick can be the next head coach after you, but you have to be here a minimum of 3 years of this 5-year deal, or a minimum of 4 years. Or you really, I don't know that North Carolina can play this hardball, but yeah, he can absolutely be the next head coach. But you got to coach out the 5 years. You can't decide when you're 76 you don't want to do this anymore. Right. That gives them a little bit of assurance. Again, I don't know if that's real, but that was a reputable reporter who's been all over this story from jump that was out there.
And if that's one of his requirements, it would only be fair that would be something that he would give to.
Yeah, meaning you don't take the job for a year.
Yeah. Like, all right, give me 3 years. Give me a recruiting class or something like that. And then, we can hand it off to your son. But I actually think it's going to be a good job. I think he's going to do a really good job at North Carolina.
Do you think he makes the playoff twice? I think this is going to work.
The playoff?
Yeah. You win the ACC or whatever. I think this is going to work.
So
they got the NIL back up.
Yeah. SMU and Clemson made it this year. So assuming they can get 2 schools in every year. Yeah, he can make it. You
Yeah.
said twice, right?
Twice. Yeah, I'll say twice. If he's got a 5-year deal, make it twice within those 5 years.
I think he can. I think he's going to be successful over there. I just I tagged you guys in it. Did you see that video of when Bill Belichick? It said the title is "Can't wait to see Bill Belichick interact with 18-year-olds on the sideline." He said, "Remember his reaction to the rookie that handed him the ball after recovering a muffed punt." And Bill just looks disgusted. Like, what are you doing? Because the kids nowadays, they get hyped up and they get the turnover and they're like, yeah, let's go. And they come bring the ball to the coach. And I got the ball, coach. Let's go.
I need Bill with a turnover chain.
Disgusted.
Get this stupid ball. Look at and the assistant's like, hey, get away from him. Get away from him, son. Yeah. Get out of here.
That cracked me up, man. Like you said, Bill with the turnover chain. What's that go?
And the kid's like, what? I just wanted a bonding moment with my coach.
Get the hell away.
That's hilarious.
Oh, man. But, yeah, I think he's going to do a good job, man. I think that was and I think it's a no-brainer gamble for UNC. Like you're North Carolina in football right now. Like, yeah, go take a chance to get a Bill Belichick. The program, I don't want to say it's going nowhere, but it's just kind of like a middling program as it is. So
what do you have to lose?
Yeah. If anything, this gets you attention, this gets you on people's radar. You're going to get a good number of national TV games next year with him there. Absolutely. It's a no-brainer for UNC.
Saw a tweet yesterday. I'm pretty sure Bill Belichick's coming to Berkeley next year.
Ooh.
We'll be outside.
Hoodie.
Do that.
The hoodie. I'm mad I missed Miami this year. That was an epic game, too. That was the game where Michael Irvin was on his hands and knees on the sideline.
Oh, Michael. Michael.
Yeah, it was that game.
What's been the moment of the college football season? Like that weekend was lit with Berkeley and all that. Michael Irvin, all that stuff. The game was fire. Like from morning to end. Like that day was good in college football.
Georgia, Alabama was crazy. That was one of the great games I had seen in I don't know how long.
There was a stupid ass 10 overtime game like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That was ass though.
That's forgettable.
That was trash.
Is it like no shade. Is it Michigan Ohio State? Not necessarily a game, but
all the fighting that went on that weekend.
Well, just like we've been talking about that game for a year. Like Ryan Day can't lose that game. They coming to Columbus next year or whatever.
Yeah, but I think are you talking about a singular moment? I thought you were talking about a day.
You can take your pick, make it whatever.
Yeah, I guess it could be that. I don't know. That game was trash. It wasn't a good football game.
It was more the story.
Sure. Yeah.
That was the game was terrible. Oregon Ohio State was a good game. That was a really good game.
That was a great game.
Yeah. That was good. I think game wise, I think Georgia, Alabama, because Georgia was getting beat down in that game. And then came storming back, took the lead, and then the freshman wide receiver who was like 13 years old went for like 154 yards and 2 touchdowns or something like that.
We'll come back. Jimmy Butler's agent is pissed. I'm not exactly clear why, though. We'll explain. We got that coming up. And Domas showing some love, but if you read the article close enough, you'll pick up on a couple of things. We'll talk about it, but it's always good to see. Man, we'll talk about it. It's Steeler and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
John Pauls, that was unnecessary.
I'll ask Chris if he has it. I'm actually pissed there's like 80 people watching that shit. Your boy. The text thread. That annoys me. Baxter Holmes is who we're looking for. Yeah.
Nah, Russ, that'll happen when it happens. I've been playing MLB The Show on the PS4 lately. I don't buy video games like I used to or anything like that, so I don't see a reason to go out and get a PS5 like right now.
Kieran says Shams got cooked. I don't even know what his agent like. I think I know, but he didn't actually like refute the report.
Sounds mad because it's out there.
Yeah, he was just like, he's just mad. What? I get it. I get mad too, but damn.
Could be wrong, but I'd be pretty surprised if the 49ers won today, I think.
You'd be surprised if they won?
Yeah. I think today's the day.
Okay.
Anytime the Rams put up 35, I'm all bought in on them, so.
Okay.
They've been pretty hit or miss this season, but I'll buy in again.
Okay. John, that's you? Let's go, Big John. All right.
Yeah, shout out to the fam.
Congrats, bro. That's big time. Uh-oh. John Pauls, those are Friday the 13th babies. I think my day was I'm born on the 13th too, but I think it's a Wednesday. It's good stuff, John Pauls, huh?
Let's go do the show outside.
I wonder if that's just the new thing we're doing here at the Odyssey Studios where like Christmas movies are going to play all of next week before everyone leaves.
You think this Christmas is going to play?
No. So Home Alone is on. I think A Nightmare Before Christmas was on before this.
Yeah, we had the Santa Claus with Tim Allen on earlier.
And that was on.
That one's fire too. That's underrated.
That's a good one. You know, one that I used to like. It's not a classic or nothing. But Jingle All the Way.
That's the one Arnold, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
That was a good one. National Lampoon gonna play out there?
Nah, that's probably not okay. Well, this is Odyssey. Yeah, it might.
It might have been this morning.
It
I saw
might.
some credits talking about vacation or whatever.
Yeah, it might. That might get some run.
I haven't seen that one yet.
I don't know who's in charge of it. I feel like it's just Jonathan.
Jonathan was out there when nobody else was, so I just assumed it was him.
And how is this happening? You just is he like loading up a new movie or is it on a loop? Like,
Well, what do you think? That's a DVD?
I don't. That's what I'm trying to figure
No,
out.
I think it's a computer.
I think he's on Disney Plus right now, though.
Yeah, I think it's just a computer that's
Yeah,
on the
well,
screen.
I mean, maybe there's settings to it, but Disney Plus doesn't just play another movie.
Yeah, that's an issue. They need to change that.
No, I think he's doing it.
Oh,
Jonathan
okay,
is
that's what
doing
I'm
it. Yeah,
saying.
because it
So
was
when it's finished, he goes and presses a new button.
Yeah, it was a Mickey Mouse screen earlier.
Gotcha.
Everyone's in the holiday spirit. They're Christmas caroling and everything.
Let's go.
Jimmy Butler's agent, not so much in the holiday spirit. He was furious with Shams Charania yesterday. Though I'm not exactly sure why. I have an idea, and I think it's the fact that Shams used Bernie Lee's name in the tweet, essentially saying that Bernie Lee has been a part of this process and perhaps gave the information to Shams Charania. Bernie was adamant that that had not happened and that Shams isn't worth his time and all of this other stuff. It was a really odd series of tweets. But one thing he didn't do was refute the report. Now, he may have refuted his involvement in Shams getting this information, but he didn't actually refute what Shams Charania wrote. And if that's what he was trying to do, Mr. Lee, you failed miserably. You did not achieve your goal because I just walked away from the series of tweets a little bit confused. Yeah. So I'm not sure if Jimmy Butler and Miami are good. I'm not sure if it's Miami, if it's Houston, Golden State, and Phoenix. But yeah, that was weird.
Did you see Shams' response?
No, I just assumed he didn't
Shams was talking that talk. He was on first take, and he was talking that talk.
No, I didn't see it.
And I'm like, all right, Shams. Shams said, I don't know what you think this is.
Oh, good for him. He went to ESPN. He got a little bit of an edge.
Yeah.
I like
said,
it.
I don't know what you think this is. But yeah, like I saw the same thing
We'll
that
run
you did when I saw the agent and say he was wrong.
Yeah, right.
Maybe the couple of words here and there weren't as accurate as he wanted, but he didn't say you were wrong. So
there he is. He's talking to your boy right here. Give me just 1 second to add it.
I got it pulled up.
Oh, you did. Oh, you do. All right, let's run it.
And then I saw Jimmy Butler's agent come out and say something about your reporting on that particular story. I know you wanted to comment about that. I want to hear what you have to say.
I 1000% stand by my reporting. It's fully vetted, and as a professional, that's what I do. That's what I get paid to do. That's what I'm going to do. Report truthfully and accurately. That's what this is. Period.
What did you report exactly? Remind the audience.
So Tuesday, I reported that the Miami Heat have begun listening to trade offers for Jimmy Butler, and Butler prefers a win-now destination. And 3 of the teams on Tuesday that I reported that his agent has indicated in league circles that he is open to: the Mavericks, the Rockets, 2 of the Texas teams, as well as the Golden State Warriors. Yesterday, I added that there was another team also in that list, the Phoenix Suns. And that was the reporting. And so I 1000% stand by it. It is 1000% facts.
And then I saw Jimmy Butler's agent come out.
All right, that's it. All right.
Stood at the camera the whole time on that first answer, too. He was talking to one person.
Too.
Yeah.
Smirk. Shams ain't playing.
I will beat your ass,
Let
sir.
him know, Shams.
He said, period. Hey, shout out to him, man.
So
shout out to him.
I didn't choose the best way to bring up Bernie Lee's tweets, but I'm not sure that Mr. Lee can read.
That'd be a
test.
problem if you're
I'm not sure if this guy can read over here.
So listening to what Shams just said and going back and reading Mr. Lee's tweets, I'm going to skip all of this, wasting my time, blah, blah, blah. I have never, and honestly, it wouldn't help me or the position I represent to do anything that's been reported by said, quote, journalist.
Oh.
Shams, this is an opportunity to say my bad. So to me, I have never, and honestly, it wouldn't help me or the position I represent to do anything that's been reported by said journalist. No, sir, It's actually your job. Because what
kinda
Shams
thinking the same
what Shams said was his agent has been talking with teams around the league about their interest in Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
I have never, and honestly, it wouldn't help me or the position I represent to do anything that's been reported by said journal. No, Mr. Lee, that is your job.
Nah, Jimmy told me he wants to trade. I told him, all right, I'll be here on the couch.
So I'm thinking the same thing.
Oh,
said, well,
man.
Hey, isn't that you're the agent, right?
Sir, I'm not positive. I think that's the very definition of your job.
I think somebody got in trouble with Jimmy.
So okay, so what do we think happened? Why
Something.
did Jimmy not want this out?
That's how it's coming off. Otherwise, I don't know why the agents coming to Twitter and all that. Like, this is all, everything Shams is doing is normal. Unless that info was not supposed to get out.
Jimmy got a talking to.
Jimmy got a talking to, or
Pat
Jimmy
Riley made a call.
that, or Jimmy did a talking to his agent.
Maybe old Bernie got a talking to.
I'm trying to think here.
Because Jimmy comes off as low key. Actually, I don't want to say that. He talked to Rachel Nichols that one time, so he's known to blow up.
Yeah, that was orchestrated too.
Yeah.
Now, Shams would be getting this information then from another team.
I think Shams got it from several teams.
Yeah.
Or several people.
So the reason why Jimmy or somebody else would be upset with his agent is because they're probably saying, hey, or somebody was supposed to say, keep this on the low. And they're probably looking at the agent because the agent's the one saying, like, this isn't true on others. He was probably the one that was supposed to tell these teams or tell whoever this stays here.
Mm.
And they didn't. That's the only, because he's
so if his agent didn't talk to Shams, which strong indication that he didn't. The fact that Shams mentioned his name is a little weird. He mentioned him by name. That's probably by design. You know who this could be coming from?
Pat.
Miami. Yeah, it could be coming from Miami.
Yeah.
Doesn't that kind of tank your value, like what you're trying to get for Jimmy?
No, I don't think so. I think it shapes the story. You don't want to trade Jimmy Butler like out of nowhere, and you create a good old Kenny Caraway bidding war.
Now,
and you use teams, all of those teams have reason. Like there's one, none of it is outlandish. It's all reasonable, and it could all, the way we worked through it yesterday is, relatively easily be executed.
No, you're right.
It's not like it's New York.
Yeah.
Where it's like, all right.
No, you're on to something. And if I'm the agent, I don't know if I'm mad or not about this, but he may be sitting there like, bro, why did you put my name in this?
Yeah.
Like, what'd you do that for?
Mm-hmm.
You could have told the same story without putting my name in this. Why did you do that?
Well, Pat told me to.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not there for no reason.
Right.
But what's the reason?
Because he could have said the same thing without saying the agent's name. The agent's name really doesn't mean.
You could have stuck to league sources.
Yeah. To be honest with you, if the agent wouldn't have said anything, nobody would have even thought about the agent. But the fact that he came out and tried to refute it and everything, and then Shams had to level up.
Well, I think it leads credence to someone got talked to. Just who?
Probably the agent by Jimmy.
Probably. Jimmy ain't here for that nonsense. No. Did you get the opportunity? It is a lengthy article, and you're going to need some time. And you'll have to scroll on ESPN because it certainly wasn't the splash page. Did you get a chance to read the Domantas Sabonis article?
No, I bookmarked it. Saw it on the front page of ESPN. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it's very good. There's a couple of really standout things in here. My first was, man, this is dope. Go for our boy here, man. I love this. And you start reading it, you get it, they're setting the scene, and you get to this line down here about the Sacramento Kings do everything star forward. The Sacramento Kings do everything star forward.
Who's the center?
Well, and the Kings had landed after midnight, and Sabonis and his family returned to his home about a half-hour's drive from downtown Sacramento to spend the rare day off as his 9th NBA regular season nears its end.
What?
I was like, oh, y'all did this a while ago.
Okay, I'm tripping.
Y'all did
At
this.
first, I was like, wait, what?
Because my first thought, I was like, when I saw the article, I was like, okay, and I didn't read it. I'm like looking at this, like, okay. Oh, look at Dom. Maybe it's the wine.
Yeah.
He told us, his wife, and I think he said it on Starting Five.
Mhm.
His wife pushed him to do it. She's like, let people know you a little bit. I was like, look at her getting things done out here.
Yeah.
And then it appears Domas just did it all at once. It's like, look, everybody's got Domas for a week, and then I'm out of here. It's a really, really good article, though. Really, really good article. Baxter Holmes does a great job of, talking about his time with the Domas, but talking about the Kings in their current form as well. There's a lot of Mike Brown in here. The number one thing that stands out to me, it's very similar to a particular episode of Starting Five. Arvydas is damn near like at legendary status. Like the story of Arvydas Sabonis overseas, the story of him coming over to Portland at the end of his career, the beginning of the evolution of the big that many people think we're seeing today with guys like Jokic and Domas, started with Arvydas. I mean, Clyde, probably a little salty, says, I guarantee we win 5 or 6 titles if he gets here healthy. But the way Arvydas played, it's probably not that crazy.
No, that you got to kind of think maybe they get one. And that's what us seeing.
They probably don't get beat by the Pistons.
No. And they probably don't lose to the Lakers in 91.
The 91 one, yeah.
I don't know.
Who was hurt in that? Clyde? Was Clyde hurt? Someone was hurt in that for Portland. I thought it was Clyde, but maybe
it was Jerome Kersey. I thought Clyde was there, but
okay.
Maybe it was Jerome Kersey. But yeah, like, and we're talking about the Arvydas Sabonis that we saw, which was a problem. We can only see like highlights of old Arvydas Sabonis, but I can imagine him on a night in and night out basis, what he was able to do.
And this man had, I think, 2 popped Achilles, torn ACLs, and he just played it. Just played.
And even then,
this was in the 90s, 80s, late 80s.
Even then, he was one of the X factors on the Blazers team that was 12 minutes away from winning the finals. He wasn't just like filling space. He was like, we got Arvydas, so we can go now.
Yep.
And he was almost a shell of himself at that point, and was still that good. Like, I hear that a lot, and you hear it a little bit more now that Sabonis is here, and it makes me remember how people looked at Arvydas Sabonis when he was, in his prime.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like we got cheated a little bit as basketball fans, not being able to see him play.
Yeah, absolutely. They said they were talking about how the government was getting involved to try to get Arvydas to come over here and play in the NBA.
Damn.
Which just is amazing to think about. And I know, the other guy gets a lot of attention, but I mean, rightfully so, Hall of Famer, like so on and so forth, play for the Lakers, play for the Kings. Like Vlade and Arvydas were so kind of groundbreaking at that position. Like Vlade is much GM jokes as we get off about Vlade. He was really a part of that evolution of that position. Yeah. It was just the evolution was so slow at the time that it doesn't it doesn't get it's not talked about as fondly as what we're seeing right now, because you also have you have Shaq and Patrick Ewing. Those are a little bit more traditional bigs, and it's why Olajuwon is talked about a little bit more, because he was like a hybrid of the two, as a traditional big and the evolution of the big. But what Vlade and Arvydas were so. They were just so important, I think, to what that position is now.
Right. Especially with like their passing ability. Vlade was so good when he was younger, and he could move. He was really good with the Kings too, but he was a little bit of a different, slower player. Like he was moving
Yeah.
a little bit when, he first came over with the Lakers and everything. And, sometimes I see like, mixtape of Lottie Divot's Lakers time. And he was cold. He was cold. He was a problem. And like you said, him and Arvydas kind of changed the way that position was played forever, with their passing ability, the way they could handle the ball. It wasn't like handles like Kyrie, but it was it was
special though.
Yeah, they were able to lead a break or
it
run
wasn't
an offense through them.
It wasn't a thing back then, but Vlade was a point center.
Mm-hmm.
He's a lot like what Domas is now.
Yes.
It's a really good article, man. Like,
I can't wait to check it out, man.
It's a really good article, and I like that Arvydas is such a big part of the starting five. For those who haven't watched it, I'm sure it'll be mentioned on the telecast. Someone will be on episode 6 tonight. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KFI. I know I'm such a hater, dude. I got to stop doing that. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Matt George coming up just about 10 minutes or so. Matt will be with us as the Sacramento Kings take the floor for the first time since Sunday when they beat the Utah Jazz by 40-something. 41?
Huh?
Man, 41
no,
points.
No, it's 44 because they have a negative. They had a negative for the weekend. Was it 44?
It was 44. Yeah, it was 141-97.
My favorite stat of the season so far. The Jazz with win by 42 on Friday, still have a negative for the weekend.
My favorite stat of the season is 8 minutes and 22 seconds. Doug McDermott, 18 points.
Oh, man, what a moment. That reminded me of when remember when Jimmy Fredette hit 3 threes in a row?
I do. Now multiplied by 3, and you got what? Chance of Dougie. I'm so thankful that happened at the Golden One Center.
Oh, it was lit.
Chance of Dougie. Echoing out through the Golden One Center.
Yeah, man, that was a moment. But the thing that I'm really looking forward to, and I'm excited to see, is what goes on with this offense.
Yeah,
like we see the numbers since Malik Monk has been in the starting lineup, and they're the number 1 rated team. I think that's the one they're number 1 in, and it's by far. Does this continue? Has the Kings offense been unlocked by this move to put Malik Monk in the starting lineup? We all thought, and it still may be true, that it would weaken the bench, and we were afraid of that. But the starting lineup it's got the offense humming. And it might be contagious. Like the issues that you have with the bench, maybe they can feed off of what.
Ball has energy, right? That's what Doug says.
Yeah,
127 points per game is what this offense is averaging. It's what this team is averaging on the offensive end with Malik Monk into the lineup. Of course, they had back-to-back games with 140 plus. The last 2 times we saw them in that game against San Antonio and then Utah on Sunday. But you have, Kevin Huerter hitting shots, right? That's a big, even if you remove the freaky Doug McDermott moment, like the story of that game was the game Kevin Huerter was having. You can even go back to the San Antonio game. And again, the number is not 28, which is what I think, 28 or 26, whatever he scored against.
16 against San Antonio.
16. That got you 140.
Yeah.
As a ball club, that got you 140. And, you had the night that you had it was, I think the San Antonio was the one where Malik and De'Aaron scored 22 each.
Mm-hmm.
And
they had 4 guys with 20.
Domas scored 22 in that one.
DeRozan had 20.
Domas had 20. DeMar had 23. Yeah, I mean, let's see. 4, 5, 6 double-digit scores against the Jazz. 5, 6 double-digit scores against the Spurs. Like you had a little bit of movement. The one down game offensively that you've had with Malik Monk in the starting lineup was the Grizzlies.
Yeah, which is so bizarre in this whole run.
Well, your bench scored 15 in that one. And that's, Kevin having 6 points, Isaac having 9 of those. And I think it was, I can't remember if it was 65-15 or 60-15, but that was the Memphis bench. I think it was 60-15 because I think the Memphis bench outscored the Memphis starters 60-55.
Yeah.
Look, if you get your ass whooped, you get your ass whooped. Don't get your ass whooped by the others.
Right.
Get your ass whooped by Ja Morant.
Yeah.
And that was kind of tough. And then they had the pop out game against the Rockets where it's like, all right, wait a minute, here we go.
Yeah.
Let's do something here.
And I hope we get to the point where we look at a game like Memphis, and if it happens again or anything, it's just an anomaly. I want it to be a situation where this team, hey, why not? Why not have these guys be the best offense in the league statistically? They are extremely explosive and dynamic with the new starting lineup that they have out there. And yeah, I look at Malik Monk as being a guy with his ability to shoot. And now I'm putting him in the category of like shooters, your shooter shooting. I've seen enough from him to be like, no, this guy is probably your best shooter on the team.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about, man, your shooters need to hit the 3-pointers, Malik Monk is going to be involved in that, that stat line. And he's been the one that hits too. Like, he hasn't really had too many off nights, but he's your best shooter. And now you look at it with Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter. If these guys can shoot, it just makes the offense such a problem.
We got B money tonight.
We do have B money, okay? We do have B money. But check this out. We got a little, we working together here tonight, man. We working together here tonight.
All right, let me dust off my old Prize Picks app and see what we got going on over here.
Yeah, we gonna work together because it's not only the NFL we talking, or excuse me, the NBA we talking about.
Yeah.
It's the NFL because we have an opportunity for a perfect day. And this is what I'm going with.
Oh, they got a free pickup for the weekend.
Oh, what's the free pickup?
0.5 yards for Patrick Mahomes.
Well, yeah, I'll be having that on Sunday.
Sorry, that just popped up on my screen. It's like, all right, we're doing that tonight.
Believe that. I'll have that. But check this out. Check this play that I'm going with today.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with De'Aaron Fox.
Yep.
More than 24 points.
Okay.
Malik Monk, more than 23 points and assists.
Okay, I see that one right here.
Domantas Sabonis, more than 13 rebounds. They don't have nobody who came off the boards tonight.
Okay.
George Kittle, 60.5 receiving yards. Give me more. And Deebo Samuel, he's going to show up today. More than 52.5 receiving yards. I went all more on this one, baby. Let's go.
I'm getting a little arrogant here. Hold on. I might make a 4 or 5 pick. I might try to get that Tasha money right here.
Ooh. I think tomorrow. So I think I got this.
Kittle 60.5.
Yeah, you're gonna cook today. You're gonna cook. Kittle. I saw a lot on Sunday that said it's Kittle time. It's Kittle time. Yeah, it's Kittle time.
Okay.
Now, Tasha, help me out with this a little bit. Matter of fact, that's B money for today.
Yeah.
Make sure you go and put that promo code KIFM into the promo code slot where you can get $50 with your first $5 lineup. And they also are giving you up to 1,000 times your money on certain plays. You gotta link up with Prize Picks. You gotta link up with Prize Picks. Must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, run your game.
Going 4 for 4 tonight. We'll come back. Matt George joins us. Haven't talked to Matt for a couple of weeks, man. We'll talk to our guy here when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Now, Tasha, you said something last Friday. You You said on Fridays they give you your money back if you don't win. Is that accurate? That's a game changer. I got you, Cole. I remember Cole plays too. Cole's heavy on that.
Cole's a big prize picks guy.
Yeah.
If you do a flex pick up to $20, they give it back to you as credit. That's cool.
That is cool.
Nothing wrong with promo funds. You can get real money out of promo funds.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, we did it.
I think well, kids are in the house. I think I'm almost to the point where I gotta re-up. I had a really good 7 lineup run. Now I've had a bad 4 lineup run.
Matthew.
What up, boys?
What up, man?
What's up, buddy?
I'm in a bad mood.
Uh-oh.
I just got an email. I was in a great mood because I was coming on your guys' show. And then as I go to click the link from the great Jesse Tapia, there's an email underneath it that says, change to YouTube TV's pricing.
Oh, yeah.
Click on that.
Bullshit.
Oh, it's going up another $10.
$10.
It's gone up almost $30 since I first subscribed.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I was furious when I saw that.
Didn't see that till now. So
yeah, that's been a big topic all day.
Tips appreciated.
What?
I only use it for live sports. Can I just pay like $20 just for sports channels and that's it? And ABC 10, of course.
Obviously.
They're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. It's still cheaper than cable.
Oh, of course it is.
It's crazy.
Cable's awful.
Yeah. Sometimes I miss it.
Sometimes I feel like I don't even need TV. Just give me the damn Kings game and 49ers game. Leave me alone.
That's what I'm saying. Let me pay for channels on demand and that's it.
About 50 more seconds or so, Matthew. How you feeling?
Much better. 100%. 100%. But I got hit hard. Kevin John and I both got hit hard.
Yeah, I saw Kevin pop up on after, was it Monday Night Football? And I was like, I don't think Kevin's healthy. Like
no, he was at like 85%. He got a bad flu. Bad flu.
Has Complex reached out to you at all, or is he just?
Yeah,
like,
I'm
nah,
talking
man?
with him right now. Now he's in bad shape.
Just like he just we're
No,
not.
he's in bad shape. Yeah. Back here with our buddy Matt George. First time in a couple of weeks. Glad to have our man, my fellow Disney adult, with us here.
So proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought you and Kyle and Katie would be happy with my Christmas display there of Disney plush toys.
Speaking of, real quick, just want to give a shout out to my cousin Isaiah, who his girlfriend she passed away. Dominique Brown, I guess she was like a major Disney influencer.
Okay.
She passed away last week. And I just knew her as Dominique. I didn't know she's like a big Disney influencer. Like she would go to the park and stuff like that all the time and all that. I was like, damn. And she passed away to food allergy. That's terrible.
Well, that's not as fun as me becoming a Disney adult. but
Well,
I
no,
guess
but
we'll-
the Disney, no, the
So
the-
let's
the
talk about
Disney
Kings
people-
now, I guess.
The Disney people were mourning this week.
Mood killer Kenny Caraway.
I guess the
Glad to be
Kings
here, guys.
fans will be mourning if they lose in New Orleans. I don't know.
Hey, Matt, you're back for the first time in 2 weeks. My cousin died.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man,
Okay. Well, so
Disney.
rest in
What do you
peace.
guys call it? Disney adults?
I'm a
Disney
Disney
adults.
adult. Yeah. It's
I'll get back
official. I
there.
think I'm official. I am one.
You
now.
already
I-
got the next.
I
trip
got the
planned?
well, no, I don't have that, but I got the co-sign from the 3 that I know.
Oh, you were blessed.
I was blessed. Yes.
Okay.
Kyle,
You're a made
Matthew,
man now.
I think I am. I think I am. It's happened. It has happened.
Matt, do you have your next trip planned to Disneyland?
No, but what we told my son after he went when he was 2, because he was free at the time, we told him when you turn 4, that will take you back to Disneyland. And so he reminds us probably daily, when I turn 4, I'm going back to Disneyland. So we still have till August of next year, but we're already financially saving up because it costs your left leg now to go to Disney.
And that's a good thing to point out to my partner here. My first trip to Disneyland was supposed to set up our trip to Disneyland. So we'll see. That'll be the real sign off if I'm a Disney adult if that happens.
Where's my invite?
Aren't they
you can come with us.
the last year they're free is 3 years old?
I thought it was 2. I thought until they're 2 years old, or until they'll turn 3. Once they turn 3, they cost just as much as adults nearly. Kids discounts at Disney are a joke. It's like, here, $20 off. Have fun.
$20 off a $300 ticket.
Exactly.
Matthew, we've seen the Kings win a couple of games here. We've seen the offense look a little bit different with Malik Monk in the starting lineup. Are you cautiously optimistic? Are you optimistic? Are you not believing? Like, where's your head at right now with the Kings?
I think things are starting to click. I think they're starting to figure things out. And when you put into perspective that, for example, the last game we saw was game 20 for DeMar DeRozan with the injuries that and it's pretty it's like a saying. It's probably not 100% accurate, but it takes about 20 games for someone to get comfortable. Well, there you go, game 20. And what I think we're seeing with DeMar DeRozan specifically and the Kings offense, in addition to shots falling, of course, which Mike Brown doesn't want us to hyper focus on, I think what I've noticed with DeMar is I think the Kings have gotten a whole lot more comfortable with this starting lineup of balancing when to go to DeMar and when to play off of Sabonis and when to let Fox cook and when to let Malik play in the pick and roll. Like, the Kings are doing less of one thing, which is DHO. And I think they're doing a better job of knowing, okay, let's feed DeMar in his spot here with 15 seconds on the shot clock and let him go to work and maybe do that 2 or 3 times a possession. All right, now let's have DeMar spread everything out and we'll go our 5-out offense and run a pick and roll here. Let's do a DHO here. I just think we're seeing a better overall balance on offense for the Sacramento Kings. And with the shots falling, that's what's been leading to a lot more of the success over this 4-game stretch. And again, what Mike Brown wants us to focus on defensively, while the Kings haven't been phenomenal by any means, over this 4-game stretch that they're 3-1, they're holding teams to 107 points per game. That would be like top 6 or top 7 in the league. And they're also holding teams to 35% from 3-point range, which I think is around top 10. And that's a 3% decrease on average from the 38% nearly that the Sacramento Kings are averaging from 3-point range. So the defense has made strides, and offensively they seem to be more comfortable. And that's what I attribute this recent stretch to. And I do think, unfortunately, that this break came at the wrong time because I wanted them to keep playing games.
I looked at that like, oh man, for real? They really got like 2 games in like 11 days or something like that. It's like, oh man.
Because they don't play again until Monday after tonight.
And then they got 2 days off after that. Do you, Matthew, when you watch the Kings play in the last 5 games or so, do you see a difference in DeMar DeRozan's play? Like, do you see that people talk about him being a ball stopper or anything else like that? Does he look the same to you and they're just making shots? Or is he maybe making an effort to help the ball move a little bit more?
I think it would be unfair to say that DeMar's not doing anything different or anything better, because I'm sure he is. I think it's the Kings are figuring out, and DeMar's figuring out when to go to him versus when not to. Because sometimes it felt disjointed. Sometimes it felt like, okay, feed DeMar a lot here, and then they went away from DeMar over here, and then that would kind of lead to the ball stopping. And when DeMar got the ball in those spots, everybody else would kind of stand around and watch and go, all right, well, let's watch DeMar go to work and more than likely score. I just feel from what I've seen over these 4 games or so, 4 or 5 games, is DeMar is understanding where and when he's going to get the ball and when to look for it and when to demand it. But then when he's not getting the ball in those spots, he's still spreading out. He's taking his classic toe on the line, deep twos that if you just take freaking half a step back, DeMar, they'd be threes and you'd be a 3-point shooter, damn it. But he's incorporating himself in the offense when it's not running directly through him, which is exactly what you want from the guy, right? What you don't want him to do is just stand there and watch when the Kings aren't playing through him. And then you don't want the Kings to stand there and watch when they are playing through him. And I think both sides are getting a better understanding of how to play off of one another. And I think a huge element to this, and it's not a coincidence, Malik Monk being in the starting lineup too, I think has opened that up a little bit more as well. I think Malik Monk being in the starting lineup, it was the ace up Mike Brown's sleeve. It was the final card he had to play. If that didn't work, the Kings would be like, we got to make some serious trades or we got to punt because this is a disaster. But as we're seeing, it's not just guys Malik starting and being out there at the beginning of the first quarter, third quarter, and to close games like he always was. It's Malik getting starting level minutes. I mean, when he's playing 30 plus minutes, he's unstoppable. He's shooting over 50% from the field, around that from 3-point range, averaging like 23 points per game, 6 or 7 assists, even like 3 rebounds or something like what Malik is finally getting is the playing time that he deserves. And he's so impactful on the floor with whoever he's with. Forget starting, just the 30 plus minutes is what he's always needed to do. And you go back to the last 2 seasons, and that's never what Mike Brown has done. And that part was always perplexing, even more than the actual starting and having your name called to open up a game.
So at least a couple of these games that, not all of them, that Malik is taking his spot into that starting lineup. We've particularly the last 2, though. We've seen Kevin Huerter play really well in that sort of 6th man role, if you will. Kevin, it feels like, is as vital to this plan as Malik Monk is.
100%. Absolutely. I mean, I think Kevin for Kevin, it's simpler. It's simplified. Coming off the bench and score. Like, that's it. Coming off the bench and score. You are going to play with some combination of starters and guys you're very familiar with. You're going to play a lot with Domas because Domas is out there, feels like damn near the entire game. You're going to play with DeMar. You're going to play with Fox. You're going to play with Monk. You're still going to, because Mike doesn't do, it's not like 5-man bench unit, 5-man starting unit, right? These guys are all staggered. And Mike has actually brought up, like, the reason why it's taken him so long to get Monk into this starting rotation is because he has this gap towards the end of the first quarter and the first couple minutes of the second quarter, and then same thing in the second half, where he feels like he just has like Keegan and Fox on the floor out of that starting unit and everybody else is out, and he's concerned about those minutes. Those are the minutes that I think Kevin Huerter becomes so important. But for Kevin, it's not, let me figure out how I fit. For Kevin, it's come in, get ball, shoot, score. And then, of course, he needs to make an impact outside of that, and he's been doing a good job, I think, grabbing rebounds, dishing out assists. I think he's been pretty good with that all season long, even when he was in his funk. The days of Kevin Huerter not giving you anything if he's not making shots, I feel like for the most part are over, but you still need his shot making and you still need his scoring, especially with how bad the Kings have been shooting the basketball so far this season. So Kevin can come in, and this is not a great comparison. It's the same way that Mike compared Malik Monk to Manu Ginobili. Like, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but I look at Kevin Huerter's role and I think like bench Kyle Korver or Jamal Crawford. Now, Jamal is way more of a playmaker and just scoring off the dribble talent than Kevin Huerter is, but Jamal's job was to come in for the LA Clippers for years and just be a microwave. That's what I think Kevin Huerter's role is. And for a shooter, for a scorer, for someone like Kevin, who I know is pissed off to lose his starting spot and is hungry to prove that he's capable of earning it back, coming into a game and just having a green light sounds like something that'll give you confidence. And that's what we've seen from Kevin over these last handful of games. He's shooting with confidence, and his body language is more apparent than anybody else on the team. When Kevin Huerter has confidence, everybody in the building knows it. And you can tell not just by the way he shoots the basketball, by the way he moves off of the ball. So I love what Kevin is doing, and 100% he's essential to this whole thing working with that second unit.
Jesse asked a pretty good question earlier that I want to get your take on. He asked, can the Kings sustain a winning style of basketball if Keegan or Kevin aren't hitting on a particular day? And then take it a step further. If they're both off, can they win basketball games?
I think it depends on how great your starters are that given night. Because this starting lineup has the capability, like you could have 3 or 4 20-point scorers on a night from that starting lineup pretty easily. Unfortunately, we've seen the Kings have a number of nights where they've had 3 20-point scorers and they've lost because they're not getting anything else. So the way I've always looked at it is kind of changing the perspective. Not that Keegan and Kevin aren't incredibly important, because we know they are. In fact, I think the Kings are 6-1 in games where Kevin Huerter hits 3 or more threes, and they're 4-1 or 5-1 in games that Keegan Murray has hit 3 or more threes. So as much as Mike wants to say, like, it's not just the 3-point shooting, when their sharpshooters are hitting, this Kings team is nearly unbeatable. And it's not because the Kings are super reliant on the 3-point shot. It's simply because they now have that 3-level offensive ability that we thought they would have coming into the season. They're lethal at the rim with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. They've got the best mid-range scorer in the league in DeMar DeRozan, and Fox ain't too bad himself. Then they have all this 3-point shooting. When their 3-point shots weren't going in, an opposing defense could just go in and go, okay, dare the Kings to beat us from 3. We're going to pack the paint and muddy things up and make things as difficult as possible. That's not the Kings changing their philosophy or being over-reliant on the 3. That's the defense going, we dare you to beat us. And the Kings it's been a successful, easy gamble every night for teams because the Kings have been just brick houses from 3-point range. Now we're starting to see that shot fall. We're starting to see defenses go, okay, we can't just gamble on this anymore. And what are we seeing more of? Fox getting downhill, the Kings scoring in the paint, the Kings attacking on all 3 levels, and defenses looking overwhelmed because they don't know how to stop that, because you can't stop that. If the Kings are going on all 3 levels, you cannot stop it. If you take away one level, the Kings are still very capable and can win games, but it massively hinders them. But going back to your question, KC, I think it all depends on the Kings' top 4. This team is extremely top heavy. If 2 of Fox, Sabonis, Monk, and DeRozan are on any given night, if 2 of them are on, you can win. If 3 of them are on, you probably will win. If all 4 of them are on, you absolutely 100% should win. Right? That's the way I look at it. The Kings are extremely top heavy, and everybody else, and I throw Keegan Murray into this, not as an insult to him, but as a reality of his position with this team this year. Everybody else is a role player. Play your role, contribute in the way that you can. But that top 4 is going to carry Sacramento.
You mentioned this. You've mentioned the 3 dropping a couple of times, Matt. You also made the reference to don't tell Mike it's just about the shots dropping. Why is that? Like what is this? We all see it. We see the made 3 numbers being around 15, 16. Of course, it was at 22 after the ridiculousness of Doug McDermott at the end of the Utah game, but it was at a very good level before he went on that outburst. But Mike was adamant, this is not about making and missing shots. Why is that not the case?
I think to Mike, it's a mindset thing, because Mike is not willing to use that as an excuse for other areas of breakdown. We know how much of a defensive-minded coach Mike Brown is. To Mike, saying that it's just because the 3-point shot isn't dropping is brushing all the other issues under the rug, or at least from my understanding of hearing Mike talk and having the conversations with him. And I wasn't there for that press conference. I wasn't there. So I missed that, but I watched it back with everybody. I wasn't there for the 24 possession after possession after possession. In fact, the Kings game I go to, they score 141 points. So maybe I should just F off and stay out of the Golden One Center for the foreseeable future. That being said, I said F off because I know Jesse was talking about my F bombs earlier this week, so I'm trying to behave.
Well, that's not entirely your fault. It might have been my fault.
Anyway, I think what he doesn't want is the Sacramento Kings to themselves have the mindset, the organization to have the mindset of, if we're making threes, we're going to win. If we miss threes, we're going to lose. If it's fun for us in a talk show format to kind of sum it up as Kings make threes, they win. Kings miss threes, they lose. But what Mike doesn't want to happen is the Kings to get into that mindset. And then let's say they do turn their season around. Let's say they get into the playoffs again. And then they start the playoffs and they're shooting 1 of 11 from 3-point range in game 1 of the playoffs. They don't just want to go up. It's not our night. We lose this game because we're not hitting shots. In Mike's mind, the Kings are always focusing on controlling what they can control. And Mike wants to, this goes back to training camp. Mike wants this team to play in a way that is consistent. It's the possession after possession after possession thing. He wants the Kings to play the same way, regardless of if the shot is going in or not, regardless of the circumstances. Crash the glass the same way, get out and transition the same way, defend the same way, right? He wants this team to not take plays off, to play the same way and basically exhaust their opponent. Their opponent knows it's coming. They know it's never going to stop. And that kind of takes the wind out of their sails. And we've seen it recently in games like the Utah game. When the shot's falling, Utah, they look like they gave up. Like Lauri Markkanen didn't look even interested in trying to score over Keegan Murray by the end of that game. We've seen it a couple times over the last the 3 wins that the Kings have had. So I think putting it all on shooting for Mike is like a cop-out. Like that's not it. Defensively, we need to be better. We know we can be better. We're holding ourselves accountable in that sense. Taking care of the basketball, we need to be better. We know we can be better. We're holding ourselves accountable in that sense. We can do all this with the shots not falling and win basketball games. Why? Because we've done it already a couple times this season. We need to learn how to do it more. I think that's Mike's overall point.
Do you agree with that? Because I don't necessarily agree with that. I understand what he's saying, and I understand striving to be more consistent on the defensive end, and that's what you want. But I think with this group and what we've seen so far this year, it is as simple as if they're making their shots, it's a completely different ball club. How do you feel about that?
See, I agree with Mike in the sense that this team can't just be live or die by the 3. They can't. Like, just no team can be live or die by the 3. I mean, even the Boston Celtics, they can defend, so they can shoot the ball 50, 60 times from 3-point range, because even if the shot's not going in, they can defend and they're good enough to get through it, right? What you said, KC, that I think is hitting the nail absolutely on the head is this group. That, to me, is what's more important. Not that you can't hold this roster to a higher standard and want them to improve defensively and become better, but you have a roster that is completely offensively driven, right? On top of that, you have a general manager who has built this roster, who every single time we've spoken with him publicly over the last couple of years, offense is what he's bringing up. Ever since the Kings were eliminated from the playoffs, and I'm not trying to draw a line in the sand by any means, and listen to me carefully, I'm not insinuating that there is any kind of issue whatsoever between Mike Brown and Monte McNair or the Kings coaching staff and the Kings front office. That is not the case whatsoever. But what I do think is there is a difference of philosophy. There's a rift. There's a disconnect. Because every time we hear from Monty, it's offense needs to get back to what it was. Offense needs to improve. And you look at the moves he's made, offensively driven, not addressing the size issue, not addressing the perimeter defensive issue, offense. Every time we talk to Mike, it's, yes, our offense is important. And the Kings are always working on improving their offense. They're not just saying, whatever the offense, be damned, we're going to focus on the defensive end. But Mike is telling you, this is what it takes to actually win in this league. You have to be able to defend. You look at the Houston Rockets and their rise. That's on the back of this mindset and this attitude of, we're going to out-physical you, we're going to out-muscle you, and we're going to play defense. Look how they beat the Golden State Warriors the other night. It was like a 1990s basketball game of physicality, and what was the final score? Like 91-90?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Mike is using examples of the league of, plus he has more than enough experience in his time with the Warriors, with the Cavs, with the Lakers. He knows what it takes to win once you get there. Now, where I clap back at Mike is, Mike, you haven't been able to get there again since your offense has dropped off, so maybe Monty has a point. But I also think Monty needs to do a better job of putting together a roster or giving Mike some of the pieces that he's looking for to execute his vision. It's the responsibility of a coach to build a game plan around the roster that you have. And he's done that, I think, excellently with Fox and Sabonis and DeMar and other guys on this roster. But I do think that there hasn't been the best job of getting Mike the pieces around the edges that Mike needs and that the Kings need to be more successful than they are and to address the clear issues that they have. The Kings are losing basketball games because they can't defend the three consistently. And now the Kings have been losing basketball games because they're not able to knock down the three consistently. So it's not one problem and it's not all on one person, but I think there is a disconnect between the front office and the coaching staff that needs to be addressed. And while I don't want to pick a side, if there's any side I lean towards, I trust Mike Brown and what he's saying works and needs to happen because I'm seeing it on the court every night versus Monty McNair, who's telling me the offense needs to get better. Like, we all know this, but there are also other issues that feel like they're just kind of going ignored.
Asking you to speculate, not report, just conversation here. You think everyone was on board for Devin Carter?
Ooh, I think Devin Carter is a player that on paper and in theory, Mike Brown will love. I think Mike Brown will love Devin Carter, but here's another part of the disconnect. Mike Brown's having a hard time finding playing time for all of his guards right now. Why? Because he has a log jam at that position. Keon Ellis is now working his way back into the rotation. There's heavy minutes expected for, of course, Fox and Malik Monk now, and Kevin Huerter's got to get out there. Whether it's because the Kings need him off the bench or they're trying to build his draft or his trade stock or whatever, they need Kevin Huerter out there right now. There's only so many minutes to go around. Keon Ellis is the next in line for him. Jordan McLaughlin isn't even playing at this point. So you're going to have a rookie come back in January off of shoulder surgery and expect him to make any kind of impact? Like, that's where I don't get it. Now, if you're bringing Devin Carter in because maybe there's a plan going forward and he's the fill-in and we don't know what the plan is of who the Kings feel comfortable of getting rid of from the guard standpoint, hey, maybe that makes sense. But what I feel like is happening, and it's not fair to Devin Carter, but it's the reality of the situation when you're on a team with winning expectations, is you had an opportunity to, I know there's always the conversation in the draft, best player available versus need, right? I think you had both sitting there right in front of you. In hindsight's 2020, but you had both sitting right there in front of you in Dalton Connect. You had both. You had a wing who could help you shoot and looks like one of the best players in the draft, and you didn't go for it. And you went for Devin Carter, a guard who could be good. We have no idea. But the reality is he is not contributing at all. And here you are in 12th place in the Western Conference. Even if you're only one game under 500 and you're only a couple games back from 5th place, whatever, there's still a billion teams between you and that 5th place spot. That's the reality of where you're at. So it's a results-driven league, and I just don't think that as much as I like the moves that Monty made this offseason, and 100% I gassed up the DeMar DeRozan signing, and I thought this team would be better than they are, 100%. I still don't think Monty's work is done. And Mike is trying to do the best he can with what Monty has given him. And Mike is pretty much telling us through actions and words, it's not enough.
You know, the interesting thing about that, though, is it's almost like, man, like what more do you really need? Like, look at that starting five now, you know, and then you've got a guy like Huerter. You got, Jay Crowder, you got Keon Ellis coming off the bench. I mean,
Crowder's not playing. Like, Crowder's out. He's out of the rotation.
He is out of the rotation. And he might be matchup based, right? Too. Like, it might be a situation with that. But if I'm Monty, I'm like, man, how much more do you need? I'm not even asking you to be OKC. I'm asking you to be like a top 6 team. You've got Fox, Keegan, Monk, DeRozan, Sabonis. Like, that could be 100 points a game in itself with those type of guys. So, if I'm Monty, I'm gonna say, I'm looking. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna do my due diligence, but this group needs to be better than 12 and 13. You got enough to be better than 12 and 13.
I do agree with that. I do understand and agree with that to some extent. I do, though, think that one of the primary reasons why you're 12 and 13 is because you didn't address one of the primary issues from last season that should make you both nervous and hungry for revenge against the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. Like, you were bothered relentlessly by size, length, and athleticism that you had a significant lack of, and you didn't address it. Like, I know Jay Crowder's on the roster, Doug McDermott on the roster. Great. These are bigger, longer, taller guys. Okay, but they don't play. And they're arguably borderline NBA players who were sitting on their couches before the Kings finally brought them in. The Kings literally worked Jay Crowder out, decided not to go with him until they absolutely had to. And I like Jay Crowder, and I like the energy that he's brought. I like Doug McDermott, and it was awesome to watch him go crazy in the fourth quarter the other night. Fun, cool, great. But those are guys that I don't know if they'd be on a team if the Kings didn't call them up and bring them in. So it's Keegan Murray. That's it. So if I'm Mike and Monty tells me exactly what you said, Mike, what more do you need? I'm pointing at Keegan Murray and going, another one, not him, but another guy that looks like him that we know is an NBA player. Because Keegan is it. He is on an island. It is Keegan Murray's responsibility to handle all of responsibilities of a wing while also being the primary defender at times on guards and even switching onto the big every once in a while and knocking down threes at a pretty significantly high clip, plus crashing the offensive glass along with Domantas Sabonis. All of this is on one guy because the Kings and Mike Brown don't have a choice because there's nobody else built like Keegan on this team that we know is an NBA caliber player. So that's where I turn the table back on Monty and go, you are right. You have constructed an offensive roster that should absolutely be better than they are. But the reason why you're winning games and your offense is being negated at times is because defensively you've had this issue for the last 2 years and you haven't done anything to address it. And you've put it all on the shoulders of a third-year player who is making strides in those areas. Keegan has improved as a defender. Keegan has improved drastically as a rebounder this season. But we're not celebrating it as much as we feel like we should because Keegan Murray is shooting 30% from three-point range. And offensively, he's clearly having what he's doing on the defensive end is impacting his offense. So I think there's still work to be done on this roster. It's not all on one person. Mike certainly has to do a better job of adapting, and he's done some things with his rotation that are like, Mike, what are you doing? Yeah. But I also am a actions speak louder than words guy. And I think some of Mike's rotational choices, like Colby Jones being out there a handful of times, might as well be him turning to Monty in the tunnel if Monty is there, or I don't know where Monty is during a game, or Wes or whoever, and going, this is what I got. This is what you gave me. This is what I have to do, what I have to use. I'm looking for somebody to help me out. And Colby Jones is the guy, I guess, that you gave me to do that. So here we go.
It's so disturbing hearing Matt talk about, in theory, Devin Carter, that's a Mike Brown guy. I'd be goddamned if we didn't say the same thing about Chris Duarte. In theory. Now, hopefully, Devin Carter's a lot better than Chris Duarte, and it's a first round pick. I get it, man, but it's hard watching these young men from Sacramento cook. It's hard watching Dalton Connect cook. It's a little frustrating, but the Kings, to me, Matt, this has been a topic of conversation. It's subjective, looking at it from multiple perspectives. You've got the boogeyman from last year, who beat you 6 times. And this year, we're 25 games into the season. They've won 5. And so you've got a 5-20 team here in New Orleans tonight. And my argument has been, I think Kenny's argument is you can lose this game and, win 4 of the next 5 of the next 6, that's 100% accurate. There's enough games left in the season for that to happen. My argument has been, Matt, what happens if the Kings lose tonight, it resets all of the good vibes that Kings fans have. It resets. We go back to that, man, I don't think this team is very good type of thing. We go back to looking at, BrooklynNetsWire.com to see if we can find out what the latest trade chatter is on Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith. And it feels like, Matt, 5 days off or whatever it's been, 4 days off, the Kings need to find a way to win this game against a bad team tonight.
This game is terrifying. It's terrifying. Because forget a trap game or scheduled law or whatever, who cares? You don't think the New Orleans Pelicans are looking at this game tonight going, man, things have not been going our way, but here's an opportunity for a get right. We've had some days off.
Their ass.
We have some days off. We're on our home court. We know we own this team. Let's go out and do it. You don't think the Pelicans are thinking that with this game? I mean, I know the players are. Maybe the organization is going tank. But the players are going, we can beat their ass, and we're going to try to do it again.
Yeah.
So I think that, this game is absolutely terrifying, and I'm 100% in agreement with you. It's I think the panic button is pressed sometimes too liberally, but this is one of those losses that goes, oh, turns out the Kings are exactly who we were afraid they are. Like if they lose this game, even if mathematically they have all the chances in the world, it's like, yo, you're just doing the same thing over and over again, man. You have to go and get this. All momentum you feel like you're building for yourself just comes crumbling down with a loss tonight. Because to me, a loss tonight has nothing to do with talent, has nothing to do with, I mean, I know shot making is something you can't necessarily control, and maybe the Pelicans shoot 1,000,000,000% from three tonight. I hope that doesn't happen, but we've seen it before. But if the Kings attack this game with the mindset that they should have, they're not losing. They're too talented. The Pelicans are too beat up. Plus, the Kings should absolutely have a chip on their shoulder from losing to this team 6 times. The Kings should attack this game with the mindset of if we lose, or if we don't win by 15 plus, we're disappointed. The Kings should dominate this game. That's the reality of it. And I know it's maybe not fair to the Pelicans, but what was so important, I feel, about that Utah Jazz game, because so many people went, Matt, why are you gassing this game up, this win up so much? It's the Utah Jazz. To me, that everything about that game was about the Kings, and the Kings have been their own worst enemy this season. Their inconsistencies, their inability to pay attention to the details, focus on the details, possession after possession after possession, like Mike Brown talks about. The Kings, self-inflicted wounds, missing shots, whatever it is, the Kings have been in their own way. Losing to the Pelicans tonight is the Kings losing to themselves again. If the Kings play to the level that they're capable of playing, they will beat the New Orleans Pelicans. So that to me is what tonight's about.
Before we get out of here, we talked a lot about, the others, as Shaq would say. How do you feel about DeRozan, Fox, Sabonis, and how they've played of late? Is there more that you want from any of those guys, or are they kind of doing their job and it's time for the others to kind of step up?
I think they're doing their job in the sense that they're doing an ultimately better job of coexisting. And they've implemented Malik Monk pretty seamlessly. And Malik has the ball in his hands a lot. Like, pay attention to how many times they're playing Fox off ball now. Like, and I think De'Aaron kind of enjoys that to some extent. There's part of me that wants to go, all right, I want to see another 40 bomb from De'Aaron or that kind of performance where it's like it's De'Aaron takeover mode. But if all 4 guys are cooking or touching the ball or moving the ball the way that in theory they're supposed to, and those opportunities are being shared, Fox doesn't have to do that. DeRozan doesn't have to do that. Domas doesn't have to do that. But what we're seeing consistently is, I don't know about you guys, like I've looked at a box score in the third quarter or fourth quarter of a game that's been, I feel, going pretty well, and look down and going, oh, all 3 are in 20s. Oh, Domas is leading scoring tonight. Oh, DeMar's leading the scoring tonight. Oh, Malik's leading the scoring tonight. Like, that's what this team probably should be, or more often than not will be, is all 4 of them are having a clear impact on the game. Not any one of the 4 of them are taking over. If they are, it's marginal. And then you look at the box score and you're like, okay, all 4 of them have made a noticeable impact. And then if one of them's struggling, if Fox has a bad night shooting the basketball, okay, DeMar steps up a little bit more. Malik steps up a little bit more. Maybe Keegan gives you a little bit more that night because somebody's going to struggle. But this team very much, it's like, when it rains, it pours with this team. When the Kings are hitting shots, everybody gets involved. And as we've seen, when the Kings are missing shots, boy, it's like a frozen tundra. Nobody can get going. So it's interesting how this group plays so much off of each other.
So in the end, what you think? They get it tonight?
Oh, yes. Yeah, the Kings win tonight. Like, it's just, brain cannot accept anything less. And God bless the Locked On Kings podcast tonight and my job security if they don't, because I don't know how you can even stomach the possibility of a loss tonight. And I don't know what you could possibly say. Like, if the Kings were to lose tonight and Mike takes the podium and he goes, hey, credit to the New Orleans Pelicans, how they played, and we just got to do, like, shut the hell up, Mike. Like, and I love Mike, but someone get pissed off. Someone say this isn't acceptable. This isn't okay. That's the only, like, there's just no scenario where the Kings lose tonight and you're just like, good fight, battled hard. That sucks. Like, if you have a Dame Lillard moment where CJ McCollum or whoever, DeJounte Murray hits a half-court shot to beat you, you're not going, darn. You're like, why the hell were you in that position in the first place?
Got to give credit to the Pelicans. They just beat our ass tonight, and my guys have to play better consistently.
Whose voice is that?
And they do possession. after possession.
Oh, don't do
after
this.
possession.
Don't do this. This is
after
terrible.
possession.
Stop it. That's awful.
It's his
That
Jerry
is
Jones.
awful. You owe us
Jerry
all an
Jones with a
apology.
rasp. That's his Jerry
That is
Jones with a
awful.
deeper octave. You just turned it
My
down.
guys have to
Will
play
you
better.
do something about this?
Congratulations to the Pelicans. They just beat our
That's
ass
awful.
tonight.
I know
If you want to do a Mike Brown, and I won't because reasons, but if you want to do a Mike Brown, you have to make sure to cough or clear your throat into the mic too.
The
Yeah.
Kings need a pep talk from the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Tonight in New Orleans, the Kings need to rectify all the momentum that they've had when Michael Parsons walked off the field.
Well, at least you kept that one short. My goodness. That Mike Brown impression is the worst.
We got a
thing
minute
I've
left.
ever
How many
heard.
more impressions you got?
No,
Damien,
no more.
I don't know why you keep saying that because this was a good Mike Brown impression.
No, that is.
My guys really are out here trying to do what they can, but we have to understand
Jesse,
how we have to move the ball.
Jesse, you're gonna let Jesse do something about this. Come on, I work with a bunch of children, bunch of jackasses. Come on, Jesse, where's my juice? I didn't work hard. I didn't do enough for this. See my diamond necklace? You know how much this is worth? It's. I sold some of the tile in my kitchen to get this.
They know.
You
They
guys-
know. You just gotta hear the Mike Brown a little bit more. You gotta hear it.
No, I don't. Like, it's bad. Both of you are jerks for all of this, first of all.
I thought it was great.
You know what? I'm leaving. You guys can do what the hell you want to.
The brown pickup truck.
I'm out of here.
I'm gonna go to my new car. My other one is in the garage. I can see Sacramento from my house where I walk. I can see that from my house. I see downtown. I can see the beam up in the mountains, up in the hills.
In the mountains.
CSPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, vamos 49ers.
Nonsense. You guys are ass. Oh, all right, guys. We got to run because I gotta read a commercial. So we will we'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the Insider ? And Jesse. Insiders tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll see y'all tomorrow.